Now, hello there. We continue, we are back. Nothing has happened in between, therefore, we have nothing to comment on and simply move on. We concluded about us. That was a lengthy one. So an intermission is properly in order, so let us begin the exercise in the vocal cords again, because I need to do that with another little short story. This time number 26. Let's see what this one is about. Something, I don't know. I only glossed over it. It's a weird one, I believe. Anyway, short story 26. Sleep until the birds go silent, my child. When the time comes, you will be needed. What you will see is something I cannot imagine. But you must not fear it. Embrace whatever may await you and make it flourish. But know this, there will be others like you. Some will be your friends, some will ignore you, others may even fight you. But you must overcome these challengers and draw strength from those that will support you. It will be a long and tough journey. The world may be drowned in flame, in darkness, or simple decay. I do not know. I pray you will not need to awaken, but hope for your success if and when you do. Now sleep. I hear the bells tolling, but they are your lullaby and my final call. Sleep in peace, for I must go to war. Okay. Another one. Interpret it as you will. It is what it is. Now then. Alright. Extra Xtend episodes. We conclude with tosses. And now we move on to Kazami Tachibana. Yeah, straight up, straight forward. Getting rid of that. No, that going there in the thing. And now, the first earliest memory is locked. Damn it, those bastards. They're doing it that. Alright, fair enough. Alright. Now, Kazami, tell us your secrets, memories. 9 years ago, she was 19, and bad things happened. It was 9 years ago, a memory of when Kazami was 19 years old. A spring breeze caressed her cheeks and rolled across the lawn. Kazami spoke to the girl next to her as they stood in the midst of that warm breeze. Nice weather, isn't it, Nagisa? Sure is, sis. The one who answered was Kazami's sister, Nagisa. Today was Kazami's day off, so she went to the park for the first time in ages. She could hear the sounds of children playing in the distance. You moved your leg, Mashra, you lose. Hey, wait, you sneak attack me. One more time from the start. You're still gonna lose no matter what you do. You little kids. What was that? Having fun. It appeared the boy and the girl were playing hip sumo. She'd seen the boy before. He was probably one of the kids who lived around this neighborhood. Oh look, those kids are about your age. Why don't you go play with them? No, that game looks kinda hard. Alright, Nagisa had really, a lot of hair. Forgot about that. It's a lot of hair. Oh, that's fine. It'd be better for you to not play any rough games anyway. And she's in poor health and all that, right? Then why don't we just take a nice little walk? Eee. Aww. Poor Nagisa. What happens to her? It's just fucking tragic and bullshit evil that happens to her. Oh well. We can't really do anything about that, can we? Sadly not. Kazami took her beaming sister by the hand and broke out into a walk. Nagisa had been born with a frail body. She didn't have any chronic diseases or anything like that, but she had weak cardiopulmonary function and she was prone to catching colds and such. That was why they hadn't visited the park in a while. I guess she inherited too much from mother and father. The sisters didn't have any parents. They both passed away from cancer, their mother 5 years ago and their father 3. Kazami currently worked at a flower shop to support Nagisa. But as they had no family aside from each other, their sisterly bonds were very strong. You'll be starting elementary school soon, eh? Yeah, you think I can make lots of friends? Of course you can. Well, you could if fate didn't have something worse for you in store, unfortunately. Of course, in that school, definitely. You're right. I'm so excited for it. Seeing Nagisa's smile filled Kazami with joy. It is a wonderful smile. Nagisa had only been 3 years old when their father had passed away. It had not been easy for then 16-year-old Kazami to raise her sister by herself, but it had by no means been a painful experience, for Nagisa was a very kind girl. Her smile always greeted Kazami when she came home from work. It was nigh therapeutic for Kazami to see such consideration from her sister despite her young age. Nagisa was the most precious treasure that Kazami's parents had left behind for her. Though she was her younger sister, it felt the other way around at the same time. And so Kazami had properly raised her sister until the time had come for her to enter elementary school. Nagisa meant everything to her. Yeah. By the way, looks like spring's finally started for real now. It's so nice and warm out. Why don't we just rest and enjoy the sun, sis? That's a good idea. It is, resting under the sun. Sometimes you do need to just plop down and do nothing. Kazami and Nagisa lay down in the grass, touch the grass. The sky's so pretty. It feels so nice too. The spring sunlight shone upon the sisters. Kazami thought to herself as she lay engulfed in the warm light. It's already been 3 years since I started supporting Nagisa. Maybe it was thanks to this city that we were able to make it so far. It had already been 7 years since Rokume City had been made a government-designated top-secret city. The city's social services had considerably bloomed in that time, allowing Kazami and Nagisa to reap their benefits. The city had profited immensely from its many science and technology industries centered around nuclear power and BC, and that wealth provided for the sisters. I should be grateful for that, even though I have virtually no aptitude. Kazami also had the PC aptitude, but very little of it. She was only rank D. Those at that level could hardly call themselves communicators. It pretty much took all their effort to have even the slightest hope of using telepathy. Oh well, 9 years later she's gonna become a psychic god, or something like that as well. So, but at the cost of horribleness. Kazami couldn't even use telepathy, so she'd never attended the Rokume Academy. But there were more important things to worry about. When she was 12, the city had been swept by a horrible disaster. The Great Rokume City Arson. An attack committed by an extremist group who hated communicators. That's the line, the government line. The Tachibana family had fortunately been unaffected by the incident, but the facts surrounding it were enough to frighten Kazami. Good. So to be careful, she had instructed both herself and her sister to not talk about BC very much. But, well, I guess that will have to end soon. For Nagisa, at the very least. Drowsiness started catching up to her as she idly thought about that. Oh no, Nagisa will get bored if I fall asleep. But she had a hard time staving off the exhaustion that came with having worked hard day after day. Oh sis, are you asleep? Nagisa's voice also sounded like it was very far away. And off to sleepy land. I'm sleepy. No, I mustn't sleep. But I'm sleepy. Sleep. Sleep is important. If you're sleepy, then sleep. It's important. Take a nap. Naps are good. Naps are very good. They're the best thing ever. Kids don't understand what they're missing out. Despite her struggle to stay awake, Kazami dozed off. In the midst of her brief slumber, Kazami had a sad dream. Oh, it's not a dream, it's a premonition. It was about Nagisa going away somewhere. Kazami watched as her sister walked off into the distance, slowly fading into the blinding void. Nagisa, wait, don't go. Don't go, you'll never be able to come back if you do. She tried to scream aloud, but her voice wouldn't obey her. In spite of that, Nagisa quietly turned around and smiled at Kazami. Kazami then woke up. Huh? Where's Nagisa? Kazami was astonished. She wondered if her dream had become reality for a moment. Not yet. But when she looked around, she saw Nagisa at a short distance away. Next to her was a local girl named Jun. It appeared that Nagisa had come across her, and the two of them had started playing while Kazami was asleep. Oh no, how could I have been so careless? Kazami frantically stood up and ran over to them. Jun, I'm so sorry you had to watch over Nagisa for me. Oh Kazami, nah, it's cool. I was having fun too. You were sleeping like a log, sis, so I didn't want to wake you up. I can't believe I dozed off like that. It must be because it's so nice and warm today. Nagisa and Jun laughed at Kazami's embarrassed reaction. Oh my. It looks like it's already past noon now. Why don't we go home and I'll fix you up some lunch? I'm starving. Kazami then took Nagisa and Jun hand in hand and started heading back to her residence. On their way, Jun sniffed the air and spoke up. By the way, Kazami, you smell real good, you know? Oh, really? I didn't put any perfume on though. But you smell like flowers. Well, she did lay in the grass just now, so. Now that Kazami thought about it, Nagisa had told her the same thing before. She hadn't even realized it herself. Perhaps it's because I work around flowers all the time. Oh, right, that makes more sense. God damn it, me. I bet the smell of flowers is built into your skin now or something. That's wonderful. Sure, mutate into poison ivy. Kazumi smiled at her sister's childish choice of words. It was a mostly trivial, yet a warm memory. That's nice. Well, now we're getting the prettiest. Okay, I'll get back into that. Then, the earliest memory now. It happened 9 years ago. To be more exact, it was a memory of when Kazumi was still living with Nagisa. Nagisa, I bought you some flowers. Thank you, sis. Nagisa had begged Kazumi to buy her some flowers that day. They were a little tight on savings, but a small gift like that wouldn't do any harm. Since Kazumi worked at the flower shop, she could buy as many unsold flowers as she wanted for cheap. What's this flower called? It's a rosemary. Isn't it cute? It smells great too. Kazumi smiled when she saw her sister's nose twitch from the scent. But why did you want flowers so suddenly? Well, I thought maybe I wouldn't be so lonely if I had flowers with me while I'm home alone. Huh? You see, whenever I smell flowers, it reminds me of you. Aw. Now we're getting explanation for the floral scent as well now. Of course, right. Of course, we're getting explanations for literally every single detail in this entire story. That is very thorough. They didn't have to go this far, but they did, and I appreciate it. Because you always smell like flowers. Oh, really? So even when I'm alone, as long as I've got flowers in the room, it makes me feel like you're there with me, and I don't feel lonely anymore. Nagisa's innocence wrenched Kazumi's heart. So that's why. Kazumi understood fully, well, what Nagisa was talking about. The flower shop's manager had told her about it before. According to her, it seemed that scent memories, as they were known, were actually the strongest memories of them all. They are pretty strong, yeah, you can sometimes you instantly recognize certain smells. Even in your sleep, that's why you wake, you smell something weird. Your body tells you like, wait, oi, something's burning. That's one of the strongest memory smells out there, probably. Even if normal memories grew faint, those related to scent didn't fade away so easily. She also said that smelling something you once smelled in your past often brought back memories related to that scent. So that's why Nagisa remembers me whenever she smells flowers, eh? Then perhaps putting flowers in the apartment would help alleviate some of Nagisa's loneliness. It saddened Kazumi that she was unable to do anything else for her sister, but... Nagisa, I'll buy you lots of flowers from now on. Sound good? Yee. Nagisa broke out into a broad grin that spread across her whole face, which Kazumi returned in due. Aww. It was a memory of their fairly trifling day-to-day life. Nagisa would someday grow up, and when she did, perhaps her memories of that day and the loneliness of being home alone would be long forgotten. Yeah, about that, nah. But her memories of the scent of flowers would likely never fade. That's correct. At least, that's what Kazumi hoped. Well, half of that. Turns out to be true. She wished that they would never forget about these days of modest happiness. And, well, piss. The tragedy now. We have to go through the tragedy again. Fuck me. Kazumi hurried on home after getting off of work. I have to hurry or I'm gonna be late. Tomorrow was Nagisa's first day of elementary school, so Kazumi wanted to have a fun day with her sister before then and make sure she was ready for tomorrow. I'd like to take the day off tomorrow so we can celebrate her first day. Oh, it'd be nice to invite Jun over too while I'm at it. The moment that thought crossed her mind, a fire truck siren screeched as it sped past Kazumi. Did something happen? Yeah. That's an understatement. She suddenly felt uneasy. Correct. Kazumi looked towards the skies above her destination and then noticed it. A line of smoke rising from the direction of the apartment complex where she and Nagisa lived. Uh-oh. Kazumi instinctively broke into a dash. She felt like she could hear Nagisa calling for help. And the sight that awaited her was... the partially collapsed apartment complex engulfed in a wall of smoke. This can't be. No. What is this? This is the writers creating tragedy and drama for the story to advance. It's big sad. It's the big sad that we need. It's the big tragic moments. She couldn't believe her eyes. Firefighters ran around while onlookers gathered around and started making a ruckus. Oh my god! What the hell happened here? It was a gas explosion. Boy, I feel sorry for anyone still in there. And just as they said that, the third floor, the one where the Tachibanas lived, was collapsing. Nagisa. Kazami staggered towards the apartment complex. The hallway she often walked through was now slanting. The debris fell from the ceiling with each step she took. Ignoring it, Kazami headed straight for the staircase leading to the third floor. Hey, what are you doing? Only to be stopped by a voice from downstairs. She quickly turned around to find a man in an orange uniform standing there. Who are you? I'm a rescue worker. I'm here to rescue those trapped here. Do you have family here? Yes, my little sister. Please, save her. She's in room 303. We were actually heading there ourselves just now. Don't worry, I swear we'll save your sister. But it's dangerous for you here, so please wait outside. Okay. She felt she could trust the man from the calm voice he spoke with. She reluctantly nodded and headed out of the apartment complex. You can trust Watase. The man then rescued Nagisa, just as he had promised. He also brought out Jun, who had also been in the apartment and got caught in the explosion as well. The two girls were taken to the hospital in an ambulance, with Kazumi not far behind. Alas, that wasn't the end of the story. It should have been that but fucking Labo caught wind of it and instantly, faked her death. Those fucking bastards. Fuck. A medical exam revealed that Nagisa had been struck in the head during the explosion and was suffering from severe blood loss. Kazumi spent an entire sleepless day in front of the ICU, praying for the moment she could see Nagisa safe and sound. Then, in the middle of the night on April 8th, the doctor in charge of Nagisa's treatment exited the ICU. With a fucking mouthful of lies. That bastard. Fuck you. Doctor, how's Nagisa? How's my sister? The doctor's expression grew grave at Kazumi's cries. Yeah, grave that he has to tell a lie, because he's been bought off, the fucker. It pains me to inform you of this, but... lies. I'm gonna tell you a lie. Kazumi heard her entire world shattered at that moment. Fucking bastards. Pieces of shit. She didn't remember much of what happened after that. She couldn't accept the fact that she had lost Nagisa. Well, guys, it's not true. But we won't find out. She won't find out about that until 9 years later, when she actually does die. Because, fuck, Labo, bastards, piece of shit, fuckwits. God damn it. The loss even temporarily robbed her of her mental stability. Kazumi muttered to herself as she walked through the streets of Rokume. Nagisa, hey, where are you? God damn this. Fuck. It's almost time to eat. Let's go home. Fuck. I didn't like this the first sentence. It's bringing back sadness now. More sadness. You know, home? Back at the Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex. Kazumi wandered the city in search of her long-gone sister and her long-gone home. None of it felt real to her. It was like it had all happened in a dream. The days blurred into one another. Kazumi was staying at a temporary home provided by the union that managed her apartment complex. It seemed like someone had tried to visit her on multiple occasions, but even that felt uncertain to her. It was probably a representative from the union coming to apologize to her. She thought she heard a voice apologizing to her over and over again. But none of that mattered to her. She turned away all visitors. All that waited for her after walking through the city every day was a trip back to that temporary home. That was her new life. She didn't work, she barely ate. All she did day after day was continue to search for what she had lost. It was Jun who finally brought her back to reality. One day, she came across Jun after visiting that park for the first time in a while. Oh, Jun, have you seen Nagisa? When she asked Jun that, the girl started shouting with tears in her eyes. That's enough. That's enough, Kazumi. You'll never find her no matter how much you look. Because no matter where you look, Nagisa's already gone. Well, what are you talking about? Nagisa's dead. She got hit in the head in an explosion back then. For a moment, Kazumi didn't understand what she had just heard. But those words pierced through her heart and parted the fog that had been clouding her head. The bitter truth of reality gradually came back to her. She recalled a memory that had been shut away in her clouded mind. A small funeral home on the outskirts of town. The chanting of sutras. Jun, who had come despite the lack of many other attendees. The rescue workers who saved Nagisa looked at Kazumi with utter guilt and condolences. And Nagisa, resting in her casket. She couldn't tell how many days had passed since then. The events of that day slowly began to fill her mind. I see. So she's dead, huh? Kazumi finally accepted the reality. It then hit her again just how valuable what she lost was. She was finally all alone. She lost her only sister, after ages of the two of them living by themselves. How was she supposed to live now without Nagisa in her life? When Kazumi thought that, Jun suddenly spoke up as if she had come to a decision. Kazumi, I won't leave you alone. Because I'll be your little sister, since Nagisa no longer can. I know I'm nothing like her, and I'm not cute at all, but I'll be your little sister, sis, so... Jun, you... Goddamn, I'm actually tearing up again, fuck. No, wrong one. Goddamn. It was when she heard those words that Kazumi realized something. She wasn't the only one grieving. Jun was also mourning the death of Nagisa. And Kazumi had spent the last few weeks only adding to that poor girl's sorrow. I'm not alone. No, you're not. I have Jun with me too. We both shared the same sorrow. Jun, a stranger of tender years, had treated her with kindness. The same kindness that Nagisa had possessed. Kazumi gently embraced Jun and spoke. Thank you. After parting with Jun, Kazumi then returned to her temporary home. Her room was probably a total mess. She had gone through each day in a daze, not even realizing it. I should clean up first once I get back. She then walked up to her door with that thought in mind, but then stopped. She noticed an envelope sticking out of her mailbox. She took it out to find it. The sender was Rokume City Fire Department. What's this about? Kazumi gently opened the envelope. In it was a tiny crumpled up box and a letter. The letter, written in very rough handwriting, read as such. Dear Miss Kazami Tachibana, we apologize for the other day. We are truly sorry from the bottom of our hearts for the loss of your sister Nagisa. We also wish to apologize for causing you a great burden with our frequent visits. We will take your feelings into account and cease our visits to your home. However, while we know this is very rude on our part, we have delivered to you this item that Nagisa was clutching in her hand when we rescued her. Nagisa gave it to us for safekeeping just before she was put into the ambulance. We have not looked at its contents. The only thing we were asked to do was deliver it to you. We pray that you will not lose heart and live from now on with peace of mind. Finally, while we may have already told you this many times, we sincerely apologize for failing to save your beloved sister. However, we will continue on with our work, for it is the one thing we can do for Nagisa. Rokume City Fire Department, Special Elite Rescue Squad members, Watashi Kasagi, Seiji Dojima. Kazumi didn't recognize those names. Frequent visits. What are they talking about? Now that she thought about it, she thought she'd felt someone visit her house several times and apologized to her while she'd been living in denial. They were these firefighters. I turned these people away. Her memories of that time were completely blank. And what's this something that Nagisa was holding when they rescued her? Kazumi tried to restrain her confusion and looked at the box in the envelope. It was a small box with a ribbon tied around it. It looked like a gift box. Kazumi gently untied the ribbon and opened the box, to find a small necklace inside. The necklace appeared to be a locket, one that could house a photograph. There was another small letter enclosed. This letter, written in Nagisa's handwriting, read as such. Dear sis, thanks for all the yummy food you make. Here's a present from me and Jun as thanks. We'll be together forever and ever. God damn it, that phrase. If only. God damn it, it should have been, but no. I love you, sis. Just hitting in the heart now, Nagisa. Yeah. Sobs burst from Kazumi's throat the moment she saw the letter. The tears that had never come after Nagisa's death were suddenly all rushing out of her at once. Kazami wept bitterly, not caring if she was attracting others' attention. With each hoarse scream she let out, the words Nagisa had written soaked into her soul more and more. Memories of the days she'd spent with her sister flashed through her brain and disappeared just as quickly. Kazami just stayed there crying for what felt like forever, all while clutching Nagisa's gift. Before long, those tears dried up, and Kazami made up her mind. I'll live, for both myself and for Nagisa. That was the only thing she could do for her. Kazami's decision filled her heart with hope. But she was also struck by regret at the same time. If she'd gotten home sooner that day, she might have been able to save Nagisa. Before she knew it, Kazami became completely obsessed with that idea. Just living for Nagisa's sake isn't enough. There must be something I can use my life for, so that nobody else has to lose someone like I lost Nagisa. It wasn't long before Kazami took that train of thought to its conclusion and decided on her own path in life. You're gonna be a firefighter, sis? Kazami told Jun of her decision the next time she saw her. But why? This is so sudden. No, it isn't. I've thought everything through and this is the conclusion I reached. What about your job at the flower shop? I like that job, but I'll quit it and join firefighting school. She didn't have to worry about living expenses for the time being, since she had received a great deal of compensation money from the apartment complex management union. But Jun stared at Kazami after a brief silence, then spoke. Hey, sis. Is this about what happened to Nagisa? Yes, it is. If it is, then I'm against you becoming a firefighter. Why? Because you're being unbelievably reckless, that's why. Kids have the darndest way of saying the smartest things sometimes. It's great. Jun's words did hold a ring of truth to them. Kazami hadn't been able to save Nagisa back then. It was probably presumptuous of her to think that she possibly could have saved her if she'd been there. But despite that, Kazami wanted to save many lives in the future to atone for that. I understand your concerns, but the answer is no. I won't change my mind. Why? Well, why indeed? Kazami smiled gently, all while thinking Nagisa would have supported her if she were there. She probably would. Indeed she would. Now, the rise of the Valkyries. 2 years after Nagisa's death, Kazami had passed the civil service exam, graduated from firefighting school, and was assigned to the Rokume City Eastern Fire Station. Since she hadn't had to do any sort of manual labor up until that point, she had to push herself to the limit to become a firefighter. But she overcame her trials and worked with all her might every day. She never hesitated, not even at dispatches where her life was at stake. She had little to lose and bore a huge responsibility. That allowed her to forge an iron will and bravery that bordered on recklessness. She tempered herself with that iron will of hers. I have to get stronger, or I won't be able to save anyone. Kazami had learned of her own weakness through the weeks she had spent wandering around in a daze like an empty shell. So to overcome that weakness, she put herself through rigorous training beyond the norm. Her body and mind grew in strength with each strenuous day. Before long, they granted her a level of skill that defied her gender and natural talent. Then, 4 years after she became a firefighter, Kazami's skills were finally acknowledged, allowing her to enlist in Sirius. Thus came about the birth of the Rokume City Fire Department's first female rescue worker. Oops. Yeah, hit something there. As a result, Kazami was transferred from the Eastern Fire Station to the Central Fire Station. Then, one early afternoon, shortly before her transfer was to take place, Kazami passed by the Central Fire Station and witnessed a man jogging around the grounds. That man is a member of Sirius. They both worked for the Rokume City Fire Department. She at least knew his name and face. They had never spoken before because they'd been working in different stations, but that was all about to change. Figuring she should give him a brief greeting, Kazami waited for the man to come on over. It wasn't long before he returned to her at the fire station's front gate. Phew! Kazami walked up to the man as she took a breath. Though he had a somewhat harsh look on his face and seemed strict, Kazami had to contain the feelings welling from her heart when she saw his face up close. We finally meet. She hesitated for a few seconds, then resolved herself and called out to him. Excuse me. You are Fire Sergeant Watase Kasage, Captain of Sirius's Team A, correct? I am. And you are? I am Kazami Tachibana, firefighter. I'm scheduled to enlist in Sirius starting next week, sir. Watase's eyes widened in what appeared to be surprise and interest when he saw the salute Kazami gave and heard her introduction. So you are department's lady rescue, okay? I've heard the rumors. The commanders did say we had this incredible female firefighter in our midst. Sir, I'm honored to hear that, sir. Kazami stood straight as she kept up the salute. Her heart was ringing like an alarm bell. No need to be so tense. We'll be squad mates starting next week after all. But you are my superior. Well, that's true. Guess you got a point. Anyway, I look forward to working with you. I'm expecting great things from you. And I look forward to working under your command, sir. Watasa lightly patted the polite Kazami on the shoulder and headed back towards the station. Kazami watched him walk away and thought to herself. So he really doesn't remember, does he? Oh, he does. Well, I suppose it has been 6 years. How could he forget? Kazami smiled dryly. The name Watase Kasagi was well known even in the Eastern Fire Station. He was known as Sirius's Ace, Iron Man, and Rock'em City's King Kong. But those nicknames didn't matter. For he was a very special rescue worker to Kazami. He's the one who stopped me in the apartment 6 years ago and rescued Nagisa. He was also the one who'd visited her over and over again in an attempt to deliver the locket Nagisa had entrusted him with. That said, Kazami didn't even remember that part. It appeared Watase had forgotten as well. But Kazami still wore that locket to that day. She'd been hoping to thank him all those years, but a long time had gone by without a single apology from her for sending him away. Bringing it now would probably just cause Watase to relive his guilt of failing to save Nagisa. But Kazami had always hoped that a day would come where she could thank him. Would Nagisa be angry if I said one of my reasons for enlisting in Sirius was so I could work at the same place as that man? Of course not, Nagisa wouldn't be angry at you for anything. Kazami looked to the skies with that thought. Hey Nagisa, I met the man who rescued you after all these years. He seems strict, but he really is a nice person. Your big sister will be doing her best, so please keep cheering me on. All the tension Kazami had been feeling loosened up during her brief conversation with Watase. And at the same time, she started to look forward to her new job a little bit. But she had no time to entertain such thoughts after joining Sirius. On duty, Watase was harsh and cold, leaving no room at all for sentimentalities. In contrast, Kazami was impulsive and straightforward, the kind who kept throwing herself into danger on dispatches. The two of them kept clashing over their opinions, meaning Kazami kept losing more and more chances to thank him. Then, one day, she got injured during dispatch. Watase began scolding her as soon as they returned to the fire station. Tachibana, you're way too reckless back there. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Didn't I say you were running in too deep? My apologies. Kazami replied while keeping her dissatisfaction hidden. Their dispatch had been to a fire at a high-rise apartment. Kazami had jumped too eagerly to call to save lives and got a burn on her face for it. Of course, it wasn't bad enough to leave a scar or anything, so she felt a bit irritated that Watase was giving her a full-blown lecture in spite of that. It's sheer dumb luck that you got away with just a light burn. Be extra careful to ensure you don't screw up like this ever again. But did we not receive a report that there was a 5-year-old girl trapped in that apartment? Children's actions are unpredictable, so I felt that we had to rescue her before she did something unexpected. Are you saying it's okay to put yourself in danger if it means saving lives? Only a fool thinks that. Those words sent blood rushing to Kazami's head. With all due respect, Captain, is it not our job to save lives? I do not believe that what you just said is befitting a captain of Sirius. Don't talk like you've got it all figured out. That's what an idiot does. Listen up, Tachibana. Only an amateur glorifies acts of martyrdom. It's because we have a duty to save lives that we can't treat our own lives so lightly. Even if you fail to save one life on the job, you can still save many more lives as long as you're alive. Dying in the line of duty means condemning all those other lives you could have saved, right? Kazami was shocked by those words. She had never thought of it that way. She had been working under the belief that if she were faced with someone in need of rescue, she should save them even at the cost of her own life. But the captain's absolutely right. Of course, I'm not saying you should abandon lives that can be saved, not at all. But don't mistake recklessness for bravery. You're a capable one, but there's also a somewhat unstable side to you. You're so reckless I can't even bear to watch. Just make sure you correct that aspect of yourself, if nothing else. Yes. Kazami hung her head in shame, embarrassed of her own foolishness. Watase sighed, then patted her on the shoulder. Well, but then again, I do get where you're coming from. You must still be haunted by what happened to your sister. Kazami's eyes widened. Captain, do you mean... You remember me? Yeah. There's no way I could ever forget you. That was the first time I had ever seen a woman look so heartbroken. I didn't say anything about it because I figured it was something you didn't really want to remember. No, my apologies. Kazami bowed deeply. All this time, I've wanted to thank you for what you did back then myself. Thank you very much for delivering my sister's present. Nah, don't mention it. You should be thanking Dojima too. He's the one who actually carried her out, you see. Yes. Kazami bowed one more time, causing a wry smile to form on Watasa's face. But either way, no matter what happened in the past, acting without concern for your own safety is dangerous. Keep that passion of yours in check from now on, before you act. Always be calm and collected. Roger that, sir. Very good. Then head on over to the infirmary right away and get that burn treated. Kazumi found herself speaking up the moment she heard that. In that case, could you please treat me? What? I was burned on the face, so it'd be quite difficult for me to treat it myself. I suppose that's true. No, but even so, you sure you're okay with a man touching your face? I am if it's you. Why is that? Come on now. Because I know you'll be gentle. God damn it. What the heck are you talking about? Seriously, sometimes I just don't get what you're saying. He's blushing a little. I am unsure myself. Sometimes I just get like this when I'm in your presence. Really? Now you've lost me even more. Well, whatever. The important thing is that you still have burns. If you're that insistent on it, then I'll treat it for you. Thank you very much, Captain. Kazumi then cheerfully headed for the infirmary with Watase. Sure. Alright. 2 months after Kazumi joined Sirius, Watase suddenly called out to her one day while she was training. Tachibana, is that locket important to you? Huh? It almost sounded like Watase was finding fault with the locket Kazumi always wore around her neck. Yes, what of it? I see. Still, it's a bit dangerous. It's possible that thing could strangle you if you ever got caught on something during a dispatch. That was probably a common opinion. Watase was against wearing accessories during a dispatch. This wasn't the first time Kazumi had been given that kind of warning since becoming a firefighter. But this is like a charm to me. What's more, I keep it under my uniform during dispatches, so could you perhaps overlook it? Watase looked like he still wanted to say something. Kazumi resigned herself, deciding to tell the truth. Captain, you see, the thing is, this is a present from my sister. Do you remember? You delivered it to me along with that letter all those years ago. Watase's face froze in the blink of an eye when he heard that. And it's like a memento of hers. Yes. I'm sorry. I can't believe I was so insensitive. I mean, you didn't know. That's fine. No, don't be ridiculous. The genuinely apologetic look on Watase's normally calm and collected face only served to make Kazumi feel ashamed of herself. Don't be. Okay then. Take good care of that charm. Something as reliable as that will support you during work. Thank you, sir. Kazumi was deeply grateful for Watase's kindness. Something reliable, huh? It was true that the locket was supporting Kazumi, but it was missing just one thing. There was no picture inside. The truth was that she had wanted to put a photo of Nagisa in there, but just about all of their family photos had burned up in the accident. It was an empty locket. That facet of the memento left Kazumi feeling a little lonely. But if I ever put someone else's photo in there, then it would be of someone who she considered reliable. Like Jun, or... Something wrong, Tachibana? No, it's nothing. No, I could never ask such a rude favor. But Kazumi still broke out into a secret little smile. All the while thinking it'd be nice if the day were to ever come when she could ask that favor. Oh, it will come, it's fine. And that memory is the one that's locked. Great. Alright. It had happened about a week ago. Kazumi had been working hard as always. There had been no dispatches recently, leaving her life in a relative peace for the time being. But she decided to spend her breaks between work testing how much her skills had grown. Naturally, her training had taught her all sorts of different things she needed for the job, such as knowledge of things required to become a certified practitioner in various fields, or knowledge about poisons, hazardous substances, explosives, etc. And of course, knowledge about past accidents and disasters, an essential part of disaster prevention. Looking into the inspection records of past accidents and disasters had become a sort of hobby for Kazumi. She would have one of her juniors, a fire inspector, send her those reports, which she would then read during her breaks between training. This information really is handy for knowing how to handle a crisis. Jun had called it a dark hobby, but their job involved putting their lives on the line anyway. There was nothing dark about it. But regardless of whether or not she was actually doing it to improve her efficiency at work, there was something she'd been investigating for a long time. It was the record of the Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex gas explosion accident. It was that horrific tragedy that had robbed Nagisa of her life and given Jun that scar on her back. It was only natural Kazami was obsessed with the incident. It makes sense. Just then, Kazami's PDA beeped. She checked its screen to find the name of the fire inspector displayed alongside the email received icon. More reports on past accidents. Kazami opened the email as she thought that. Subject: regarding the Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex gas explosion accident 7. Sender: Reina Asukai. Body: Miss Kazami Tachibana, thank you for all your hard work. This is Fire Inspector Asukai of the Rokume City Fire Department. To continue where we left off the other day, I have a report on the investigation of that accident. The following is what I have been able to confirm at this time. Number 1. Cause of the damage done to floors 1 and 6 on the east side of the complex. There were likely multiple causes. The first conceivable reason is that the building had aged and wasn't sturdy enough. The Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex was built before Rokume became a government-designated top-secret city, so it was an old building. To be exact, the accident occurred 44 years after its construction. It was only barely within its legal service life. Furthermore, the concrete used in the building was lacking in the rebars and contained excess water. There were clear signs that the buildings and contractors cut corners during construction. Thus, it is quite possible that the building's already unsteady structure could not withstand the vibrations caused by the gas explosion, causing it to partially collapse on itself. Number 2. Regarding the cause of the gas explosion that was powerful enough to shake the entire eastern side of the apartment complex. There weren't that many documents pertaining to this matter back then, so it took a little time to look into. But what I can say first is that there wasn't just one explosion. The first explosion most likely occurred in a dwelling unit on the eastern side of the first floor. The resulting explosion most likely occurred in a dwelling unit on the eastern side of the first floor. Oh, God. I mixed up the sentence, I went from the bottom to the top. Bloody hell. The resulting explosive flames broke through the wall and reached the dwelling units on both sides of the building. At the same time, they also broke through the ceilings and reached the dwelling units on the upper floor. As such, a total of 4 dwelling units were hit by those flames. One of them caused a second gas explosion. This set off a chain reaction leading to even more small explosions. In conclusion, this chain reaction is believed to have been what caused such a wide-scale explosion. Multiple residents who lived next door to the complex also testified that they heard multiple explosions. Number 3. Regarding the lack of documents from that time. I apologize, I don't know why either. There were supposedly multiple fire inspectors already working in Rokume City at the time, yet there is strikingly little reliable documentation. I believe the negligence of those fire inspectors is to blame. I am truly ashamed of this matter. That is all I have regarding this inspection report. Also, I have an unfortunate piece of news. It appears that I am being transferred on short notice. My commander just informed me the other day without any warning. Once I transfer, I will no longer be able to continue my duties as a fire inspector. So at the very least, I do not believe I will be allowed to keep on assisting you with this investigation. With that said, I'll leave the rest to you. Okay. Old building. Gas. Okay. Alright, we're getting this side of the story as well. No stone left unturned in this story. Not even one of them. Not even the tiniest, most irrelevant ones. I mean, this is a big one. This is kind of important, potentially. But even other small ones. Anyway, Kazami frowned once she finished reading the email. She first sent a reply thanking Reina, then she contemplated the email's contents. Multiple explosions. Can those really happen so quickly after one another? If it really had been caused by chained explosion, then that would make it one of the worst apartment complex gas explosion accidents in Japanese history. I can't speak apparently. Which meant that it should have been a prime target for disaster prevention study. Yet this incident had gone largely ignored by firefighting organizations all over the country. Yeah, being bought off by this stuff. Almost like they were trying to let a sleeping dog lie. Another thing to wonder about is the lack of documentation surrounding the incident. What if the documentation wasn't actually lacking? Correct. But rather concealed. Absolutely correct. When she pondered why anyone would do that, Kazami suddenly remembered something from long ago. Now that I think about it, Nagisa told me something interesting about the apartment a while back. Now, Hey sis, about this apartment. It might be a special apartment where they gather communicators. Oh, what makes you think that? Well, the lady next door said she was allowed to live in this apartment because her son's a communicator. She also said families with communicators are given an advantage in the drawing of lots for renting vacant rooms. Oh, I see. Kazumi understood what that information had meant even back then. The apartment complex was an old building, meaning there were many rooms and that the rent was next to nothing. It was a popular property, yet Kazumi and Nagisa had been able to move in without waiting for their lot to be drawn. Kazumi had thought they had been given favorable treatment since they were orphans, but it appeared it had been because they were communicators instead. Such a policy was unique to Rokumi City. In other words, there was a large possibility that there had been a lot of communicators living in that apartment. And then an explosion had occurred at such an important piece of property, even in the event that the accident had been the complex manager's fault. Then it's possible the cause of the accident was covered up too. It was a rather offbeat theory, but one that couldn't be completely ruled out. Goddamn, did they actually stage that explosion deliberately? Fucking Labo and the government. The Rokumi Municipal Apartment Complex. Perhaps I should investigate that accident myself. Just then, someone called out to Kazumi. Hey Tachibana, what are you staring off into space for? Did you finish up those documents I gave you yesterday? Yes I have. I see. Then put them on my desk. Watase said that, then turned around. Where are you going, Captain? It's my shift. I'm heading back. Watase went into the station with that curt reply. Kazumi watched him walk off with a feeling of gloom in her heart. Watase had grown cold over the last year, almost like he was a totally different person. What's more, he'd seemed very tense over the past few days. Kazumi had tried to get him to talk about whatever was on his mind multiple times, but he rejected her efforts at every turn. Why won't Watase say anything? Because he's plotting terrorism now. There's nothing to be done about that. There was too much Kazumi didn't know, such as Watase's thoughts, and the cause of the accident 9 years ago, or what she should do, or why she was so obsessed with this incident. But she felt as if vaguely sinister black clouds were hanging over all of them. Oh yeah, not vaguely. Sinister, super sinister. Alright, that's literally just a few days before. Now, the dispatch. Time just seemed to fly by once Kazumi had become a member of Sirius. Her life as a rescue worker provided a sense of fulfillment. What's more, though at first she had disagreed with him how work should be handled, Kazumi made peace with Watase and eventually grew a deep-seated respect for him. That said, they still disagree from time to time on certain matters. This included their attitude towards work, their readiness, and their thoughts on BC. When she asked him about it in a random conversation with theirs, he had this to say on the matter. BC, huh? To be honest, I'm not what you'd call a big fan of it. He apparently disliked BC. When she asked why, he answered thusly. I felt this way ever since I heard about BC for the first time when I was a kid. But honestly, the whole idea of having your mind read just seems scary to me. That wasn't unusual for people of Watase's age, but it didn't seem like that was his only reason. Watase had a bad habit of putting a bit of a wall between himself and other people. Perhaps it had something to do with how he'd lost his parents and his sister in the Great Rokumi City arson. Captain, would you mind if I asked you a question? What is it? This is a strictly hypothetical scenario, but let's say someone you knew was a communicator. How would you feel? How I feel? I guess it depended on the circumstances. Like, let's say that guy could use empathy but kept it hidden from me. I might feel a bit uncomfortable in that case. I see. Why do you ask? Can you use empathy or something? No, not at all, it's just... well, that's a bummer. Eh? Nah, it's just that I thought it'd be really handy if we had someone on our squad who could use empathy. For rescue missions, I mean. They'd be able to find anyone in the dark without needing a millimeter wave camera or IRT scanner. But I thought you weren't fond of BC. Work's a different story. Otherwise, no thank you. Well, fair enough. Work, personal life boundaries are very important to have. Watase said that, then laughed. He's like playing it off as a joke, but it does seem to be true that he doesn't like BC all that much. It would probably be best not to let him know about my aptitude. I mean, it's tiny and haven't really trained it at all, so... That said, part of the enlistment process included a genetic exam, so Watase would have been able to find out she had ranked the aptitude just by reading her file. Maybe he already knew, but Kazumi decided there was no reason for her to tell unless she was asked. She would hate for the relationship to grow awkward as a result. Time then passed by without her making any big mistakes. Hard work gradually filled in the void in her heart left by the loss of her sister. Then one day, Jun, who adored Kazami, said that she was going to follow in her footsteps and aim to become a member of Sirius. Kazami was quite against the idea, but she eventually caved in when faced with Jun's ire and determination to follow through with that dream. And thus, Team A's current roster was complete. Then, 3.5 years after Kazami enlisted in Sirius, in the early morning of September 16th, Kazami was just approaching the end of her night shift when the ear-splitting scream of dispatch sirens screeched through the station. Explosions of unknown origin occurred in the 6th laboratory of Atomic Biological Organization. And with that ominous report, the curtain rose on the longest day of Kazami's life. Kazami and the others hurried on over to the dispatch site via helicopter after receiving the report. Also, I don't understand why so many of those chapter title line things have like French and German and Latin or other bullshit names. Like, just use fucking English. Why the fuck do you need... It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing that a lot of these Japanese games have, where they just randomly decide to use French or German or like sometimes Russian, sometimes Latin as well. I mean, fine, sure, whatever. Add a bit of fancy flair to it, but like, eh. It seems forced a lot of times. Like, there's no reason for it there to be like that. I don't get it. I don't get it. But, I mean, it's visual. It's just a fancy thing. Just to be fancy. That's probably the reason. I mean, that's the whole Christian imagery in, like, Evangelion or something like that was. Like, the creator said, it looked neat. And that's it. That's the whole reason. Because it looked neat. And, you know, I can respect that. I can respect that, but sometimes it seems pointlessly forced. I don't know. It's distracting at times, I would say. Anyway, moving on. Team A lined up in Labo's entrance hall before Otase, who then proceeded to give them instructions. We've heard this many times before. Countless people are trapped in the air as we speak, and due to the nature of this facility, this will be no ordinary dispatch. We don't know what will happen here, nor what unforeseen circumstances await us. This accident is indeed not ordinary. However, she was sure that they would be able to overcome whatever that was thrown their way, so long as they had Watase's leadership. He had saved her many a time over the last 3.5 years. Kazami had utter confidence in his amazing efficiency, and even saw him as a hero. And in turn, Kazami had also saved Watase many times. Doji and him, her more experienced co-workers, were also very reliable men. The one she was worried about was the newly enlisted Jun, but Kazami had faith in the strength of her heart. We'll just do this like always. We'll save as many people as we can, then make it out of here with everyone in one piece. That's our job. Kazami steeled her determination, then rushed into Labo with her co-workers. Kazami and Jun searched the surface floors. They were equipped with the minimum gear necessary, air tanks, a rope, and an engine cutter. But during the search, they lost contact with Tatase, Dojim, and Hiem. She didn't know why, but it appeared that they had all gone down to the basement. It wasn't long afterwards that both she and Jun discovered there were still survivors in the basement and went down there themselves. But they lost sight of the said survivors and got their protection suits damaged. On top of that, they got trapped in the basement due to the declaration of a Case N. The Case N has just been declared, like the code's blockade mode, all gates are blockades, bulkheads, blah blah blah. But Kazami refused to give up and continued her rescue efforts. By her side was Jun, the girl who had become like another sister to her. The two of them then found 2 level 2 security cards. They used those to search for an escape route and survivors as they put out the fires in the facility. But they weren't able to find either, and just as they were about to finish searching areas 2 and 1... Is that the captain? They found Motase lying in a hallway in area 1. The 3 rescue workers then began their long and arduous battle through the facility. Indeed, we know how that went. Lots of stuff. And a bit later, after they reunited with Motase in area 1, Kazumi and the others saved Yuuri, a civilian who got caught up in the accident. More than a civilian. But then Motase had said something bizarre just afterwards. Amnesiac. You've been calling me captain, so does that mean I'm the captain of a rescue squad or something? What do you mean by that? Well, the thing is, I don't know anything. Not who I am, or even where I am. You don't mean... You've got amnesia. Yeah, I guess you would call this amnesia. That can't be. Kazumi was doubtful for a second, but first she asked what was most urgent to confirm. Please hold on a moment, Captain. Did you hurt your head by any chance? My head? Now that you mention, I did have this really bad headache a few minutes ago. Fear and relief mixed in Kazumi's heart when she heard that. I knew it. There's a possibility you hit your head on something. That's probably why you're feeling so dazed and having trouble remembering things. That means your memories should return in time. Is that how it works? Yes, it appears that retrograde amnesia caused by physical trauma goes away fairly quickly on its own, without requiring any particular treatment in most cases. Then you're saying this is only temporary? Yes, but if you suffered brain damage by any chance, it's possible that your amnesia could be permanent. What the hell? That's horrible. It is. Captain, how bad is your headache? Do you feel like throwing up? No, my head doesn't hurt at all right now, and my stomach feels fine. Kazami felt a twinge of relief from those words. But though it may be temporary, it doesn't change the fact that he's in a bad spot. I must give him my support. Kazami focused her mind on the new, prevalent issue at hand. At any rate, Kazami decided to put Watasa's safety first and told him to wait behind in a makeshift base. But he refused to accept that proposal. Let me help out with rescuing any other survivors. But that doesn't change that I'm still a rescue worker, right? So I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just sat on the sidelines while you're all still hard at work. Hearing that made Kazami a little happy, for despite his amnesia, Watasa still had the heart of a rescue worker. Sheesh, some things just never change. But one could not survive this line of work with passion alone. So Kazami decided to act more strictly than usual to try and protect Watasa, Jun, and Yuuri. This is no ordinary mission, so if you want to stay with us as a rescue worker, then you must be prepared to accept the responsibility and duties that come with it. You will be treated as a new recruit until you regain your memory. I ask that you follow my orders just as Moribe does. I know this is a severe violation of my station, but trust me when I say your life could be in grave danger if you don't do as I say. Please try to understand. Yeah, roger that. Kazami silently encouraged Watase when she heard that. Please don't push yourself. He's gonna push himself. Come on now. You know him better than that. Because he's gonna push himself. The group then rescued a Rokumi Academy teacher named Ena. Afterwards, they headed to the surveillance room in Area 3, where they encountered Ukita, a researcher. Both of those are correct, but also incorrect. The commissioner, Ena, and the terrorist plotter, Ukita as well. They then learned that 3 high schoolers were trapped in the facility, so as a result, they focused their efforts on rescuing them. But in the process, they came across a backdraft thanks to a screw-up by Watase. Without his memories and his skills, Watase was scared half to death, but the group pressed on in spite of that. But what awaited Kazami and the others were the corpses of their co-workers and 2 researchers. It can't be. Yep, that's all he is. Yeah, that's Dojima. Kazami felt like she'd just been hit in the head from that statement. Dojima had been a precious ally to her. Most of all, he was the one who rescued Nagisa from that collapsing apartment complex with Watase. How can he be dead just like that? Why did this happen? Watase spoke in a hollow voice at that moment. What the hell happened here? Kazumi hid just how shaken up she was and calmly answered. I don't know. However, it looks like they set up a simple makeshift base in this room. There were 2 broken AD ampules lying on the floor deeper in. It appears these are the ones they'd been given at the start. Do you think Dojima administered it to those people? Yes, maybe. Dojima probably took these 2 under his protection and tried to come up with an escape plan. Just like us. But this doesn't make sense. Yeah, Higa and the other guy. Those are the commissioners within. Why did Dojima have to die? Because malice. You mustn't let yourself dwell on this. Judging from the fact that there's no sign of Hiyama's body anywhere, he's probably still alive. We can still save him at the very least. Yeah, let's go for now. If we remain here much longer, then it'll be difficult even for me. It took everything Kazumi had to console Jun. Tough. Kazumi and the others continued the search after they found Dojima's body. But just 1 hour later, they found Hiyama's body. They were faced with the death of yet another one of their co-workers. No. Hiyama, not you too. It appeared that Hiyama had burned to death after both his legs had been broken. Kazumi and Jun weren't alone. Ena, Ukita, and Yuuri were also incredibly shaken up by that sight. Kazumi stuck to her firm attitude in order to calm the others down. Dying in the line of duty is an unavoidable risk in this line of work. But Tachibana, please don't say anything, Captain. We can save our grief for after we've rescued the survivors and gotten outside. You have to do the same, Moribe. Once Kazumi had said that, Jun was the next to tearfully speak. But today was the first time I've ever lost a co-worker on the job. And now, it's happened again. I know, but you have to hold your head high. You discarded your womanhood when you joined Sirius. Remember that. But, sis... Jun choked back a sob. Kazami didn't scold her for calling her sis. It took everything she had to hold back the tumult of emotions raging in her heart. I have to endure it. I have to lead everybody. But just as Kazami thought that, Watase spoke up. Tachibana, Moribe, can I have a minute? We're changing leaders. I'll lead the group from this point onwards. Captain? Oh, come on. I'm just restoring the status quo, that's all. Anyway, just rely on me for a while. Especially you, Tachibana. You've been carrying far too heavy a burden up until now. Oh, he has no idea how much that statement actually... how deep that statement goes. Kazami looked at Watase. No way, but I have to. I'm the leader right now. That's my responsibility. There's no way I can entrust all that to the hands of someone who's lost his memories. But Watase beat Kazami to the punch before she could say anything. Don't you hear me? Then let me make it an order, as Sirius's captain. As of this point onwards, Lieutenant Kazami Tachibana and Ensign Jun Moribe will hereby defer to Captain Watase Kasagi's command. Kazami shuddered at those words. His voice, the look on his face, they were that of the usual Watase. Now, let me hear you say it. Sir, Lieutenant Kazami Tachibana, deferring to Captain Watase Kasagi's command, sir. Ensign Jun Moribe, deferring to Captain's command, sir. Good. Watase then smiled and patted Kazami on the shoulders. Now, it's a good pep talk. This is a good, morale-boosting speech. And there you have it. Well, that was mainly for formality's sake. I'm still counting on you both to basically keep things running the way they've been so far. He was probably saying that in the friendliest voice he could muster in an attempt to relieve their attention. But Kazami was happy about that consideration. Yes, please. Jun then followed up as if to support Kazami's opinion. You're right, we can't keep staying down in the dumps forever. The fires are out, and we've got card, so now we can go all the way to Area 6. We have nothing to fear. Yeah, that's the spirit. Watase gave a satisfied smile. Kazami gently touched his shoulder. Thank you so much, Captain. And smiled back. The group then moved on and searched Areas 5 and 6. At one point, the factory's ceiling collapsed, trapping Watase and Yuuri under debris. But thanks to Watase's quick decisions and his well-toned body, Yuuri was saved without a scratch. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Watase then discovered there was a way to open the door to the cargo lift, the one potentially good escape route they had. But then we find Nagisa's body. Using the nearby crane, they were successful in opening the cargo lift door. They had yet to find the survivors, but still. The 6 of us here can escape all in one piece, at the very least. Kazami was grateful to Watase from the bottom of her heart for that. She walked up to him and spoke gently. Captain, what is it? I'm so glad. It's like you're your old self again. You mean my usual self? No, not that. I meant that it felt like you were the way you used to be back when I first enlisted. So you mean even before I lost my memories today? I'd already been acting different from how I was when you enlisted. No, I don't mean you were all that different. It's just that you've been keeping it to yourself more than usual recently. Then you're saying there's 3 of me. The current me, the normal me, and the me when you just enlisted. Is that right? Yes, that would be the case. Man, I don't sound like a very cut person, do I? Wonder which one's the real me. All of them. I'm sure all of them are. The kind you, the you who works in the hardest, the cold and collected you. All of those are a part of you. Yeah, humans are complex. There's a lot to each person. I see. Maybe you're right. One more question then. Out of all the me's I've been, which do you like the best? That's... Kazami swallowed her answer. After all the years she'd spent with Watase, and with the last few hours they'd spent struggling to survive together, Kazami had come to an epiphany of sorts. People change with time. Watase himself had changed a bit from the day she'd met him. But after taking into account those changes, the ever-changing present, as well as the past and the future, she knew... I love this man. The powerless yet brave Watase, the calm and efficient Watase, the kind and gentle Watase. I love all of them. A warmth filled with Kazami's heart. But it was something that was best left unsaid for now. So Kazami instead smiled and answered Watase. Right now, I like you as you are. Eh? No matter how much you change, I'll always like the man you are, more than any memory of who you've been. Oh, that's a nice way to put it. Watase gave an embarrassed smile. That was the first time Kazami had ever seen such a boyish expression on his face in the many years she'd known him. Ah, well, that's nice. And now, the final memory. As I go back through that memory, Kazumi's feelings for Watase grow even further in her mind. And alongside that growth, another memory that Kazumi had sealed away out of embarrassment rises up from the deepest depths of her mind. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Memories of romance and stuff like that. We need a bit of that as well. Why not? We've got like a lot. One day, about a half year after Kazumi had joined Sirius, she found her mind twisting and turning over a certain question. What was the meaning of that? That thought had been racing through Kazumi's head as she and the rest of Team A jogged as a part of their daily morning routine. The night before, Watase had taken her to a classic music concert with him. She'd never been to one before. So Kazumi had spent the whole night before that studying up on classical music so she'd be able to hold an actual conversation with Watase on the subject. Chopin, Mozart, Beethoven, Ravel, Bach, Dvorak. Major and minor keys, the structure of a fugue, counterpoints, the history of music, the lives of musicians, musical interpretation. She'd also gone and bought a dress for the occasion the morning of the concert and had also gone to the beauty parlor. And then the big night finally came. Kazumi sat next to Watase and listened to the NDK symphony. At least until she'd fallen asleep into a peaceful slumber at some point. When she woke up, Watase was holding her hand. She likely would never forget the surprise she felt at that moment for as long as she lived. But the concert ended right after that, and Watase had let go so she could applaud. So he could applaud. In the end, she never figured out why he'd done that. Kazumi could still feel the warmth of Watase's hand in her palm at that very moment. Her heart pounded like crazy every time she remembered it. Could the captain feel the same way as... No, that couldn't be it. He went back home right after we had dinner last night after all. But perhaps that was his way of showing kindness to me since he knew I was tired. No, maybe I'm just interpreting things the way I wish they were. You're thinking too much. But then why did the captain hold my hand? 'Cause he likes you too, simple as that. Her feelings kept fluctuating like mad as she ran around the fire station. What are you doing, Tachibana? You're a lap behind, aren't you? Hey, quit spacing out. Run with your eyes forward, not down. Someone was telling her she was falling behind, but Kazumi was in no state to care about any of that. Oh no, what's gotten into me? I'm supposed to be training. This isn't the time to be thinking about... Hey, Tachibana, there's a car coming up from behind. But if the captain really does like me, then... Hey, the car's gonna run into you, right? Where are you even looking? I'm so happy so much that I just want... God damn it. Dumbass, you're running right into the street. Someone suddenly tugged Kazumi's arm. It happened so suddenly that she lost her balance and fell. What? When she opened her eyes, Watase was right in front of her. He was pushing her against the sidewalk. There was barely any distance between them. What the hell were you thinking? You got a death wish? Kazumi didn't understand what had happened. All she did know was that Watase was in front of her. And at that moment, something in Kazumi just seemed to burst. Captain. What now? I love you. Just bursting it out. Right, perfect. Ah, that's adorable. What? Wait, what? Watase's eyes widened. That's a sudden, like, 180 of emotions and, like, what's happening? It was the first confession Kazumi had made in her life. Did you just... Hearing that trembling voice abruptly brought Kazumi back to her senses. When she did, she grew incredibly embarrassed of what she had just said. Of her confession that lacked any regard for timing or anything. You could say that again. Captain... Yes. They're both confused now. Great. You didn't happen to hear what I just said, did you? Of course you did. Come on now. No, I heard nothing, I swear. Ah, adorable. You did hear it, didn't you? Come on now. No, I didn't. You've got it all wrong. I just got a little lost in the moment, that's all. Hey, hold on. Lost in the moment of what? Who the hell confesses their love in the middle of training? So you did hear it. Please forget all about it. This is fucking silly. How do you expect me to do that? The rather childish argument echoed all around them. A refreshing autumn breeze blew through the sky. That's just lovely. Well, that's adorable. That's wonderful. Perfect. That was excellent. Now then, that concludes Kazami Tachibana's memories. Yes, we'll do another intermission. We're gonna go through a lot of these. Leaving then be Jun, then Yuuri, and then Natsuhiko. And then the last one I'm guessing is gonna be Miyoko, right? It has to be. Because it has to be. We need to know what she knows. So that's gonna be the most interesting one. But anyway, for now I'll lead you adieu again with some other music. Taco, putting on the Ritz. Cascada every time. Duran Duran, Big Thing. The Beatles, Ticket to Ride, and Amanaguchi Miku. And with that, I say bye-bye. Alright, let's just continue. Oh, right, I did get a thing wrong. It's Anamanaguchi Miku, not Amaguchi. Anyway, too many A's in there, too much stuff. It confuses me. We're moving along. We are moving along now with Jun Moribe. Yeah, there we go. There we go. The challenger. Kazami was the loyalist. I think we said that. Anyway, Jun. Can't get no. That's a song title. Oh, wait. Anyway, nothing special happened, so there's no point in. Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go. That's the thing. That's the thing. And you are not there because I was doing another thing, a different thing. Anyway, irrelevant. Back in the past. I noticed that my breathing in and out through the nose is quite loud, actually. Last part did a lot of laughing there. That's just how it works for me. I don't have a big ha 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 laugh. That's just not how it works. That's not how I work. Simple as that. So if you find that annoying, well, apologies. That's just how it works here. Nothing can be done to change that. Anyway, Jun Moribe. Back in the past. It was a memory of when Jun was 11 years old. Indeed. Screw you, Daddy. Oh yeah, right, that bit. In yet another typical day, Jun yelled those words at her father and ran out of her house. She headed to the nearby park, as always. But her father had never once chased her that far, and this day was no exception. Why couldn't Daddy be a hero of justice instead? She pondered that question as she sat on one of the benches. Jun had always loved anything hero-related she'd seen on TV for as long as she could remember. She admired heroes who risked their lives to save others and the Earth. The Power Rangers and stuff like that. But there was a world of difference between those kinds of heroes and Jun's father. He was a prominent city council member who was even well known in Rokuma City, but in a bad way. Yes, well, politicians. What can you do? Heroes of justice? How ridiculous. There is no absolute justice or evil in this world. That is correct, though. That is correct, yes. There is no absolutes at all. It's always complicated. People are not good, are not pure good or pure evil either. There are only those who lie in the continuous spectrum of grey between the two. Indeed, that's what makes things very complicated all the time. Jun grew sad when she remembered the words her father had said earlier. He was a strict man who never took his daughter into consideration. That's shitty parenting, yeah. Jun's mother had fertility issues, so she had faced a lot of hardship until she had become pregnant with Jun. But when Jun was finally born, her father lost interest in both his wife and child on the simple account that the daughter could never be his successor. That's very outdated for him. Come on now, dude. I've been trying real hard to act like a boy, but I guess it was all for nothing. There's no need to please your parents like that, but I mean, she's a kid. Kids try to, do things that makes the people they respect and look up to, proud and stuff like that. It's just how it works. And it can be real complicated. God, it can be complicated. Anyway, Jun had come to think of herself as worthless due to all those long years spent unloved by her father. It's that's traumatic. It's really traumatic, basically, upbringing. She felt like she was about to burst into tears from all the loneliness. But then someone called out to her. Hello, Nagisa. Are you crying, Jun? Oh, Nagisa. Jun looked up to find that the voice belonged to none other than Nagisa, a girl who lived nearby. Jun gave her a cheery smile. Nah, I'm A-okay. And kids want to hide their sadness as well, to not upset other people. Okay, thank goodness. And yeah, she's also a child. Like, why would she not believe her? Anyway, what's up with you, Nagisa? You sure it's okay to be going to the park all alone? I'm not alone. Sis came with me, but she fell asleep. Nagisa pointed to a young woman sleeping on the lawn, Nagisa's older sister, Kazami. Oh, brother. Then do you want to play with me? Yee. Nagisa's face brightened at Jun's suggestion. Though Jun and Nagisa were 5 years apart in age, they got along great. They'd been best friends ever since they'd met at a neighborhood association meeting. Jun was a self-assertive tomboy, yet she acted like a kind older sister to Nagisa. Nagisa's body was a bit weak, so she apparently couldn't play all that much with other kids her age. That's why Jun made it her mission to play with her as much as possible whenever they crossed paths. And hanging out with Nagisa was also a way of healing Jun's heart. Yeah. Why did I say I shouldn't be playing with such a good girl? Alright, he's the racist, basically. Except against communicators and shit like that. Blech. Jun's recent fight with her father had been caused by him saying, I don't want you playing with that kid in the park anymore. Fuck off, dude. That kid in the park referred to Nagisa. This is Daddy we're talking here, so he's probably just being prejudiced or whatever it's called. Correct. He is. Jun played with Nagisa as she thought that. And it wasn't long before she noticed Kazami frantically running over to them. Jun, I'm so sorry you had to watch over Nagisa for me. Oh, come on, it's no big deal. Oh, Kazami, that's cool. I was having fun too. You were sleeping on a log, sis, so I didn't want to wake you up. I can't believe I dozed off like that. It must be because it's so nice and warm today. Jun and Nagisa laughed at Kazami's embarrassed reaction. Oh my, it looks like it's already past noon now. Why don't we go home and I'll fix you up some lunch? Yee, I'm starving. Would you like some too? As thanks, Jun. It won't be anything more than spaghetti, but still. For real, yay! Your spaghetti's the best, Kazami. Oh, I thank you. Then shall we get going? Kazami took Jun and Nagisa hand in hand and headed off towards the Tachibana residence. The Tachibana sisters had no parents. Yeah, tragedies and stuff like that sucks. They had both died from illness at a young age, so Kazami worked at a flower shop to support Nagisa. Because they were both communicators in the thing. With the shortened lifespan and stuff like that. I think. We just went through that and I already forgot. Bloody hell. Kazami was a very kind and beautiful sister who always smelled the flowers. My memory is complete fucking garbage. We know this. As a result, Nagisa never grew up feeling worthless like Jun did. Jun loved the two sisters dearly. Hey, what flavor spaghetti would you like girls like? What do you think sounds good, Nagisa? I want to have that egg kind we ate that one day. You mean carbonara? Huh? Okay, I'll make it extra tasty just for you. Kazami smiled at Nagisa. Jun felt a warm feeling spread through her chest at that sight. The sisters always looked so happy even though they didn't have parents. Every part of their home was filled with the warmth and smiles a family should have. Man, they look so happy. Jun gripped Kazami's hand tightly as she thought this. Aww, that's nice. Just nice memories and stuff like that. Ah yes, getting the pendant. One afternoon, Jun and Nagisa went out to the central street to do some shopping. They wanted to give Kazami a present as thanks for always working so hard. The two girls talked as they looked at the shops that lined the street. What should we buy? What do you think sis would like? Come to think of it, Kazami's so pretty, yet she doesn't wear all that much trendy stuff, does she? I think an accessory or something would look great on her. That sounds good. Then what should we get? Earrings? Or maybe a ring? Oh, I know. Then how about that one thing? You know, that necklace thing that pops open. Pops open? You know, that thing people put photos in and wear around their neck. You mean a locket? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Words are hard. It's fine. Nagisa was a very smart girl for her age. She hadn't even started elementary school, yet she was more knowledgeable than Jun. Jun hated studying, so it didn't bother her at all that Nagisa was so much smarter. If we get her a locket, she could probably put a photo of you in it. Then your sis could always be with you. I see. Yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, then let's find us a locket. Jun and Nagisa checked around the accessory shops. Adventure! They finally found a locket in the third one they went to. It cost 3,500 yen. Jun said she'd cover the whole cost, but... No, Jun. I think I should pay half. You sure about that? I've saved up my allowance, and I'd feel bad about making you pay for it all. Okay, that does sound better. Then it can be like a present from the both of us. Right? So we'll each pay 1750 yen. And buy this locket. And so the two of them obtained Kazami's present. They chatted on their way back to the Tachibana residence. You think sis will like it? You kidding? I bet she'll be moved to tears by it. She will be. But for, well, different reasons later on. Because Kazami loves you so much. That is correct. Really? Yes it is. Come on, don't give us that face, Nagisa. It's correct. Nagisa said that with embarrassment. It looked as if she was aware of how much her sister loved her. Well, it's all very obvious. Jun suddenly got jealous when she saw that. You're so lucky that you have such a nice sister, Nagisa. Eh? No one in my family gets along. I always hate being in that house. Daddy rarely comes home, Mommy's always going off somewhere, and all my meals are made by my housekeeper. I just feel so lonely sometimes. I don't need a big house, I just want my family to get along, just like you and your sis do. I forget I said anything. Sorry, I don't know what the heck got into me. Boy, it must have been a real pain to hear me whine like that. It's fine, letting it out is good, it's important. Just when Jun started to get embarrassed about complaining to a 6-year-old, Nagisa spoke up with determination in her voice. Determination. Then you should live with us too. Eh? I like you, and I'm sure sis likes you too. If you lived with us, then the three of us could be one happy family. You wouldn't be lonely at all. Nagisa... Jun stared at Nagisa, who looked absolutely pleased with herself. I mean, it is a simple logic of 6-year-old. It's not wrong, it's just... things aren't as simple as that, unfortunately. Stupid me, I made a little girl worry about me. She's trying to be so nice to me even though she's got no mom or dad. She must be just as lonely, but she's still... It was a proposal that made her feel so pathetic, yet it also sounded so charming. That would be nice. Then I'd guess that'd make you my little sister. Yeep. Then that means I'd have 2 big sisters. Then when Kazami gets married, her husband would be my daddy, then I'd have a complete family, right? That's not exactly how it worked, but it was a very joyful dream nonetheless. Sure, it's close enough. Their age difference is big enough that it's essentially, for all practical purposes, that would be the case, yes. Kazami would definitely make a good mom. Her cooking was also top class, her husband would no doubt be a wonderful man. Once she got married, Kazami would be free from her day-to-day job, then Nagisa could act more like a child of her age. Right, that's an interesting cultural thing, actually. Get married, quit your job, and stay at home? Yeah, it's a bit... Anyway, that's a topic not for this channel to discuss. Or is it? I don't know. Sometimes I talk about very, very, very... things. But I lost my train of thought, that's all. Anyway, I'm not even sure what the fuck is off limits and on here. I don't know. Is anything or nothing? I don't know. I guess whatever the fuck I feel like. That's how it works. Whatever the fuck I feel like talking about is on the table. And if I don't feel like it, then it's off the table. Jun imagined that ideal family in her head. An outsider like me shouldn't even be there to begin with, but though she knew that, she thought it wouldn't be so bad to immerse herself in that dream. Then maybe this present will be just the ticket Kazami needs to snag a hubby. Yeah. Alright, then let's head on home and give this to her. The two friends then broke off into a run. Kazami had told Nagisa that she got off work early that day, so she'd be home around 3 PM. So Jun and Nagisa waited in the Tachibana residence for Kazami to get home. Nagisa kept on glancing at the clock, muttering, "Is it time yet?" to herself. But when the bell chimed 3 PM, boom! Tragedy. It was drowned out by a thunderous roar. A shock ran through the building, and Jun heard what sounded like something collapsing. A second later, she was struck by an impact, then passed out. Jun woke up to find she was lying face down under something heavy. Her back was being crushed under the weight of what appeared to be rough debris. What's going on? Jun was at a complete loss. She had absolutely no idea what had happened. All she knew was that her body was pinned down by something and she could see little apart from the floor. Nagisa was supposed to be right next to her, but she was nowhere to be found. Nagisa, where are you? Her calls were answered by another voice somewhere in the room. Jun, are you okay? Nagisa. Jun tried to hurry over towards Nagisa, but she couldn't make the debris budge at all, no matter how hard she struggled. Why? Something blew up. I think the ceiling fell down. Blew up? Nagisa, are you okay? I can't move either. I think I cut my head. I'm bleeding. It hurts. Nagisa, God damn it. This is a very, very feel-bad situation. Like, oh, yeah, I don't feel good reading this again. Especially now, knowing where it leads and what continues and everything. Well, it is what it is. Jun desperately tried to squirm her way out from under the debris. But the debris weighing on her back creaked every time she moved, sounding as though it would collapse at any second. That sounded way too close. If this thing collapses, I'll be... Just then, she heard ambulance sirens in the distance getting closer and closer. An ambulance? Yeah, I'm sure help is on the way right now. We just need to hang in there. Yeah. Jun and Nagisa held still and waited in the dark room for help to arrive. It's gonna be a little moment. But they were taking a long time to get there. It feels like a long time because you're in a tense situation, you got adrenaline pumping through you and everything. So a few minutes feels like an eternity there. Jun talked as much as she could to keep Nagisa calm. Hey, Nagisa. Jun, what is it? But what we were talking about before. What were we talking about? You know, the thing about me becoming a part of your family? I was just thinking that if that really did happen, it would probably be so much fun. Yeah, I'm sure it would be. Hey, Jun. Huh? You said you got lonely from time to time earlier. The thing is, I'm a little lonely too, because I don't have a mom or dad. So I can't help myself sometimes when sis is away at work. So I figured I wouldn't be lonely anymore if you became my big sis too. Her frail voice was abruptly cut off. Uh-oh. Smoke. I guess what's wrong? Smoke. I think there's a fire somewhere. Upon hearing that, Jun suddenly noticed. Without her realizing it, their surroundings had become enshrouded by the burning stench of smoke. No, that wasn't all. The debris weighing on her back was starting to get hotter and hotter. It burns. The debris crushing Jun was on fire. That was the source of the heat and stench. Fear instantly ran through her. This is bad. My back's gonna get burnt. Jun instinctively twisted her body. Right at that moment, the debris collapsed and something searing hot landed on her back. Ouch. Ow. God damn it. Jun. Yeah, that's not good. Like, that's bollocks. That's not pleasant to hear. That's a kid getting burnt. That's just not nice at all. It seemed the scorching hot reinforcing bar or something like that was pressing against her back. That's just awful. I forgot about this. Oh damn it! Don't think I paid enough attention back first time this came up. Cause bloody hell. It instantly burned through Jun's clothes and charred her skin. Jun gritted her teeth and twisted the body, managing to get the rebar off her back somehow. However, the heat and torturous pain didn't go away. Oh, bloody hell. Are you okay? No, she's not. I'm okay, don't worry. Staying strong for the other little kid, but bloody hell. Thoughts ran through Jun's mind as she panted heavily. Now that the small room was on fire, help needed to get there, and fast. If it didn't, then she and Nagisa were both dead. Someone help us. Two of us are still trapped here. Jun hoarsely screamed those words. I can't scream, obviously. Room, other people, evening time, yeah. Nagisa also weakly rose her voice. Someone, help us. Using telepathy now. Two of us are trapped here. We're in apartment with 303. Hurry, the fire's getting close, someone. Jun then broke into a violent coughing fit. Though she'd avoided it so far because she'd been pinned to the floor, the fumes finally started flooding into Jun's mouth. Someone. With those final words, Jun started to pass out. However, she heard the sound of the front door opening. Jun was taken aback. The sound was then replaced by human voices. I've located a survivor. He helps finally here? Yes, it is, don't worry. Though she was barely even conscious, Jun turned towards the voice. Just then, the debris blocking her vision was removed, revealing someone's shadow. You okay? Jun couldn't answer, but the man gave her a reassuring smile. You did such a good job hanging there, but you're safe now. Jun managed to give him a faint smile of her own. The man had showed up to save Jun and Nagisa just in the nick of time, like he was some sort of hero straight out of a movie or something. She heard another man's voice coming from the corner of the room. There's another one over here. Good, 2 survivors secured. Hey Missy, is there anyone else in this place? No, just me and Nagisa. Thanks, then just hold on, I'll get you out of there on the double. The man shouted that, then moved the debris on Jun's back aside. And a second later, he pulled Jun out. She had been saved. The man carried Jun down the creaking hallway. She could see another man a short distance behind them carrying Nagisa. Is Nagisa okay? Nagisa, you mean that other girl? Yeah, she's my sister. Your sister? The man behind them then answered Jun's question. Don't you worry, Missy. Nagisa's safe and sound. She's unconscious right now, but her life shouldn't be in any danger. See, you don't have to worry. I see. At that moment, she suddenly felt her throat hurting from all the smoke she'd been inhaling just minutes ago. Are you okay? I'm gonna get you to a safe place soon, so just hold on tight. But it hurts. My back, my head, my eyes, they all hurt so much. Am I gonna die? Now that she'd confirmed Nagisa was safe, she suddenly felt so weak. But the man answered her in an encouraging voice. No, don't you worry. I'll never let you die. Never. Huh? We're rescue workers. We came to save you guys. We won't let you die now that we're here. Rescue workers? Now that she thought about it, she had heard of them before. She'd learned somewhere that there were firefighters in the city who specialized at saving people's lives. I see, so that's how they were able to save us like it was nothing. Rescue workers are real amazing. If I had that kind of strength too, I could have helped Nagisa sooner. And with that thought, Jun once again lost consciousness. And now the hospital. After being saved by the rescue workers, Jun was taken to the hospital, where she was treated for her burns. The burn on your back will likely leave a scar. It had been depressing to hear that from her doctor, but there were more important matters on Jun's mind. I hope Nagisa's okay. She is, but they will lie. That rescue worker said she was okay, but the wounds on her head were apparently more serious than what had been thought. Nagisa had been in the ICU for an entire day after the accident, and she was still there. It appeared that Kazami, who had come over as fast as she could, was praying for Nagisa's safety in front of the ICU the whole time. Jun also prayed from her hospital bed. Oh god, please don't take Nagisa away. It's not gonna be God who takes her away. But that night, as Jun struggled to fall asleep, Kazami suddenly came in. Oh, hey Kazami. Jun. Ah dear. Kazami staggered into the sick room. Something was off about her. Hey, how's Nagisa? She's okay, right? Kazami's face warped with grief at that question. Jun, the truth is, Nagisa... Kazami broke down sobbing. With a trembling voice, she then told Jun about her sister's death. Fake death. Fucking Labo. April 7th, 2021. The world was informed that 4 lives had perished in the Rokami Municipal Apartment gas explosion accident on that day. God, what a fucking mouthful. Nagisa's death was one of those tragedies. The debris that hit her head caused her to lose so much blood that she passed away in her sleep. Fucking lie. Perhaps it was only a minor tragedy compared to the great Rokume City arson of 2014, but Jun had lost something irreplaceable on that day. Nagisa's funeral was held 2 days later. Though she was still recovering from her wounds, Jun forced herself to come. The sound of the sutras chanted by the Buddhist priest reverberated through the small funeral home. Not created, not annihilated, not impure, not pure, not increasing, not decreasing, therefore in the void. There are no forms, no feeling, conceptions, impulses, and no consciousness. There is no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind. There is no form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or idea. Jun just stood there in a daze as she listened to his voice. Nagisa's dead. The tears just won't come. She still couldn't believe that Nagisa had died. If I had been stronger, then could I have prevented her from dying? Could I have saved her before the rescue workers got there? Feelings of powerlessness and resentment tormented Jun's heart. Kazami was staring at Nagisa's casket with empty eyes. All emotion had been drained from her face. Nagisa. Nagisa didn't reply to her faint call. Jun felt her heart wrench as she watched Kazami. It appeared Kazami had much more trouble than Jun accepting that her beloved sister was now dead. For a little while after that, Kazami became mentally unstable. Jun first noticed some time after she'd been discharged from the hospital. She had encountered Kazami on her way home from school. Kazami was walking around with the same empty eyes as during the funeral. Ah, where are you going, Kazami? Oh, Jun, have you seen Nagisa? Eh? She's really late. Geez, where could have she gone? Jun gasped as she saw Kazami talking as though Nagisa were still alive. Kazami, Nagisa's already... Call me if you see her. It's almost time for dinner, you see. Kazami walked off without hearing a word Jun had said. The same thing happened over and over again each time Jun saw Kazami. Kazami would always wander about the park Nagisa used to play in. It was like she hadn't accepted Nagisa's death at all. What do I do? Kazami will never recover if this keeps up. But day after cruel day passed by as Jun remained at a loss for how she could help Kazami. Then, 2 weeks later or so, Jun kept the pain in her heart at bay as she headed to the park. Nagisa, tell me, what should I do? Jun looked to the heavens and asked, hoping her voice would reach Nagisa. It was at that moment she spotted Kazami standing at the edge of the park. When she spotted Jun, she walked over to her on unstable feet. Oh, Jun, have you seen Nagisa? She's really late. Jeez, where could she have gone? Kazami was saying the exact same thing as she had the other day. Kazami. Jun knew Kazami's heart was in pieces. Her time had stopped the moment her sister had died. I have to hurry and find her. Kazami tried to walk off somewhere again with those words, but Jun called out to her. That's enough. That's enough, Kazami. Huh? You'll never find her no matter how much you look, because no matter where you look, Nagisa's already gone. Kazami's face froze over at that moment. Oh, what are you talking about? Nagisa's dead. She got hit in the head in that explosion back then. You're lying. She must be somewhere. And she is. Everyone else is lying. I mean, Jun's not. Like, fucking Lavo. I'm telling the truth. You were at her funeral too, weren't you? We said goodbye to Nagisa together, remember? Tears poured out of Jun's eyes in the throes when she shouted that. You have to understand that, Kazumi. If you don't, then Nagisa can't go to heaven in peace. It was with those words that Jun was also finally able to accept it. Nagisa was dead. She would never see that tender-hearted girl ever again. She and Kazumi were left behind in the world where Nagisa was no longer a part of. Jun couldn't stop her tears from pouring out now that she realized that. And when she saw Jun's tears, I see. So, she's dead, huh? Kazumi also finally accepted the reality. Now I'm all alone. No, you're not. I know Nagisa's watching over you from heaven. No, I'm alone. Damn, I'm fucking tearing up as well. She's my only sister. The two of us had lived together just by ourselves for ages. Without Nagisa, Jun's words weren't reaching her. Jun desperately thought about how to move Kazumi's heart, about how she could support her. She soon reached an answer, and when she did, she finally stopped crying. Kazumi. Jun told Kazumi her decision. I won't leave you alone, because I'll be your little sister, since Nagisa no longer can. I know I'm nothing like her, and I'm not cute at all, but I'll be your little sister, sis, so... Jun knew she could never in a million years replace Nagisa, but when Kazumi heard her declaration, she gently embraced Jun and spoke. Thank you. Jun became Kazumi's new sister from that day on. She would stop by Kazumi's house frequently after Nagisa's death. Occasionally, she'd stay over, and they would spend the whole night talking to each other. In the end, it looked like her actions were worth it. Kazumi slowly began returning to the calm person she'd been before the incident. She soon quit her job at the flower shop and entered firefighting school. Nagisa's death had most likely driven her to desire a job that involved saving lives. Jun was against it, but Kazumi just wouldn't change her mind. Jun soon caved in and went from opposing her to supporting her. Kazumi then became a firefighter, and after putting in even more work, she became a rescue worker. All their sad and painful memories slowly faded with time. Faded but not gone. Jun deeply respected Kazumi for completely getting back on her feet and becoming the first female rescue worker in the Rokome City Fire Department history. This sure is strong. I have to get stronger too. With Jun supporting Kazumi and Kazumi serving as a role model to Jun, the two of them grew to have a mutual effect on each other. Then one day, several years later, Kazumi asked Jun a question as they went out to the city on one of their days off. Jun, what do you plan to do once you've graduated high school? Funny you asked that. See? I was thinking I'd also enroll in firefighting school and work to become a member of Sirius, just like you, sis. What? Just as Jun had feared, a grim look adorned Kazumi's face after she'd heard Jun's nervous answer. No, it's too dangerous for you. You could die out there. Right back at ya. The pay is low, the job is hard, and it feels like you're diving straight into hell every time you go to work. I know all that. But you enrolled in firefighter school even after I kept telling you not to, remember? That was years ago. These are completely different issues. How? They're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. They are the same, exactly. Jun, why? If I ever lost you too, I'd be... Jun knew Kazumi was truly worried about her, but there was no chance she could yield to her. Nope, no yielding. Jun always felt like her heart was being crushed every time she heard the siren go off in the city or saw Kazumi come home from work hurt. Sis, I feel the same way as you. I don't want you to leave me all by myself either. Jun, I didn't fill in for Nagisa just so you could spoil me. I wanted to take up that role so I could protect you in her stead too. I see, that's true. If that's how you really feel, then I won't stop you. Though she said that, Kazumi was clearly a little angry. But you have to promise me that you'll treasure your own life as highly as you can, even when you're working. Of course I will. You better do the same, you hear? Yes, for you I will. Good. The two of them exchanged smiles. Oh, that's nice. Good. Right, all these are song titles. I can't get no satisfaction. Holding out for a hero. Life. Okay, life is that. There's probably a million songs titled Life. Roll of Beethoven. You know that. Right. Can't get no satisfaction. That's Rolling Stones. Holding out for a hero. That was. I don't remember the name of that. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up very, very quickly in my list. That is Bonnie Tyler. There we go. Bonnie Tyler. Then Life Could Be Anything. Roll Over Beethoven. That was, I think it was Electric Light Orchestra. Do I have that on my list? No, I don't. Not that song. Apparently, I wasn't not that interested in that one. Honky Tonk Woman. That's again. Yeah, that's also Rolling Stones. Dirty Work. Not sure. Don't know. Fight Fire with Fire. That is. There's a bunch with that. But the one I have is the Scissor Sisters, I believe. Yes. Dark Side of the Moon, obviously that is Pink Floyd. Oh, A, B, C, D. Sure, anyway, moving on. Rollo of Beethoven. It happened one day about 3 years ago. Jun has started to notice something off about Kazumi's behavior. She and Kazumi had gone shopping that day. But for some reason, Kazumi acted like her mind was galaxies away. Oh, right, love and confession and stuff like that. Hey sis, what should we eat for lunch? Good question. What would be nice? Calling out to her only resulted in receiving half-hearted replies like that one. Jun raised her voice in frustration. Sheesh, what's gotten into you, sis? Eh? Did I do something to piss you off or something? If you got something you want to say, then let it out. No, you didn't make me angry, it's just... After she finished mumbling nervously, Kazumi quietly continued. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you. Eh? What's up? Jun, have you ever gone out with a guy before? Eh? Where'd this come from? As your substitute older sister, I just felt it might be better for me to know these kinds of things, that's all. No, I haven't. But it's not like I'm unpopular or anything, did you hear? I've gotten love letters and confessions and stuff before. I see. Kazumi sighed. What's up with her? Jun had thought that pigs would fly before Kazumi would ever bring up the topic of love. Just when Jun wondered if she should start checking the skies to be safe, Kazumi asked another question. Then let me ask you a different question. Do you know much about classical music? Yeah, classical music. If you do, then I'd like you to tell me as much as you know. Sorry, my brain's a total blank on the subject. All I listen to is rock. Good choice, there's plenty of rock to go around. I see. Kazumi let out another deep sigh. Jun had started doing a lot of things to rebel against her father around the time she entered middle school. Said father was a classical music aficionado, under the belief that he who hates Peter harms his dogs. Jun had grown to associate classical music with her father, and thus hated it, turning to rock instead in rebellion. But why is sis bringing up love in classical music like that? She hasn't shown interest in either topic up until... It was then that the pieces clicked in Jun's head, and she gasped. Let me take a sip of water. Oh my god, don't tell me you finally found a guy you like. Correct. What makes you think that? Everything, literally everything, makes her think that. Well, it just sounds like you've got the hots for some guy who likes classical music, so you're trying to get into it too just so you can hold a conversation with him or something. No, that's not it at all. It's 100% it. Well, you see, right, I heard it has relaxing effects. Yes, made up bullshit right on the spot. Relaxing effects? BS. That's complete nonsense. Anything can have relaxing effects. Depends on what kind of mood you're in. Like a fucking death metal can be relaxing if you have the the mood for that. Actually, I do often find I don't listen to death metal. It's a bit too hasty for me, but like I can just kind of zone out to some heavy rock stuff, rock ballads and stuff like that. It can just happen there and be super energetic and stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, that's nice. And just moving on. Yes, and they say that listening to classical music works wonders at putting a tired mind to ease, right? Not necessarily. Depends on what classical music. I don't think you're going to be relaxed by Tchaikovsky's canons in the thing. That's the one Tchaikovsky thing I know. I'm not a classical music guy myself, whatever. I've been working with so much pent-up stress lately that I thought listening to classical music might be the remedy I need. Oh, really? Fuck no, not really. It sounded like she was lying, but Jun decided not to press her on it for now. In exchange, she gave Kazumi a warning instead. But let me just give you a little heads up, sis. All guys who like classical music are scumbags. That's not true. That's not true. Come on, now what are you talking about, Jun? What? Well, I mean, my father likes it, and I think I've already told you what a scumbag he is. Look, it's just a coincidence. That's incidental. But that just sounds more like you're being too biased, if you ask me. She is. Nope, a person's taste in music shows their true colors. I don't think it does. I don't think it does at all. You've gotta keep that in mind when you're picking out a guy, you get me? Alright. Jun secretly thought to herself once she saw Kazami's meek reply. Good, this should keep Sis away from any sickos. God be damned if that day ever came. Jun would feel a little lonely if Kazami ever got a boyfriend, but it would ultimately be a cause for celebration. But that man would have to meet Jun's highest standards before she ever accepted him. I made up my mind to protect Sis in Nagisa's place. That includes keeping her safe from any bastard who doesn't give her everything she deserves. Jun secretly renewed her determination to maintain that policy. Well, that's alright. Neat. That's neat. Alright. Jun's first day as a rescue worker. After passing the rescue work exam through sheer guts and spirit, Jun finally fulfilled her dream of joining Sirius after half a year of waiting for her transfer. As such, she was moved from the Rokame City Eastern Fire Department to the Central Fire Department. Then her first day of work arrived, one which Jun faced with high hopes. This is where Sis works, the front line for rescue workers. She wasn't only happy about getting to wear the uniform she'd admired for years, she was also excited about the prospect of possibly meeting him too. Maybe the hero who saved me when I was a kid is still here. He is. Her memory of her savior was faint since it'd been 9 years, but she felt she'd recognize him as soon as she saw him. Wonder if he'll remember me. I'd like to thank him once, at least. Oh, don't you worry. She then entered the station with those thoughts in mind, and immediately came across a fellow rescue worker. Ah, good morning. Jun saluted and greeted him. I guess he doesn't have that, big smile. I'm Jun Moribe, firefighter. I'll be working at Sirius starting today. I swear I'll work myself to the bone to save lives, so let's both do our best. Together. It was supposed to have been the perfect greeting, but the worker didn't respond no matter how long Jun waited. Waiting for the sir. Hello? No speck of lady in this one either. What? Jun was taken aback by how suddenly he clicked his tongue. What do you mean by this one either? Nothing, just talking to myself. Then what about the no speck of lady part? I meant how now our squad has 2 nutcases for women who decide they actually wanted to work to save lives. Why? What? Well, whatever. Once you enlist, there is no man or woman. You say you'll work yourself to the bone? Well, you better mean that. Oh, this might actually be after he decided to be terrorist, so he's being a hard ass. Right, probably that's the reason. That's probably yeah, I think that's the reason. Yeah, would be, of course. The man left with those words. Utterly stunned by what had just happened, all Jun could do was watch him walk off into the distance. Right, yeah, it would have to be. Asshole, the hell's his problem? Yeah, this is like, yeah, she joined only like a month ago. So yeah, this is well after he decided to distance himself from everyone and break off all the relationships and all that jazz. Yeah. I always called out to Jun from behind right after she let that curse slip through. Jun, what are you upset about? Ah, sis. Hey, what's that guy's problem? Our first meeting and what does he say? Not a speck of lady in this one. I hate it so much when people tell me that. Who do you mean, that guy? That worker with the creepy eyes. Seriously, they look like a freaking lizards. Lizard. Jun, I think the man you're talking about is our squad's captain, Fire Lieutenant Watase Kasasagi. Eh? The captain's been complaining about that for a while. I believe his words were 5 members on Team A, and 2 of them are women. What the hell is HR thinking? Misogynist prick. Why the hell does a son of a bitch like that have to be my superior? Jun, watch your tongue. You can't use that kind of language here. But sis... Jun started pouting like a kid from her dissatisfaction. Kazami's face stiffened up at that moment. Jun, this is a good opportunity for me to lay down some ground rules for you here. First of all, you are not to refer to me as sis while we're on duty. Eh? I'm your superior henceforth. As such, you are to treat me as such and will refer to me as either Fire Sergeant Tachibana or Lieutenant. Whoa, hey now, you can't expect me to get rid of old habits, so... That's an order. Furthermore, you are to use proper language when you are on duty. That is how I speak to everyone here, and you are to be no exception. And sign Moribe. Oh shit, you're serious, ain't you? Jeez, you're such a stickler, sis. Do you hear me loud and clear? Though Kazami was not often prone to anger, Jun knew that there was nothing scarier than an enraged Kazami. Oh, absolutely nothing scarier than that. Actually, no, there isn't. Thus, Jun clicked her heels and gave a salute before that storm of indignation could burst free. Pardon my insubordination, Lieutenant. And thus, Jun's life as a rescue worker unfolded. Though he always sounded full of himself, Watase's skills were next to none on the field. Jun had passed both firefighting academy and the rescue work exam at the top of her class and had been treated as a real up-and-comer by the Eastern Fire Department, but she was nowhere near Watase's league. I mean, he's got like 13 years of experience over her and stuff like that. Armed with his physical abilities, level-headed judgment, and a vast wealth of experience, all of which far exceeded Jun's, he truly was an ideal rescue worker. Not bad, I guess. She couldn't stand his utter indifference, but she quickly grew to have faith in his skills. With Watase, Kazami, and Hiyame's cool heads balanced out by Dojima and Jun's wild personalities, the five of them made a great team. It's almost like human resources had that in mind when they assigned me. At first, she wasn't sure about the whole deal, but her days at Sirius weren't so bad after all. But there was one thing that kept bugging her. Where is that guy? Jun had been looking around the fire department to see if the rescue worker who had saved her was there, but no one knew who she was talking about. Even Kazami was the same. All she had to say on the subject was, "Who knows? Why don't you try asking the captain?" But after Jun finally mustered up the courage and asked him, Watase simply said, "Hell if I know," and left it at that. Well, I guess I'm glad it's not the captain, but still, it is. But it's not the proper him. At any rate, it would already been over 9 years since that day. It wouldn't be surprising if he transferred or something. So I guess that means my hero is no longer here, eh? Jun was a little disappointed, but she couldn't show that man just how much he'd grown. That she couldn't show that man how much he had grown since then, yes. Now then. Continuing, 3 days ago. Jun had been visiting public institute after public institute for disaster prevention guidance purposes. One of those stops included Rokkumi Academy, where she was stopped by some students. Aren't you? Have we met somewhere? We were at all that scene of the accident, remember? Ah, you're the kids who reported the accident, aren't you? Those kids were Natsuhiko, Mashiro, and Luis. They appeared to look up to Jun. Jun was also a bit happy about that, so when they asked her why she became a rescue worker to begin with, she answered honestly. I guess it's because I wanted to be a hero. A hero? Well, to be honest, ever since I was a kid I've been something of a tomboy. I always wanted to be the hero who saves people instead of the heroine who needs to be saved. It's kinda tough to define what exactly a hero is, but saving people's lives is pretty damn heroic, I'd say. However, Jun was thinking something else then too. Well, I guess I do have another motive. Maybe it was also to get back at my old man. Jun's father, a city council member, was still as arrogant now as he had been when Jun was a child. He was a total snob who still spat on the justice Jun believed in, nothing like the heroes Jun admired. As a councilman of a city that had garnered much influence over the years, he had probably done several things that skirted on the edge of illegality. Jun had tried to gain his attention when she was a kid, but she more or less gave up by the time she entered middle school. In high school, she frequently left the house to hang out with Kazami's place, and once she graduated, she left home for good. Jun was currently living by herself in a small apartment she rented. Well, he lives his own way, and I live mine. We're both adults now, after all. Of course, whatever her father did had nothing to do with her. She figured she just lived doing what she felt was right. Once she parted ways with Natsuhiko and his friends, Jun headed for her next destination, the PRC. She then took care of her disaster prevention guidance there and was about to head on back, when she spotted a familiar face in an office. Oh crap, Daddy! Jun frantically hid behind the door. Come on, he just said you're no longer a child. She hadn't seen her father in 2 years since she left home. What's Daddy doing at the PRC? It looked like her father was talking to the PRC's chief. There have been quite a lot of disasters lately, and I've got a feeling none of them were acts of God, if you know what I mean. So it really is their work, isn't it? I can't say for sure, but it's definitely possible. But assuming it is, should we call those concerned to attention to avoid a repeat of 9 years ago? Impossible. How would we explain it to them? Perhaps we should disclose some information. It would be a good opportunity, wouldn't it? Disclose information? All that would do is fuel the residents' anxiety. We mustn't acknowledge that members of Q have slipped their way into Rockman City, no matter what. It took us over 10 years since that incident to finally achieve our current level of peace. That would all go down the drain if we were to reveal the truth now. So we'll take care of this matter secretly. Got it? The chief grew quiet. What are they talking about? Nothing they said made any sense to her. They had always been a part of her father that had been shrouded in mystery for many years. So he's... I guess, yeah, he's part of the government, so I guess, yeah. This side of the story as well. God, even these angles are being covered. After all, he was the man who ignored the citizens' protest and carried out a setup of cameras all over the city and strengthened the city gate regulations. Oh shit, damn. Well, it's got nothing to do with me. I don't mind laying sleeping dogs lie. Jun left the building with that thought. Interesting. Interesting. So the memory between... man. That's a fascinating one. Interesting. The memory in between that and before arriving at the incident. That's the one that's locked away. Alright. A year after she told Kazami of her desire to enlist in Sirius, Jun followed through with her plans, first by enrolling in firefighting school. She graduated at the top of her class, above all the boys who were there. She probably had the talent for it to begin with, but becoming a member of Sirius was far more difficult than becoming a firefighter. As a result, Kazami, who had overcome many obstacles to become a rescue worker, was like an idol for the female firefighters of the Rockame City Fire Department. I have to do my best so I can be just like Sis. So what if I'm a shrimp? What matters is effort, guts, and spirit. She kept training every day to compensate for her small body. Her peers were astounded by how she worked herself to the bone. By the time she could bench press 90 kilos, do 250 push-ups, and run 1500 meters in 5 minutes, no more obstacles remained in her path. And thus the second female rescue worker in the Rockame City Fire Department's history was born. Jun enlisted in Sirius on August 1st, 2030, where she was incorporated into the Tachibana party of Team A, commanded by Watase Kasagi. She then easily completed several dispatches, waiting for the opportunity to truly shine. It wasn't long before that opportunity came a-knockin'. September 16th, early morning. Just when Jun's night shift was nearing its end, the ear-splitting scream of dispatch sirens screeched through the station. Explosions of unknown origin had occurred in the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization. And with that ominous report, the curtain rose on the longest day of Jun's life. Jun and the others hurried on over to the dispatch site via helicopter after receiving the report. They received their orders from the commander, and Labo staff provided them with AD and Procyons. The group was split into two teams before they entered the facility, Team A and Team B. Team A lined up in Labo's entrance hall before Watase, who proceeded to give them instructions. Countless people are trapped in this lab as we speak, and due to the nature of this facility, this will be no ordinary dispatch. We don't know what will happen here, nor what unforeseen circumstances await us. Unforeseen circumstances. Radiation exposure, radiation damage, and death. Those phrases all clouded her head. This was the first end disaster that that the whole Rockame City Fire Department had encountered. There was a possibility that the meltdown actually would happen. But I can't wuss out. I have to protect Sis. Come on, put some spirit into it, Jun. New orders from the commander and a map of floors 1 and 2 were sent to Jun just as she finished stealing her resolve. According to what the commander has been able to learn so far, all the researchers in the basement have already evacuated. The only ones still trapped are on the surface floors. That's where we will conduct rescue efforts. Yes. Form 2-man cells. Tachibana, you're with Moribe. Dojima, you're with Hiyama. Make sure to keep in constant contact with Team B. Don't forget this. Alright, get to work, people. Sir, yes, sir. Jun ran off with Kazami. They were equipped with the minimum gear necessary: air tanks, a rope, and an engine kata. The search of the surface floors went smoothly. There were no signs of fire on floors 1 and 2, so the evacuation of the survivors was smoothly completed. Floor 2, area 2 clear. That means we're all done with our search territory, right? Yes, let's head back to the command post. Raja. They lost contact with Watase, Dojima, and Hiyama a little while back, so they planned to go back to the command post to check if they were alright. But then Kazami suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong, Lieutenant? I thought I just heard someone's voice. Kazami looked down the stairs. It went down to the basement floors. But didn't they say they already finished evacuating the basement? Just as she thought that, Kazami gasped. Jun then heard a voice coming from the basement. Hey, you, over here, over here. Uh-oh. For a moment, Jun couldn't help but feel she'd heard that voice somewhere before. They then heard footsteps running off somewhere. What was that? I don't know. It appears to have come from the basement. Huh? That was odd. There wasn't supposed to be anyone down there according to the commander. Did people go down to the basement after the fire broke out? Why? Why would they do that? To get some top secret data or something? She didn't know why they would go down after the fire or why they would run away from them. But one thing was absolutely clear. Moribe, there are still people in the basement. Let's go, Lieutenant. Though neither of them had a clue what was going on, they both headed down to the basement. But there was no one to be found anymore at B2. No one's here. Why? Let's look for them. They couldn't have gotten far. Jun and Kazami ran through Area 2 looking for the survivors. But they were nowhere to be seen. They tried looking at Area 1 too, but no one was there. They reluctantly decided to head back to the surface. But the Area 1 staircase was destroyed in a series of explosions. They tried looking for another way up, but their path was blocked with flames. Lieutenant, there's another fire here. Wait, Moribe, it's too much for you to handle by yourself. But we gotta put out this fire first, or we're in trouble. Jun took a fire hose and stood before the hallway. When her vision was filled with a jet of flames spurting from fire, Jun, look out! Kazami saved Jun in the nick of time, but their protection suits were damaged in the process, rendering them unusable. Despite that setback, they just removed the suits and continued the search as they fought fires, all while fearing the meltdown could happen any moment. Let's go back, Lieutenant. There's a big chance the survivors ran towards Area 3. Of course. Jun and Kazami then returned to Area 2, just as an ominous siren suddenly bellowed. Huh? What's that? The loud alarm was accompanied by an automatic PA announcement. The KSN has just been declared in blockade mode, everything is get fucked. Jun looked at the connecting passageway in shock. The security gate in their way closed with a loud boom. No way! Kazami ran up to the gate and tried opening it. But no matter how much she tried to use the opening mechanism, or how much strength she used, the gate wouldn't budge. This is horrible. What's the meaning of this? I don't know why, but it appears evacuation mode has ended. All the gates that were open up until this point are now locked. Then, yes, it seems we have been trapped inside this blockade. Jun started shuddering at Kazami's statement. Trapped? What are we gonna do? What, you ask? We only have one choice. We continue with the search. There's a high probability that the survivors have also been trapped. Once we conclude the search, we shall secure an escape route. Actually, wait, we have to find the security card before we can do that. There is much we have to do. We do not have time to be standing around. I know, but how can you be so calm? Don't you realize we're stuck in the basement of a nuclear research facility without protection suits? I am calm precisely because panicking will not change our situation for the better. You must keep a cool head in any situation to accomplish all necessary tasks at hand. Also, you would get scared if I panicked, right? Jun gasped at how simply Kazami had seen through her. The lieutenant then continued in a teasing voice. It's because you are still a greenhorn. The team would fall apart if I were unable to uphold my dignity as a veteran. Hey, don't treat me like a kid. I'm not scared at all. Are you sure about that? Hell yes I am. I'm a member of Sirius too, you know. Kazami smiled at Jun's words. Good. Keep up that attitude and you'll be fine. Well, if anything were to happen, I'll protect you, so don't worry. That's my line. So let's work together, rescue the survivors, then find a way out for sure, okay? Jun and Kazami exchanged a firm handshake. They then walked off with strength in their step. Jun and Kazami found 2 level 2 security cards after that. They used those to search for an escape route and survivors as they put out the fires in the facility. But they weren't able to find either. And just as they were about to finish searching Area 2s and 1... Is that the captain? They found Watasa lying in a hallway in Area 1. The 3 rescue workers then began their long and arduous battle through the facility. Indeed. Long and arduous, to say the fucking least. Oh, immediately with the thing. Before you even say anything, we have this thing. After they reunited with Watasa in Area 1, the group rescued Yuuri, a civilian who'd been caught up in the accident. But Watasa had lost his memories. Jun was worried about him too. But despite Watasa's condition, he still told him this. Let me help out with rescuing any of the other survivors. Eh? You sure you'll be okay, Captain? It's true that I don't remember all that much, and that I might just be a burden in your eyes. But that doesn't change that I'm still a rescue worker, right? So I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just sat on the sidelines while you're all still hard at work. Those words moved Jun. Wow, that sounded pretty badass. No, I think it's normal. I'd hate having to force only women to work. I hate it when people treat me like a girl, but I like your guts. Well, there's always the possibility you could get caught in the fire if you stay here, and we gotta keep shooting you up with AD. So maybe having you come with us would be the safest bet after all. Alright, then. However, Jun swiftly pointed at Watasa's nose. Ah, that's great. I like that. I like that imagery. This is no ordinary mission. So if you want to stay with us as a rescue worker, then you've gotta be ready to accept the responsibilities and duties that come with it. You'll be treated as a new recruit until you get your memory back. So basically, you'll be in the same boat as me. I know I'm being real rude here, but you could die otherwise. So, you good with all that? Yeah, of course. Jun's heart warmed when she saw Watasa answered so obediently. He's always so cool-headed, but it looks like he could be cute too. Alrighty, then I'll back you up all the way, so let's both do our best together. Yeah. They then reformed their team and continued their search. They then saved a woman stuck in the connecting passageway between areas 2 and 3. But she grew very angry after she was told about the situation and started harping on the group. Really? Is that the only one? No way, what do you mean the bulkheads are shut? We can't figure out why it happened either. Then why don't you just destroy the damn thing with some sort of special equipment or something? We've tried everything we can, but not even our engine cutter can make a dent in that thing. We can't destroy the bulkhead with any of the equipment we have on hand. I never thought rescue squad could be this useless. It's true that we can't destroy it with our equipment, but the workers on the surface should have explosives with them. So it's only a matter of time before that bulkhead is destroyed and the reinforcements come. So please try to understand for now. I see, then I guess there's nothing you can do about it. The woman let out an exasperated sigh. Now wait just a minute, lady. Unable to sit back and let her continue berating them. Is there really that much berating? It's just like... seems reasonable, honestly. Jun planned to give the woman a warning, but Kazami held her back. More importantly, we need to give her some AD. Oh, you're right. She'll be in big trouble without it. AD? What's that? Well, you see, it's... And then explain what that is. She also told about the radiation filling the facility, the danger standards, and the Procyon. The woman's attitude took a complete 180 after she'd heard all that. Radiation? That's correct. Furthermore, subjective symptoms of radiation easily appear in the internal organs, skin, and eyes. Are you experiencing any nausea, skin pain, or blurry vision? No, I think I'm feeling okay. Good, then you'll be fine as long as we give you some AD now. But you'd better do it quick, are you here? If you don't, then you won't be around to keep telling us off like that. Okay, then all I have to do is inject myself with this. Righto. Now, that's better. She wasn't thrilled with the woman's attitude, but Jun decided to let it go for now. She felt that it was her natural duty as a rescue worker. Sure. Complaints aside, once Jun and the others rescued Eno, the Rokumi Academy teacher, they headed to the surveillance room in Area 3, where they encountered Ukita, a researcher. They then learned that Natsuhiko, Mashiro, and Louise, the 3 high schoolers Jun had become acquainted with over the past week, were trapped in the facility. As a result, they focused their efforts on rescuing them. With limited AD, rising radiation levels, and no escape route in sight, the situation was extremely harsh. Teamwork was more essential than anything else at this point. Yet someone disrupted that teamwork. Oh, come on, it's just smoke. I didn't take rescue workers for cowards. And that someone was none other than Anna. Jun had called the search to a halt when she'd spotted some smoke filling the outer ring, only to get another earful from Anna. Jun could tell she was trying to rush the search along because she was really worried about her students. But as a rescue worker, I just can't accept that. Watasa, Kazumi, and Yuuri came running over just as Jun thought that. What happened? Moribe, what's all this commotion about? Ah, Lieutenant. There's smoke in the outer ring up ahead. Looks like there's traces of a fire there. But we don't know where the fire is coming from, since there's tons of rooms. So I was telling Mr. Bakayama and Mr. Ukita to wait somewhere safe, but don't be an idiot. If there's traces of a fire, then that's all the more reason we should all be searching. Anna started yelling again. Do you want to die? Yeah. If you don't want to die, then please stop complaining and listen to us. But she was rendered silent by Kazami's blunt words. I just wanted to help. And I truly am grateful for that. I apologize for being harsh on you. But you can't take even the smallest of fires lightly. Please trust our judgment when it comes to disaster sites. Our mission is to ensure that everyone gets out of here in one piece. So please. Not even Enna could resist caving into Kazami's kind yet firm appeal. Alright, then I'll leave it up to the professionals. Jun was impressed. That's sis for you. She managed to persuade Mr. Buckingham so calmly in less than a minute. I should follow her example. She resolved to deal with these situations more like Kazami in the future. Oh, this was a very short memory. A little bit there. Now, in the thing. Anyway, the facility was full of countless dangers such as radiation, fire, and explosions. I hope we can regroup with Dojima and Hime as soon as possible. She would feel much better, much more at ease if they were able to rendezvous with Dojima and Hime, her two co-workers. But when they finally found Dojima, he was almost beyond recognition. This can't be happening. Why did Dojima have to die? As Jun desperately tried to hold back her tears, Watase called out to her gently. It's okay, Moribe. She was a bit hurt at how little impersonal his words sounded. But Captain, Dojima was one of your close friends, wasn't he? You don't feel sad? Or is it that you just can't feel sad because you've lost your memories? I don't know. Are you serious? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. Not even if I'm sad or not. Watase's face warped when he said that. It was then that Jun realized Watase was sad at the simple fact that he couldn't even feel sad about his own co-worker's death. Sorry, I can't share your pain right now. Don't worry about that. I'm sorry. Don't worry about me. It was at that moment that Jun felt like she had been touched by the core of Watase's heart. By the despair he felt at having been thrown into this horrible situation without a single memory of who he was. Yet he kept on moving forward in spite of that. Jun and the others left the room and continued the search. But they were still short on AD, and time was wasting away by the second. So they overcame their comrade's death and continued the search. They managed to make their way through a gas-filled zone and turned on the sprinkler system. Jun and the others decided to take a short break in the little time they had from then until the system finished its job and the gas had ventilated. Moribe, teach. You guys holding up okay? My fingertips are a bit numb, but I'm fine. I think I'll be alright after a little rest myself. There are no issues with me either. All that numbness in my skin went away after I took that AD. Though we can't relax. Watase glanced at his Procyon and said that, look, it's 3090 MSV right now. Seems like it won't be long until it passes the first danger standard of 4000. I hope Mr. Tenkawa and the others have some AD, but... Jun's eyes widened at those words. She's worrying about her students first, even though she's also in danger. She may be harsh and too critical, but she really is a teacher, eh? Jun felt like she could understand Enna's heartfelt concern for Natsuhiko and her other students. But we've been fighting with each other so much, so it's kinda awkward to admit that. Jun struggled with her conflicting emotions, but Watase spoke up first. Teach, don't panic. The fact that we've seen empty medical boxes in D means that there's a high chance they found some too. Ooh, nice spot, Captain. Jun decided to quickly follow suit. He's right, Mr. Buchanan. Rushing things will only lead to more danger. Let's just rest now while we still can. Good point. Mr. Bakiyama, this has all been really harsh on you, has it not? To be honest, yeah, in its own way. I've gotten tired from running around from place to place. Jeez, why the hell did all this happen? Everything was totally normal until yesterday. But I guess it's true when they say no one knows what the future holds. Enna said that in a choked voice. Jun felt sympathy welling inside her. Alright, this is where I've got played cool and act like a rescue worker. Come on, Mr. Buckingham. Let's stop being all gloom and doom here. We'll get you and your students out here safely. Just you wait. I'm sorry. It looks like I let everything get to me for a second there. I guess when I started thinking about the possibility that we could die in a place like this... stop. Don't jinx us like all that. Don't jinx us all like that. Fucking hell, why can't I read things? That's the one thing I'm supposed to be doing here. And I fucked that up. Great, good job, me. You mustn't say that. Showing weakness will only double the danger. Got that right. I'll be damned if I let a single person die here. You three sure are strong. I'm sorry for having been so rude to you up until now. You guys really are a fine rescue squad. Compared to you all I'm good at is being all talk and no action with nothing to back it up. Well, you're holding back, Anna, so in its own way. Oh, it's fine, don't worry about it. But I'll try to make sure I do as you all say from now on. Anna smiled apologetically. That smile alone made Jun want to forgive her for everything she'd said up until now. Yeah, Miss Tsubaki may be a bit full of herself, but when you get down to it, she's just a civilian. I can let a little selfishness slide. Jun decided to switch to that way of thinking. She had a creed about letting the minor details go and treating those who were cooperative with kindness. Alright. And then... After finishing their break in the engine room, Jun and the others hid their exhaustion and pressed on. They continued to search the facility for the survivors that were almost certainly there. But then, as if to crush those hopes, they discovered yet another victim. It was the final member of Team A, Hiyama. It's too late. He's already dead. No. Hiyama, are you too? Kazami spoke bitterly to the utterly speechless Watase. Dying in the line of duty is an unavoidable risk in this line of work. But Tachibana, please don't say anything, Captain. We can save our grief for after we've rescued the survivors and gotten outside. Kazami's noble words just served to pierce through Jun's heart. You have to do the same, Moribe. But today was the first time I've ever lost a coworker on the job. And now, it's happened again. I know, but you have to hold your head high. You discarded your womanhood when you joined Sirius. Remember that. But sis... Jun said that in a frail voice like that of a normal girl. Why is everyone around me dying? Could be that both sis and the captain are also... The radiation levels throughout the whole facility were already past 3000 MSV. If it kept on rising, then no amount of AD they took could guarantee their lives anymore. In the first place, they didn't even have enough AD at the moment. Everyone here could die. I'm gonna be broken down to my jeans too, all battered and dead in this dark basement. Just as Jun thought that, Tachibana, Moribe, can I have a moment? Watase suddenly spoke up. Huh? We're changing leaders. I'll lead the group from this point onwards. Captain? I'll be the leader for now until you've both calmed down. Let me shoulder all the weight you've been carrying so far. Didn't you hear me? Then let me make it an order, as serious as captain. As of this point onwards, Lieutenant Kazami Tachibana and Ensign Jun Moribe will hereby defer to Captain Watase Kasagi's command. Jun and Kazami's body shook at those words. It was like Watase was back to being the man he was before he lost his memories. Now, let me hear you say it. Jun and Kazami instinctively clicked their heels and replied in response to that command. Sir, Lieutenant Kazami Tachibana, deferring to Captain Watase Kasagi's command, sir. Ensign Jun Moribe deferring to Captain's command, sir. Good. Watase gave a broad grin, then continued. And there you have it. Well, that was mainly for formality's sake. I'm still counting on you both to basically keep things running the way they've been so far. Yes, please. Good. Then, now that we finally got our hands on the level 6 card, let's use it to press onwards. Hiyama left that card for us. We can't let it go to waste. Hiyama left that card for us. Those words reignited Jun's spirit. She managed to recover just as she was about to fall off the brink of despair. You're right. We can't keep staying down in the dumps forever. The fires are out, and we've got a card. So now we can go all the way to Area 6. We have nothing to fear. Yeah, that's the spirit. Watase grinned and patted Jun on the shoulder. She could feel the strength and warmth of his hand through the gesture. That's right. We are still alive. Which means we've got to do everything in our power to survive. Jun looked at Hiyama's body. His legs had been broken, he'd caught on fire, and he most likely had spent his last moments in utter despair. But despite all that, he'd still tried to survive. He would never come back. But he had left their group the key they needed to keep moving forward. In that key lay what was most certainly the will of someone who had lived to their fullest. Those who had been entrusted with that will would accept it and carry it with them for the rest of their lives. much like it was Nagisa's existence that had brought Kazami and Jun to where they were now. Thanks, Captain. Thank Hiyama. It was probably him who made me say all that. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Hiyama. I'll live on for you too. Thus, she would use her life to accomplish what had to be done, saving human lives. That's right. That's the whole reason I came here, after all. Jun clenched her hands into tight fists when she thought that. So, as Watasa's place in Jun's heart grows, a new memory relating to him comes back to life from the innermost depths of her mind. Light my fire. I'm not sure what song that's. It was a memory of one day ago. September 15th. Of when Jun had been sent out on that dispatch right after Natsuko and his friends had told her there could be terrorists out there. An explosion and fire broken out at the Rokkame City Parapsychology Research Center at 72 Nishimachi. The report was called in by Rokkame City Security Department. The cause of the explosion is currently unknown. It's possible an explosive was involved. Firefighting squads and the elite rescue squad are to hurry to the scene and conduct firefighting and rescue efforts. Whoa. Jun found herself stunned when the PRC finally came into view. The power of the explosion had been no laughing matter. Glass had shattered all over the place, and part of the building had been destroyed. No gas explosion or anything like that could have done this much damage. She recalled the terrorists that Natsuko and her friends had told her about just a few minutes ago. Just then, Watase began handing down orders to all of Team A. We don't know the full situation, so it's too dangerous to go blindly rushing it. Take care of directing the evacuation first. Huh? Directing the evacuation? Hold on, Captain. 5 survivors are still around. No backtalk, rookie. Just follow my orders. The hell's his problem? Someone needs to get it into his head that he's not a goddamn dictator. Well, our job's to save lives. Well, I mean, he knows what to do though. I'm sure the rescue worker who saved me would have always put that first no matter what dispatch. Moribe, where are you going? Dumbass, don't go acting on your own. Jun ignored their calls and ran towards the building. But just as she tried to enter the facility by herself, something exploded in the building, sending something flying out of it towards Jun. She looked up and realized it was a steel desk bigger than her. Oh shit. I can't get away in time. Just as she thought that, a voice called out to her, Moribe. Jun then felt something push her out of the way 1 second before the desk was due to hit her. When she came to her senses, she realized Watase was on top of her, shielding her with his body. Captain. Idiot, what did I tell you? I'm sorry. Well, whatever. Anyway, are you okay? Eh? What's wrong? You're not hurt, are you? Hey, you gonna keep staring at my face or are you going to say something? Sorry, it's just... I'm a bit surprised you're worried about me, that's all. Of course I'm worried about you, idiot. As your spirit, that's my job. However, she felt a bit awkward hearing that from the captain, seeing how she didn't get along with him so great. Jun's flustered state of mind was interrupted by Tase rapidly springing to his feet. Moribe, on your feet. Don't forget we still have a mission to do. Yes, sir. Jun quickly took Watase's hand and stood up. When she did, she found herself faced with an unusually stern glare from Watase. Listen up, Moribe, and don't forget what I'm about to tell you. We rescue workers are by no means heroes. We're ordinary people. If you die, that's it. End of the line. So you have to prioritize your own survival when you're on the job. The only times we rescue workers can act recklessly is when we're absolutely sure we'll survive. Got it? Make sure you always keep that in mind. Yes, sir. Kazami ran over to them at that moment. Captain, Moribe, are you both alright? Tachibana, this happened because you were negligent in your supervision duties. Keep a tighter grip on the rookie, got it? Sir, my sincerest apologies, sir. I'm leaving Moribe in your hands. I'll give orders to Dojima and Hiyama. And with that, Watase quickly dashed off. Jun stared at him with a long gaze. So in the end, he may be a hard-ass, but the captain sure is amazing. I don't even hold a candle to him as I stand now. But he was a world apart from the image of a hero that Jun had concocted in her mind. To Jun, a hero was someone who could do anything they set their heart on, even without the skill or experience. But in reality, the heart alone can only accomplish so much. Her failure to realize that fact had almost cost Jun her life just now. Still got a long way to go. The captain's right to call me a rookie. Then I've got to learn as much as I can from him so I can stand on my own as soon as possible. Moribe, we need to get going too. Yes. Jun nodded, then chased after Watasa with Kazami. Alright. Alright, we got... okay, expand a little bit here and there. Thought process. Not much new, but that's fine. That's fine. And with that, for now, we shall leave it be at that for now. Next time we'll continue with Yuuri, and for the brief moment, however long it is, we can leave with some other music suggestions. Did I fuck any of these up this time? I don't think so. Anyway, so Guns N' Roses, Live and Let Die, then Alice Cooper, Stand. Wintergarten, The Marble Machine. Oh, that's a... Check out the music video for that. It's fucking magic how people... Engineering masterpiece that thing is. Good lord. Yes. It's fucking miraculous how they do that. Man, engineering. One of those things that's just like... fascinating. Anyway then, Wasp, Shadow Man, and the Miracle of Sun, Shooter Guy. And with that, yes, no faffing about, there's not really anything to faff about, I'll leave you adieu again. Wait, why the fuck am I using French? I don't know. Adieu. Adieu. Anyway, bye-bye. So now we can continue. Hello again. I don't remember how long it's been. It's some amount of time, but anyway. Because of the nature of these episodes, it doesn't really matter too much. There's no bleed over of story from one to another. Anyway. Third to last character. Yuuri Kotono, the Peacemaker. Let's head into that. There hasn't been anything else happening in between, so let's just... And... there we go. Yes. It's quite a bit. Well, we expected that to be a thing. So let's begin back in the past. With all of these children. Alright, so it was a nostalgic memory of long, long ago. A memory of a time shortly after Yuuri and Natsuko had run away from home. And the thing. The night they ran away from home, Natsuko explained Yuri's family situation to Dr. Tenkawa. After she had heard everything, the professor spoke to Yuuri. You can relax, Yuuri. I promise I'll make things right. Well, she does not really. I would not call the situation they end up in right in any meaningful way. No, it's basically like faking death and essentially confining her in the lab setting for 9 years. That's I wouldn't call that making things right at all. Not in any way. Well, I guess she's saying this before they became superpowered psychics, so fair enough. Maybe she did intend to do that, but then circumstances made things really, really not function that way. Oh well. Yuuri wanted to believe in those kind words. Me too, I wanted to. The last character has to be Miyoko. Come on now. I mean, could be Nagisa, but that wouldn't really give us that much information, because we already seen basically everything Nagisa has to offer, right? It has to be Miyoko. She's got the most things. The most. She's literally the point, like, the driving force of this entire plot and everything. It has to be Natsuko's mom, who's the last secret character, right? It has to be. There's no real other choice. Not really. Not in terms of, like, actual information potential. Because what do we get out of Nagisa? We get basically the same thing we already got from her memories with Jun and Kazami, and then stuck in a lab for 9 years until her death at the hands of one of them. And that's it. That's it. The rest is just torture, essentially. And that's not fun. We don't want to go through those kind of memories. Anyway, and afterwards the professor indeed stuck to her words and worked here and there for Yuri's sake. According to the professor, she was apparently working with the people at the Child Consultation Center and the Department of Social Welfare. One day, the professor brought several men with her to Yuuri's house, and they discussed something with her parents. The professor told Yuuri that things might drag on until evening, so go play with Natsuko for a while. So Yuuri waited with Natsuko for the adults to finish talking. The two of them talked as they sat on a park bench. Your mom really is nice, huh? She's even taking time off work just so she can help me out. Yeah, I guess she's more than just smart and cool, eh? Miyoko is a lot of things, yes, definitely. As a result of Dr. Tenkawa's efforts, Yuuri felt that her family situation had improved. She even felt that her parents were yelling at her less. And also, your mom's strong too. My dad's really scary, but she was able to yell back at him without getting scared. That doesn't sound very productive kind of interactions. Yelling. Yeah, I've never seen mom that mad before. Yeah, definitely not productive. Not productive encounters at all. When Dr. Tenkawa first arrived at the Kotono residence, she was like an ogre. To the point where Yuuri was frightened, even though she was the one the professor was protecting. But my dad said that mom's got some weak spots too. Well, everyone does. Everyone's got weaknesses. And so he told me that I gotta protect her. Sure. It was then that Yuuri first realized that Natsuko hadn't mentioned his father up until that point. Hey Natsuko, what kind of person is your dad? Your dad must be nice too. Natsuko fell silent at Yuri's question for a second, but then he replied with a smile. Yeah, he was nice, strong, and cool too. He was always energetic and cheerful. He would always tell me and mom that he loved us. I love my dad too. Yuuri furrowed her eyebrows at his words. Yeah, caught on, in the past tense. He sounded like he was talking about his father as if he were gone. Now that I think about it, I've never seen your dad. Where is he? Heaven. He died of a sickness last year. I'm sorry. As Yuuri frantically apologized, Natsuko just smiled in reply. No, don't worry about it. I'm strong like my dad, see? Because I promised him that I wouldn't cry anymore. You should cry when, tears come. You shouldn't, hold it in, that's bad. Let your emotions out. It's a really bullshit, archetype or stereotype or whatever, this cultural thing that men have to be strong and can't cry. Fuck that, I'll cry if I want, so it's sappy romance. It's great. God, this game has made me cry several times. A little bit. Oh, okay. Eyes got a little wet. It takes a little bit for me to actually become a sobbing mess. A lot, actually. But still, I like when that happens, it's great. Anyway, Natsuko then showed Yuuri his left hand. On his wrist was a wristwatch that looked quite out of place on a child. What's this? It's Dad's watch. I got a letter from him when I got this watch. It said not to cry no matter how tough things got. That I gotta protect those weaker than me. Then, you said you'd protect me because you promised your dad. Yeah, but this time I had to get Mom to protect you though. But one day, I'll do it right. Natsuko muttered as he looked at his watch. The adult-sized watch was still too big for his arm, but Yuuri had the feeling that one day he'd grow into it and make it look good. Eventually Natsuko looked at Yuuri and spoke. Hey Yuuri, it's already 5:30. They probably just about done talking. How about we head back to your house now? But... It's okay. No need to be scared. I'll be with ya. Aw, he's a nice kid ultimately. Okay. Yuuri mustered up the courage to answer. And then they walked to her house hand in hand. 10 years have already passed since then. Even now, Yuuri remembers that day whenever she sees his watch. Natsuko's probably really sad about his father's death, but he still encouraged Yuuri. That kindness made her happier than anything else could. It was probably around that time that Yuuri fell in love with Natsuhiko. Her memory of this faraway day still remains a treasure in her mind. Well, that's nice. A memory of the past. Then something in between there. And then the accident. Triggered by... Oh, bloody fucking alarms. Blah blah blah, okay, send the cones, blockade mode, everything's fucked. What do we do, Hikarin? I'm scared. Don't cry, Yuuri. I'll do something. That day, Yuuri and Natsuko came to Labo, and they were caught in the ensuing fire, caused by Alice running away, and then causing the great arson as well there. Right? I think that was the timeline here. They fled into a nearby room as the fires drew close. Oh wait, no, this was different one. It's a different incident. But the smoke and the heat had sapped Yuri's body of its energy. Natsuko looked at her with tears welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, Yuri. It's all because I took you with me. I tried to act cool and say I'd saved Mom, but I couldn't, and now I got you trapped in this mess. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It wrenched Yuri's heart to hear those words, so she gently wiped away his tears. It's okay, Hikarin. It's because you're always trying your hardest for everyone else. I love that about you. So I'm glad that you stay with me until the end. Don't be so defeatist. Natsuko embraced Yuri. Hugs are nice. But she could not, in this circumstance, it's pretty not great. But anyway, she could no longer feel his touch, nor the numbness of her own body. As her consciousness faded, only one thing remained in Yuri's mind. Please, God, I don't care what happens to me, you should care. But if you can save at least one of us, please save Hikarin. And as if in response to her prayer, Yuri heard a voice beside her ear. Someone come save us. We're in Dr. Tenkawa's room. No, it wasn't beside her ear. It sounded like it was echoing directly inside her head. Telepathy? Hikarin used telepathy. Yep, but even that thought of hers began to disappear. As her sight and hearing faded, Yuri heard another voice. Natsuko. Yuri too. Mom, thank goodness you're safe. I came here to save you. Let's take Yuri and get out of here. And right after she barely managed to hear the professor yelling, Yuri lost consciousness. And after who knew how long, Yuri woke up at the sound of her name. When she opened her eyes, she saw Dr. Tenkawa. Thank goodness you're awake. Huh? What? What happened to me? You got zapped by powers. You have magic powers now. You don't remember? After you got caught in the fire at Labo, you were asleep for an entire day. Yuri looked around. She appeared to be in a hospital room, but Natsuko was nowhere to be seen. Where's Hikarin? But without answering Yuri's question, the professor asked her a question of her own. By the way, Yuri, I'm sorry for asking this right after you woke up, but can I get you to take a little test with me? A test? We need to make sure your body hasn't developed any problems. It has. You two were bombarded with hazardous particles, you see. Yuri didn't know what hazardous particles were, and her head felt a little groggy, but she answered obediently nonetheless. Okay. Afterwards, Yuri underwent various tests. They took blood and urine samples and put her inside a giant machine to take pictures of what was inside her head. At first, Dr. Tenkawa seemed the same as usual, but as the tests progressed, the look on her face froze over. Yuri's IGF-2R gene is type S. Dr. Tenkawa perused the test results on a PDA as she spoke with someone who appeared to be an assistant. That's impossible. Are you sure there's no mistake? We've redone the test several times, and it's turned out type S each time. No, it couldn't be. But it is. The professor turned to Yuri with a serious look on her face and asked her a question. Yuri, what was your BC aptitude? They measured you in school, right? It's C. As the professor sunk into silence, her assistant whispered into her ear. It's exactly as she says. All of her past examination results have recorded her IGF-2R gene as type C. Hold it right there. You mean to say her gene mutated? Yes, that's what genes can do. Even the look on the assistant's face changed when she said that last word. Yuri, can you try using telepathy for me? But I haven't been able to use telepathy yet. That's what I thought, but please, try. Focus on something you want to tell me. Anything. It was hard to think of something on the spot like that, but Yuri did as she was told. I've never used telepathy before, but... let's see. Does it look like Hikarin will be okay? The professor audibly gasped. And at the same time, Yuri felt something strange as well. It felt completely different from all the times she had tried and failed to use telepathy before. It was almost like like the thought she had weaved inside her head had spewed out. Yuuri, you're worried about Natsuhiko, aren't you? Yeah. The professor responded to Yuri's question. The question she only thought of inside her head. Okay then. Now I'll think of the answer to your question inside my head. Use BC to try and read that answer. Huh? But isn't that empathy? Please, just try it. But why? I can't pull that off. Marshall said hardly any kids out there can use empathy. But even so, Yuuri focused hard to try and read the professor's mind. And soon enough, Yuuri heard a voice echoing inside her head. Natsuhiko sleeping in another hospital room. There's no need to worry. Oh, but there are plenty of reasons to worry. This time Yuuri was surprised for sure. The professor hadn't moved her mouth at all, and yet Yuuri heard her voice. Her mental voice. Yuuri relayed what she heard from that voice back to the professor. Hikarin's sleeping. That's right. That's exactly right. The assistant spoke up mere moments after the professor had just barely managed to ring out those words out. Professor, could this be? It's hard to believe, but it appears she's rapidly begun to demonstrate use of both telepathy and empathy. There's no room for doubt here. She's an acquired rank S aptitude communicator. How did this happen? During the accident, the WX particle energy in Area 5 reached a maximum of 9500 MSV, which damaged her gene and caused it to reconstruct itself to best suit its environment. But I never expected a theoretical phenomenon like that to be realized in such a fashion. Then do you mean the same happened to the boy that was with her? I cannot rule out that possibility. The professor looked at Yuuri and spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry, Yuuri, but please wait in this room for a little while. I need to go do some tests with Natsuhiko too. Was something wrong? Normally I'd say these were good results, but anyway, I'll be back soon. And with that, Dr. Tenkawa and her assistant left the room. Left all alone, Yuuri suddenly felt scared. He should be. Even an easygoing person like her could tell that things were about to get out of hand somehow. That's an understatement of the fucking century. Now, hours after Dr. Tenkawa said she'd be back soon and left the hospital room, Yuuri waited for her return. But Dr. Tenkawa still hadn't come back, leaving Yuuri in the dark as to Natsuhiko's condition. As she waited in the silence, she eventually heard a commotion outside the hospital room. It was the sound of many footsteps. People were swiftly approaching her hospital room. What? The footsteps were rough and violent, which scared Yuuri a little. The patient in this room? Yeah. The hospital directors come to an agreement. There are no other patients in this ward. Please proceed freely. Whispers could be heard from in front of the room. Just then, a pitter-patter of rushing footsteps added to the cacophony. Suddenly, a new voice yelled out. Hey, what do you people think you're doing? It was Dr. Tenkawa's voice. Yuuri felt a little relieved, but she was still scared. She didn't want to go check out the situation outside for herself. Mr. Ririguchi, what is the meaning of this? What pushed you to mobilize security sector 6? Orders from above. It's always orders from above. Why can't you just, fucking goddamn above? Stupid board of directors, fucking like enigmatic, unnoble, faceless above. Effective today, henceforth, Yuuri Kotono has been registered as Labo's 4th test subject. 4th? What? This must be some sort of joke. She's a friend of my son. Irrelevant information. That's a statement unbefitting of senior fellow Miyoko Tenkawa, the very brains of Labo. The girl is a rank S communicator, an extreme rarity across the globe. And you're well aware of just how dangerous such a being is, I assume. You plan to make my own son into a test subject too, don't you? But of course. We cannot allow our emotions as individuals to take precedence over reason and simply leave these beings to their own devices. Beings. I mean, sure, fine, he got caught up in the incident with Alice, like, his brain got infected with malice there as well, so, yeah, fair enough. But still, he allowed his own emotions, emotional trauma, to get the better of him. Don't give me that garbage. Correct. Ignoring what just happened the other day, Labo's ethics are clearly lacking as of late. If this continues, I'll have to file a report to the SP Bureau, you know. You are aware that you can't do that, correct? Not if you consider your son's safety. A heavy silence fell upon them. Eventually, Dr. Tenkawa muttered in a stifled voice. Yuuri's still in no condition to move due to the after effects of the fire. I feel that transporting her to Labo will be too great of a burden on her body. Mr. Eriguchi, go home today and take your security Sector 6 people with you. Well, fine. We'll let you save face for today, Dr. Tenkawa. I'll be back. And with those words, the sound of several footsteps faded into the distance. Once Yuuri could no longer hear them, the hospital door opened and Dr. Tenkawa came in. Ah, Professor. Yuuri. The professor smiled weakly as she walked on over to Yuuri. Did you hear that conversation just now? Yeah, but there were so many things I didn't understand. Have things gotten difficult? Oh, that's an understatement. Probably. The professor sighed deeply. Please tell me. What happened to us? The professor remained silent for a while before speaking with a resigned tone of voice. Yuuri, as a result of the accident, your genetic code mutated, as did Natsuhiko's. Genetic code? It's what dictates the composition of your body, like a blueprint, so to speak. One of the genes in your genetic code, the IGF2R gene, a gene that relates to BC usage, was damaged and reconstructed due to the particles that were spreading inside the facility. Your BC aptitude rose from rank C to rank S, despite how aptitude normally remains constant throughout one's lifetime. Yuuri stared blankly. She didn't quite understand what the professor was saying. The professor then continued. Remember how we did tests to see if you could use BC this afternoon? Right. You were able to use telepathy and empathy without any practice. Those results said it all. You became a world-class communicator. It's unprecedented. And yet it wasn't just you. Natsuko likewise mutated into rank S aptitude. His ability rose accordingly as well. Currently, only I can attest to his ability, but during the fire, Natsuko used telepathy, you see. Yes. But because of those results, Labo now has their eyes on you. They're going to incarcerate both you and Natsuko inside of Labo. I still can't get over the fact that I misread this for the first time as incinerate. Fucking hell. It's just... incarcerate? They're going to lock you up and make you into a test subject for BC research. Labo isn't actually a nuclear power research facility, but a BC research facility. Likewise, I don't conduct nuclear power research, but BC research. I'm a central personage of the organization. Yeah, you would think you have way more say in it than you do. Or she's just not using all the power she has. And yet, I never expected that my own son and his friend would have to be incarcerated. It wasn't as if Yuuri understood everything the professor was saying, but she did understand some of it. When she and Natsuko were cornered by the fire in Labo, she felt as if she had heard Natsuko's telepathy, but it turns out she hadn't been hearing things after all. The two of them had been reborn as elite communicators, and as a result, they would have to live the rest of their lives locked away. Can't you get them to stop it? I'm sorry. I know it must be hard to understand why, but there are reasons why I can't. God, we better get proper answers to those reasons. Like, come on now. Come on. I mean, yeah, we know, fine, she's working on her own thing, and if she did go against them, then she couldn't, work on the project to, save people's lives as well. So, yeah, fine, it's complicated. Fuck, it's really complicated with Miyoko. Bloody hell. It's super complicated. There's too many moving parts involved with the... God, I want all those untangled properly, because I've already forgotten half of it. It's been a while. I've been doing this for 5 months, 5 months. Probably 90 or so hours of footage. Look, you can't blame me for having a bad memory. Well, I guess you can, because I'm not focusing too much, but still, it's a long time. It's a lot, and I do this in my leisure time, where I'm not really focused that much. So I apologize, but I don't really apologize either, because I keep doing it. If I was really sorry, I would change my ways, but since I'm not, I'm not. Because it is indeed true that the abilities you two have gained are dangerous. Dr. Tenkawa answered painfully. But if there were no other way, then... Professor? Do they need to lock both of us up? What do you mean? And Yuri's selfless nature. Self-sacrifice and everything else. Bit too much, it's unnatural. Yuuri stated her own thoughts as the professor looked on, confused. If I'd go to Labo willingly, can they let Hikurin stay free in return? That might be possible for some reason. Fortunately, Natsuko hasn't awakened yet. As long as he's still unaware of the circumstances, then maybe. But are you sure, Yuuri? I'm sure. Because Hikurin has saved me time and time again. When she said those words, Yuuri was reminded of all the times he had saved her. How on the day they first met, Yuuri was crying until Natsuko called out to her and became her friend. How when Yuuri was worried about not making any friends, Natsuko had told her about Mashiro. How when Yuuri was agonizing by her family problem, Natsuko had tried to save her. Natsuko always cared for Yuuri, and he was always there for her. Professor, I want to repay Hikurin. Even during the fire, he used telepathy to save me. I don't want Hikurin to be locked away just because of that. Yuuri. You see, Professor, this time I want to be the one to save Hikurin. I mean, sure, it's a nice sentiment. Unfortunately, it ends up being in a way that her self-sacrifice kind of imprisons him mentally while she's locked away physically. Like, it does become basically... I mean, yeah, he gets traumatized, so he rewrites his own memory, and yeah, this ends up not working out, unfortunately. That was the moment Yuuri decided her own fate. 2 days later, when Yuuri was transferred to Labo, Dr. Tenkawa informed her of the news. I've told Natsuko that you died in the fire. Fucking traumatic shit, you just traumatized your child for the next 9 years. Fuck. I see. It's really... Turns out, I mean, sure, they couldn't have known that's what was gonna happen, but fucking hell. That's what ended up happening. From now on, Natsuko will be placed under surveillance by both Labo and the government agencies as a special observation target. You shall be incarcerated in Labo and Natsuko shall live within society. By comparing how you two communicators develop, we can gain valuable data. I somehow managed to convince the higher-ups using that pretext. But one condition I have is that once Natsuko surpasses a certain ability level, he will immediately be transferred here. That would be a desirable result for Yuuri, but Hikurin loves it outside. Because he's got lots of friends, so it'd be sad if he got locked up inside. The professor spoke to Yuuri as she had that thought. Yuuri, if you want, maybe we really should keep Natsuko with you. No, it's okay. It's really not. It's really not, Yuuri. Yuuri smiled at the professor. But instead, can I ask for just one thing? What? Please let me see him, even just once in a while. Even just once a year. Please. That's all I ask. I promise. Well, I guess they do keep that promise in a weird and twisted and fucked up way. But like bringing him in and correcting his memories, well, manipulating his memory. Fuck, it's real fucked. Next. After Yuuri agreed to be confined in Labo in Natsuko's stead, her life got turned upside down. In one of Labo's laboratories, the professor gazed at Yuuri and spoke. Ready, Yuuri? We need you to undergo training from now on to develop your BC ability. Okay. You've already learned telepathy and empathy, so I want you to acquire the next ability. The next ability? You mean there's another ability besides telepathy and empathy? It's been kept secret from the general public, you see, but there is a third ability that allows one to connect minds rather than just brains. Brains. And that name of that ability is Senses Sympathy. A miraculous power that only appears in Rankus Aptitude communicators. Can I do something as amazing as that? No need to be so nervous. You're not the only type-S communicator in the world, after all. And the Senses Sympathy ability itself was discovered many years ago. Data have already been collected on communicator usage of the ability, and we've even compiled a training manual. So if you keep practicing in accordance with that manual, you're guaranteed to learn how to use it. I'll try my best. And thus the training began. To prepare, they first began with a lecture about the relationship between BC particles and the brain. Sense of sympathy is else to inform a BC, but to understand how it works, first you need to learn about what are known as BC particles. BC particles? They're these elemental particles, tiny specks invisible to the eye, that transmit the thought information of living creatures, or basically their mind activity. Invisible specks, mind activity. Take a look at this monitor for me. I'll explain using this diagram. We don't need this again, do we? The professor operated her computer as she spoke, upon which the monitor began to display a diagram explaining the relationship between BC particles and the human mind. You see, every corner of the world is filled with these BC particles, in your mind, in your head and mind, as well as in the space between us and beyond. There are actually many subtypes of these particles too. Normally, the only ones that exist are Wanderer particles, or W particles for short. These particles contain no information whatsoever. But when they come in contact with the human brain, they become loaded with the information energy fired off due to brain activity, transforming them into M particles. The M stands for mind, as the mind's information is written on these mind particles. All these types of particles relate to BC and are thus generally referred to as BC particles. Incidentally, there are other types of BC particles such as WX particles and B particles, but they don't relate to today's explanation, so we'll skip them for now. Okay. You see, normally M particles can't leave the human brain. But when communicators use BC, the M particle energy in their brains increases. They use the surrounding W particles in concert, transforming them into M particles. This process propagates all the way to the target. This is the precise mechanism behind BC ability activation. The professor's lecture was more detailed than what high school students learned in school, but naturally Yuuri didn't understand. Professor, I'm sorry. All these M and W things, it's too hard to keep track of them all. Oh, my apologies. I'll try to explain with simpler terminology then. For our purposes, there should be no fundamental problems with simply referring to all of these particles as BC particles. That seems easier to understand. That's good. Then, next I'll explain the relationship between BC particles and BC abilities. For example, when you use telepathy, BC particles transmit from your mind to me. When you use empathy, it's the opposite. You receive BC particles transmitted from my mind. But sense of sympathy is an ability that uses BC particles as an intermediary for continuous observation of the target's thought information in its entirety. The sights the target sees, the sounds the target hears, their thoughts, their esper. The esper feels all of the target's sensory information. So they feel all of the person's mind activity then? That's correct. In other words, your brain maintains a perfect connection with someone else's via BC particles. That is, it's akin to linking two computers through a LAN connection. When that happens, your own senses vanish, and you observe the world through the target's senses instead. So is it like turning into a ghost and possessing someone? I don't believe in ghosts, but it probably feels like something close to that. Do your best until you can pull off that ability. I'll be here for you the entire time. Let's begin. Sense of sympathy trial experiment number 1. Phase 1. Act. And just as the professor had told her to, Yuuri partook in the experiments that day. And the next day, and the next day, and the day after that. Okay, Ri, let's try it one more time. Sense of sympathy trial experiment 1026 phase 1 act. Fucking hell. Okay, here we go. Yuuri focused with all her mind and tried to connect it to the professor in front of her. And at that moment, whoosh, her vision swayed, and in an instant, what she saw completely changed. She was looking at herself through the professor's point of view. Professor, I did it! I saw myself. That means it worked, right? The professor's eyes widened, but her surprise soon changed into a smile. That's amazing, Yuuri. I can't believe you've gotten this far in just a month. Is that good? It's better than good. You're a genius. She does sound super excited. That's nice. The professor hugged Yuuri. Hugs are always nice. Wrapped in the warmth of those arms, Yuuri smiled in relief. The professor was always kind to Yuuri and spent much time with her, both in and out of experiments. And perhaps as a result, Yuuri gradually eased into her new life. After that success, the experiments continued further. The sense of sympathy ability you acquired yesterday is BC in its true form. The truth is that both telepathy and empathy are but mere immature forms of that ability. Sense of sympathy uses BC particles as an intermediary to place the target's mind completely under the surveillance of the esper. Allow me to explain exactly how the underlying mechanism works. The professor operated the computer as she spoke. Speed reading again. Alright. Upon which the monitor displayed the same diagram she previously used to explain the mechanisms of BC. All information involved in brain activity undergoes constant mutual interaction with the intercerebral BC particles. There's the ones inside the brain. All thoughts and information perceived through the senses are copied onto the intercerebral BC particles. Intercerebral. That's a fucking complicated word. Cerebral. Magneto. Conversely, the information on the intercerebral BC particles has a constant effect on the brain. This is the relationship between the brain and the intercerebral BC particles. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that correctly, fuck that word. This relationship enables the user of the sense sympathy ability to perceive all the information on the target's intercerebral BC particles. So it's like a powered up empathy. That's roughly correct. Normal empathy is unusable if the target's heart isn't open up to the Esper, but that hurdle can be cleared. The whole noise heard during empathy is thought to be a self-defense mechanism provided by the brain. But complete sympathy of the senses apparently bypasses that defense. Fuck, I can't speak. So you mean it allows you to read anyone's mind then? Indeed, but that's not the only distinction sense sympathy has from empathy. One key difference is that you aren't limited to simply perceiving the information the target is currently perceiving. But you can also go back and perceive their past memories as well. Huh? Their memories too, that's exactly what we are doing right now. Indeed, memories are just another form of intercerebral information. By merely wishing to know the target's past, the Esper can see each and every one of the target's memories. Furthermore, the Esper can even transmit intercerebral information of their own to the target. The intense information energy released by the Esper propagates all the way to the target's intercerebral BC particles. And those BC particles in turn cause the target's brain to change accordingly, giving rise to false sensory information. And it's not limited to auditory information. The Esper can create hallucinations in all the senses, including sight, smell, taste, and touch. So is that part like powered-up telepathy? Correct, except the Esper isn't limited to just auditory hallucinations, but visual hallucinations among other things as well. And of course, the hallucinations aren't limited to just the current sensory information either. It's possible to create hallucinations in the target's past memories as well. And that is the entirety of the ability known as sense sympathy. Any questions? I see. I understand how it's an amazing ability. Yes, it is quite a tremendous ability indeed. Yuuri, do you realize just what unspeakable horrors are possible by combining these two aspects of this ability? Huh? By peeking into the target's memories and creating hallucinations within them, you're manipulating memories. You can replace original memories with new ones, or delete memories entirely. Is that possible? I can do that. Yes, you can. Yes, it's the most difficult technique that only those who have mastered all BC abilities can accomplish. As far as I know, only 2 communicators in the entire world have successfully done it. But the ability indeed exists. BC is the ability to manipulate information, and the human brain is packed with information. Full mastery of the sense of sympathy would allow you to manipulate every single function of the human brain. Just like how Maxwell's demon manipulates information. The professor looked Yuuri in the eye. Yuuri, you're going to become a being beyond human. A being beyond human. She had no desire of her own to become something like that, but if it would please the professor, she would try her best to give it a shot. And at long last, the memory manipulation clinical experiments on mice began. Yuuri, the mouse brain is much more simple than the human brain. It stores far less information in memory. So if you focus very hard to make its past memories disappear, the mouse's memory should disappear. As the professor spoke, she pointed to a small corner in the room. There was a small mouse caged with a tiny labyrinth inside. You see, that mouse has been through that maze several times, so it's learned the correct route. Today, let's try to erase that mouse's memory. Huh? But Mr. Mouse took all that time to learn it. Oh, goddammit, Yuuri, you're too nice for this world, goddammit. I know it's a pity, but he's a smart mouse, so he'll relearn it quickly. Sure. Okay, I'll do it. Yuuri walked up to the cage and tried using sympathy on the mouse. The mouse's simple, abstract thoughts flowed into Yuri's mind. She searched through the mouse's memory to find the maze route. It was a process similar to recalling one's own memories. Which one of these is the maze route? At that moment, right before Yuri's eyes floated the mouse's memory of running around inside the maze. I just need to erase this, huh? Yuuri wished with all her willpower for that memory to disappear. And that very instant, an intense pain ran through her. Yuuri returned to reality in shock. The mouse went limp in the cage. Professor, something happened to Mr. Mouse. Don't worry, he's just unconscious. But why? The memory that was in the mouse's brain is a lump of powerful information energy. It's quite different from the mouse's current sensory information. Because memories don't disappear all at once, they remain welled up inside the brain. During memory erasure, you hit a memory with the command disappear in the form of even stronger information energy. The inside of the target's brain reacts violently when you do so, which is only natural since the seemingly impossible event of instant memory erasure is forced to occur. Consequently, memory erasure is accompanied by brain damage. No way. Yuuri looked at the mouse with feelings of guilt in her heart. Are you frightened by your own power? Yes. This is but one of the things you can do with intercerebral information manipulation. Have you come to at least somewhat understand the reason Ranka's aptitude communicators are feared? As Yuuri hung her head in shame, the professor hugged her shoulders and spoke gently to her. Let's end today's experiment here. Yuuri nodded softly, her heart fearfully throbbing in pain. Just traumatize a child with that. You do understand that's what you did, Miss Miyoko. 3 months after she had come to Labo, Yuri's days were devoted to experimentation, but they went by fairly calmly. A personal bedroom had been made for Yuuri underneath Labo. As she surveyed her new room, Yuuri thought to herself, there's a lot more stuff here now, eh? Dr. Tenkawa did her best to accommodate Yuuri. She gave Yuuri everything she wanted, girly clothes, piles of books, anything. It's a little inconvenient, but it's a lot better than the life I've lived before. Just as that thought passed through Yuri's head, the room door opened and Dr. Tenkawa came in. You gotta remember that Luis is in the next room over, which is basically a prison cell. Let's not forget that. And yeah, Nagisa would be in another room over as well. Maybe not tied up yet, because her brain hasn't deteriorated completely to the point of just being a lump of malice. But still, those two exist right now. Those two really depressing circumstances exist right now, and Miyoko is coming over from them one by one. Okay, fine, Nagisa is in the care of Eriguchi and Kashiwagi, I believe. So she's mainly, but still, it's really fucked up when you know all this other external, like, surrounding information. It's really fucked up. It's really fucked up, honestly. It's really fucked up. God damn, I can't get over how fucked up this whole situation is. Just as that thought passed through Yuri's head, the room opened and Dr. Tenkawa came in. Yuri, it's time for experiments. Human experimentation, yay, it's like, real fucked up. Okay, and that's also fucked up, that Yuuri has become so accustomed to this. It's just this like, awful situations. Everything is awful about this. Everything. It looks all nice and calm and everyone seems happy, but it's really fucked up. That's the worst part. That's just the... Yuuri smiled and replied to the professor's gentle voice. According to Dr. Tenkawa, Yuri's real parents had been told directly after the accident that their daughter had died due to the fire. All of the lies to everyone. They apparently accepted the explanation without question and left town immediately. What shitty parents. Since they were by no means nice parents, Yuuri was not at all sad that she could no longer see them. She was actually happier to be showered with plenty of love from Dr. Tenkawa instead. Yuuri went with the professor to the laboratory in Area 5. What are we doing today? Another memory imitation experiment, continuing off from yesterday. Alright, I'll try my best. After knocking the mouse unconscious, Yuuri underwent various other memory manipulation training sessions. Today seemed to be a continuation of that, but... Now then, I'll be your target for today. I want to experience memory manipulation firsthand. But isn't it dangerous? Don't worry, even if you erase a few seconds of memory, it shouldn't cause that much damage. I understand. Okay, then let's start with memory erasure. As Yuuri spoke, she took a pen and wrote a few letters on a piece of paper. When Yuuri finished writing Orihime, she showed the piece of paper to the professor. Okay, professor, try to memorize this. Orihime, okay, I've memorized it. Okay, then I'll erase that memory. Yuuri reached out her hand and touched the professor's cheek. At that very same moment, the professor's consciousness streamed into Yuri's brain. She called out the memory she wanted from among the extensive collection of complicated memories. Oh, that's a fucking understatement. Extensive collection of complicated memories. Hopefully we'll get to go through all of them. I want all of them. If it has to be Miyako, who's the 10th character that we go through. Like, if her, list is something that we have to scroll through for, like, a fucking ever, and it has, like, 50 memories, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Like, yeah. Orihime, huh? Okay, I've memorized. Anyway, found the memory and erased this. It was a vision of what happened about 10 seconds ago, but from Dr. Tenkawa's point of view. Erase this memory. Yuuri focused hard and destroyed that part of the memory. Oops. Okay, memorized. Erasure. The meaning of the words disappeared and the visuals became covered with static. The memory disintegrated into dust and disappeared into the darkness of the professor's consciousness. When Yuuri returned to reality, she saw the professor groan in pain. Are you okay? My head hurts a little, but I'm okay. No need to worry. Yuuri was relieved to hear the professor's words. In that case, question time. What did I write? There was a stumped look on the professor's normally wise and intellectual face. Yeah. Yuuri found it somewhat amusing, so she teased her. Bzz, time's up. The answer was Orihime. Ah, Orihime. Alright, I've memorized it for sure this time. Okay, so next up is memory alteration. Okay, whenever you're ready. Here I go. Yuuri wished strongly to connect with the professor's mind. And again, going in and out, and in and out, and in and out. And once again, the professor's consciousness streamed to Yuri's brain. Like, no, seriously, if Miyako's memories take like 5 hours to complete, we're fucking doing it. It's fascinating. I will absolutely do that and take great care of those, because they are fascinating. Yuuri called out the memory of a few seconds ago. Orihime, memorized, and Yuuri focused hard and erased that. The vision of the memory warped itself into another memory. Doing those lines quickly made it sound a bit odd, didn't it? Oh well. Nothing can be done about that. When Yuuri returned to reality, the professor looked blankly at her. Oh my, are you already done? Yes, so now it's question time. What did I write on that piece of paper? Hikoboshi, right? The professor answered as if it were obvious. But Yuuri smiled impishly and revealed the paper to the professor. The correct answer was Orihime. Ah, you're right. The professor stared fixedly at the word Orihime written on the paper. It feels a little odd now that I've experienced it firsthand. It does, doesn't it? As Yuuri and the professor smiled at each other, a sharp voice suddenly bellowed. What do you think you're doing, Dr. Tenkawa? The voice came from the speaker installed in the ceiling of the laboratory. Oh my, looks like we've got someone troublesome in our case. The laboratory was monitored in a different room via cameras. The professor turned to the camera and answered in irritation. I filed the approval form yesterday to perform memory manipulation experiments today. What's the problem? You know I said you would be the target. Does it matter? I thought we made it clear that AD injection was required during any contact with subject Y2. Besides, you must be mad to experiment on yourself in the first place. What are you going to do if you permanently damage your brain? We've done more than enough animal experiments to prove that it's not dangerous. It's for the sake of advancing research. Please don't fuss over every minor detail. Not really a minor detail, you're like the most brilliant mind they have, so of course they don't want you to gain brain damage. Once Dr. Tenkawa finished speaking, the speakers cut out. But something about the exchange felt strange to Yuuri. Why was the professor so insistent to perform experiments on herself? Professor, why are you doing this? The professor slowly looked back and spoke to Yuuri. Actually, you see, there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. Right now, Natsuko's body is in serious condition. I want you to save him. Hikorin's body? What happened to him? It's hard to describe with words, so go back through my memories and see it for yourself. Look through my memories relating to Natsuko after the accident. You'll understand his current condition then. Okay. Yuuri timidly dove into the professor's memory and saw that he is messed up. It was a memory of right around 3 months ago. In it, Natsuko was lying in a bed in a hospital room at the Rokume City Hospital. But he wasn't asleep. He was frozen still, his eyes blankly open. Beside him were the professor as well as Mashiro. Natsuhiko. Mashiro called out to Natsuko, but there was no response. Hey, what's wrong, Natsuhiko? Can you hear me? Hey. He can't hear you. Huh? He's been like that ever since he learned about Yuri's death. It's not just you, Mashiro. He won't respond to anyone. Not me, nor the doctors. He couldn't come to terms with the truth, and he shut his mind away. Couldn't come to terms with the lies. And so, because of your lies, he's broken. You broke your kid. No way. Yeah, it's fucked. It's real fucked. Yuuri was still shocked when she returned to reality. Hikurin. She couldn't believe that such a cheery and energetic boy like Natsuko could end up in that state. Natsuko loved you so much. It was such a pity to see him like that, even though it was all a lie. I never expected that our lie would shatter his mind. Yuuri wanted to save Natsuko. I mean, he was only 7 years old. Of course, the emotional trauma is going to be very, like... You can't predict how a child will react to such intense emotional trauma. Anyway, that was why she sacrificed her freedom in its place. So why did this have to happen? Because it's fucked. That was a question that likely nobody could answer, except the authors. But even so, Yuuri spoke to the one person she could rely on. Well, I guess you can rely on her. I never could have imagined this would happen. What can I do? What can I do for Hikurin? I know. Can't we just tell him that I'm alive? I'm sure even Hikurin would. We can't. Right now, Labo sees your existence as a top priority secret matter. If Natsuko were to learn about your survival, then Labo would surely incarcerate him too. And besides, we have no means to tell him. He's unaware of his surroundings. Then, there's nothing we could do but let Hikurin stay that way. When Yuuri asked her that question, the professor shook her head. No. There is one way. Yuuri, you've been training your BC ability throughout these past 3 months, correct? You might be able to save Natsuko with that power of yours. The professor's words shook Yuuri. Professor, what do you want me to do? Use your power to dive into Natsuko's brain and erase all of his memories of you. Fuck, that's just fucked. Again, I said this before and then, just like, that's so fucked. God damn, that was the professor's plan. Or rather, even if the professor hadn't told her, Yuuri had thought of that method as well. It's so fucked that you had thought about that. It's just, god damn. Lies upon lies and fake and just, oh man, that's just, it's not a solution to anything. Like, man. It was his memories of me that made Hikurin turn out that way. So to set Hikurin free... Soon enough, Yuuri answered in a faint voice. As long as it will return Hikurin to normal. God, that's such a messed up thing to have kids make decisions on. Bloody hell. Once Yuuri learned how Natsuko had succumbed to a state of stupefaction, it was decided that she would erase all of his memories about her in order to save him. And so the day came when he was transported to Labo. Natsuko was laid down on a bed in the neuroscience laboratory. Yuuri and the professor stood next to him and looked at his face. Natsuko didn't respond to Yuri's presence. His eyes were shut. He was put to sleep with drugs. If you manipulate his memories now, he'll never even be aware of it. It still took some time for Yuuri to find her resolve. After a long period of silence, she spoke resolutely. I'll do it. Okay, please begin. Okay. Yuuri nodded and looked at the sleeping boy's face. Looks like it's time to say goodbye, Hikurin. Yuri's mind was calm. She resolved herself to be calm at least just this once. Even if you forget about me, I'll never forget about you, Hikurin. No matter how sad and lonely the rest of her days would be, she burned the image of his sleeping face into her mind, lest she forget about this day. Goodbye. Finally, Yuuri reached out her hand and touched Natsuko's forehead. Just then, countless visions floated before Yuri's eyes. They were memories that were not her own. Rather, they were Natsuko's memories of her. Yuuri peered into the first of them. It was the memory of the day Yuuri and Natsuko first met. Hey, why are you crying? Who are you? I'm Natsuko. Natsuhiko. You're Yuuri Kotono, right? Your family just moved in nearby. Let's be friends. We live in the same neighborhood after all. It was a memory that Yuuri fondly remembered herself, except this time she saw it through Natsuko's point of view. This sure brings me back, Hikarin. You surprised me at first, you know? You called out to me so suddenly that you seemed like kind of a rough boy to me. But you know, I was happy. Because thanks to you, every day after that was a fun day for me. But she couldn't just keep gazing at this memory forever. Yuuri focused hard to erase this memory. And soon enough, the vision grew hazy. Yeah. And it disappeared. And at the same time, Yuuri heard what sounded like Natsuko screaming. Even though he was stupefied, he probably still felt the damage of memory erasure. I'm sorry, Hikarin, I'm so sorry. Yuuri hardened her heart and transferred her consciousness to the next memory, upon which a different vision floated before her. What do you want to be when you grow up, Yuuri? It was a memory of a conversation they had quite a while after they had met. Yuuri thought, oh, I almost forgot this happened. When I grow up, there are a lot of things I want to be, so I just can't choose. When I grow up, I want to be your bride, Hikarin. What? Is that no? Hikarin, do you hate me? No, I don't hate you, but it was a silly little conversation that only young children could have. Hikarin was so embarrassed. How cute. Yuuri felt a little embarrassed herself, but unfortunately, this memory could not be allowed to remain. Yuuri wished hard for it to disappear. God, it's really messed up. As well to just do that yourself. And thus yet another memory of Yuuri vanished from Natsuko's brain. It's already starting to get to her. Okay, that's 2 down. Her work was proceeding smoothly, and yet Yuri's heart throbbed in intense pain. She felt as if, with each memory she erased, she tore open a void in her own mind. Even though it wasn't her own memories she was erasing, there's still lots more to go. I gotta keep it up. Yuuri encouraged herself to continue with her work. And that sure was interesting. We read all the way to the end. Bam! Erased. Is this a picture of your mom, Natsuko? Huh? Oh yeah. Lots of memories, daily activities, encounters, all of that. It's weighing heavy on her heart. There's one thing that makes me glad I was born a communicator. Huh? Well, it's because that's how I met you. God damn it. If I wasn't a communicator, I never would have moved to this town. That's a very painful memory to see and then destroy. Fucking hell. One by one, the visions came. One by one, she erased them. One by one, she killed all traces of herself within Natsuhiko. With each memory erased, Natsuhiko suffered intense pain. And the pain in Yuri's heart grew little by little as well. But eventually, she had erased just about all of the irrelevant memories, including one of them coming to Labo just a few months ago. There's just one more memory. One more memory, and I'll have vanished from Hikarin's mind. It's really fucking messed up thing to do. Like, just emotional toil. Toll. Toil is work, toll is burden. Right, fuck me. Words are hard, you know. Yuuri withstood the pain in her heart to peek into his final memory. But Yuuri gasped when she saw the vision that spread out before her. It was a vast night sky filled with stars all the way across the heavens. The two children looked up at the Milky Way that nostalgic summer night. The stars sure are pretty, eh? Yee. Natsuko responded to Yuri's words. The two of them were next to each other. Natsuko held Yuri's hand tight as he spoke. Hey, Yuuri. I'll never forget what happened today. I'll never forget looking at the stars with you. Bloody hell. Those were Natsuko's words. If Yuuri but willed it, this memory would sink into the darkness. With that, everything would be wrapped up neatly, and yet, Yuuri couldn't bring herself to do it. Me too. I don't want to forget either, Hikarin. Huh? Within Natsuko's memory, Yuri's tears streamed out. Even though such a memory was impossible, it seemed Yuuri began to fabricate his memory with her transcendental ability, almost unconsciously. What's wrong, Yuuri? I don't want to erase this memory. That was the honest desire she had locked up deep within her heart. Her true feelings. Please, Hikarin, don't forget about me. Yeah, be a little selfish. Correct. That's the correct decision. Bloody hell, shouldn't have gone through this emotional trauma in the first place. What happened. With that final desire conveyed to Natsuko, Yuuri returned to reality. Once she was back, Yuuri cried tears in the real world as well. She's 9 years old. Like, fuck, the fuck is she going through? This is just a mess. And in her blurry vision, she saw Dr. Tenkawa peeking at her. Yuuri, what's wrong? Did something happen? Yuuri shut her eyes tight and squeezed out an answer. I'm sorry, Professor. I can't do it. Yuuri, worry. The professor tried to stop Yuuri, but before she could, Yuuri used sense of sympathy once more. Only a single memory of Yuuri remained, but all of the memories Yuuri erased still remained deep within her heart of hearts. 4 the memories she erased were the memories they shared, which meant there was only one thing for her to do. Return them back to where they were. Restoration. Hey, why are you crying? Yuuri reconstructed the memories she erased based on her own knowledge. She restored memory after memory. Going back, placing herself back. I want to be your bride, Hikarin. Silly ones. Emotional ones. Yeah, just nice friendship stuff. And this picture and all the things. All the little things. Yeah. She was restoring Natsuko's memory in a matter of moments. But doing so would mean Natsuko would once again know about Yuri's death. And then he would once again blame himself and shatter his mind. So Yuuri made her resolve. I've got no choice but to replace the me that's gone with the me that's there. Yuuri dove into Natsuko's memory of that fateful night. The night Natsuko learned of Yuri's death 3 months prior. Natsuko, please calm down and listen carefully. Yuuri breathed her last breath last night. No way. Why did Yuuri? In reality, Natsuko screamed after this. That was likely the very moment his mind lost its balance. In that case, this memory just needs to be changed. Yuuri focused to do just that. To change this memory into a new one. It's all fucked. The premise this entire is just fucked. Let's not forget that. Let's never forget that. Just all of the memory manipulations and erasure and changing and everything. It's like, and it's kids doing it, being forced to essentially. Sure, they say it's their choice, but they're kids. They don't know better. Like, it's just ridiculous. It'll be forever just completely horrible. Honestly, it's horrible. I mean, that's one of the reasons why this story is so fantastic. It's making me consider all sorts of things. And like exposure to some really nasty shit, and that's good. Good. Stories are supposed to make you feel stuff. It's making me feel all kinds of things. Fuck Labo. These kids are good kids, but goddamn, they're being forced to make all sorts of bad decisions and stuff. God. Damn. It's a lie. Yuuri can't be dead. He jumped out of his bed and ran off. He ran down the hall, searching for Yuuri. Yuuri, you're around, aren't you? Please, come out. No matter how many neighboring rooms he called out to, he got no response. Natsuko rushed out of the hospital in search of Yuuri. He aimlessly wandered around town, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Not at her house, nor at the park where they met, nor in their nostalgic secret base. Yuuri. When he tired of searching, the last place Natsuko headed was his own home. The house was steeped in darkness. Natsuko blankly called out her name. But obviously, he didn't expect to get an answer. However, just then, from across the dark room, Hikarin. Yuri's voice called out in reply. Yuuri? Natsuko rushed up to her. Thank goodness you're alive. You thought I was dead. But Mom was saying weird things. I'm not dead at all. Yuuri smiled at Natsuko. See, Hikarin, I'll always be right here. I'll always be with you. So please, Don't forget about me. Those were the words she could not tell him in the real world. But they were the words both Yuuri and Natsuko wished for. Even if those words were a lie, they sank deep into Natsuko's mind. And drove away the truth. There's no way I'd ever forget. Once everything was complete, Yuuri returned to reality. The professor murmured in a hollow voice, "Yuuri, I'm sorry, Professor. I couldn't do it." Yuuri felt genuinely sorry. She shouldn't. She knew what she had done was inexcusable, but this whole situation is inexcusable on part of the adults here. That's fine. The professor's voice was kind, which only served to deepen the pain in Yuri's heart. Let's go before Natsuko wakes up. Okay. They quickly left the laboratory, leaving Natsuhiko behind. Yeah. Bloody hell. Ah, 2 memories of past, locked away still. Now we have to deal with the present. Alright. It was a memory of about 2 months ago. Yes. That day, Yuuri was in her own room in Labo, having a talk with the professor. July 7th has come again this year, eh? That was quick. Has really been 9 years already. In all that time, Yuuri had grown, both physically and mentally. As a test subject, Yuuri had proved to be a major contribution to Labo's developed products, especially in the fields of AD development and BC insulator improvement. She had not a single worry and spent her days in true peace. Yuuri, how have these 9 years been to you? Well, they were fun, were they? You've bought me anything I ever wanted, and I get to live in such a nice room too. The only luxury she wasn't afforded was the freedom to go outside. But she had already stopped thinking about it. And besides, you're really nice, Professor. All little things make me happy. You're like a real mom to me. Yuuri. The professor wrapped her arms around Yuri's shoulders. Just as Yuuri had said, the professor showered her with unrestrained love. The origin of that love was almost certainly due to the guilt she felt for Yuuri. But regardless, the two of them forged a relationship akin to a real mother and daughter. They shared a deep understanding of each other. But now that today has come, we really do need to start thinking. About Hikorin, right? Indeed, now that today had come, there was something they were keenly reminded of, whether they wanted to think of it or not. Ever since that night when Yuuri had manipulated his memories, Natsuko has started seeing a phantom of her. 9 years ago, Yuuri fabricated a false memory for Natsuko that she was alive and always with him. And as part of that fabrication, she chose not to restore some of his memories, such as the particulars of the incident and how his PC abilities had awakened. It was a very selfish use of manipulation, one that left a scar on his mind. A human's personality consists of an accumulation of memories. The spirit is the aggregation of information within the brain. The addition of fabricated memories created the decisive inconsistency with reality. So in order to reconcile that inconsistency, Natsuko's brain created the Phantom Yuuri to restore mental balance. With just minor tampering to his memory, Natsuko became so firmly adherent to those lies that even his perception of reality became warped. Over these past 9 years, Yuuri had become painfully aware of the sheer magnitude of the effects memory manipulation had on the human mind. Tell me, Professor, was I right to do what I did? I can't say whether it was right or wrong, but it was true that you had no other choice. It was probably too hard for you to completely erase all of his memories of you with perfect accuracy to begin with. We didn't really know it yet back then, but as our research progressed, we established that there are several issues with memory erasure, haven't we? Such as how, in almost all cases, erased memories are eventually restored. Good point. Memories are lumps of powerful information energy, and memory erasure is an ability that destroys that lump of energy by striking it with even stronger energy, which in turn causes the memory to disperse into fragments that are impossible to remember. However, the fragments of memory and the memory in its entirety do not completely disappear. With the passage of enough time and given some sort of impetus, the brain can restructure the fragmentary information and restore the memory. The target's reaction is also significant. After all, sudden amnesia would astonish just about anybody to the point where they would be driven to try and recall the vanished memory by whatever means necessary. And besides, after you and Natsuko met, you were always together. Even if you forcibly erased all of his memories, there's no doubt that somebody would eventually bring you up as a matter of discussion. And once that happened, Natsuko would notice the contradiction between his memories and reality and would reach another deadlock with the truth. There was no other way to break that cycle than to do what you did. Just as the professor said, it was found to be far easier to cope with memory manipulation than with memory erasure. When a certain memory is replaced with a different memory, the brain obediently accepts the change. The reason for that is that rather than undergoing amnesia, the target may experience various other phenomena, such as believing they simply remembered wrong. But Yuuri was well aware of what she had done. I'm sorry, Professor, but that's not all there was to it. When she was a child, Yuuri just couldn't bear having Natsuko forget about her. But as a result, she had to keep cleaning up the mess she had made. As Yuuri reflected upon her actions, the professor suddenly looked at her watch. Oh my, it's almost time for that boy to arrive. Ah, okay. Let's go, Yuuri. It's time for your yearly date. Yuuri nodded and left the room with the professor. They headed for the Area 5 Neuroscience Laboratory. There, Yuuri reunited with Natsuhiko. It's been a whole year, hasn't it, Hikorin? In front of them was Natsuko, put to sleep with drugs. Labo staff have brought him all the way here. Yuuri, you'd rather be alone with him, wouldn't you? I'll be waiting outside. Yes, thank you. The professor smiled boldly as she left the room. Back on the night where Yuuri agreed to her incarceration in Labo, she had asked the professor for one favor. Please let me see him, even if it's just once in a while, even if just once a year. That's all I ask. I promise. The professor kept that promise. Once each year on July 7th, the anniversary of the accident, Yuuri was allowed to see him in this fashion. Granted, Natsuko himself was not aware of these little dates. He was under the impression that he stayed at Rokumisi Hospital once a year for a yearly checkup. And once he was there, he'd be administered with a sleeping medication and taken to Labo, and back again before he woke up. This is the only way we can meet, but it's plenty. However, the purpose of these reunions wasn't only so she could see his face. He was brought here once a year to renew the memory of the Yuuri that was inside him. The phantom Yuuri created by his brain was, after all, a phantom and nothing more. If no action were taken, the phantom Yuuri would gradually become disparate from the real Yuuri. This was, in essence, maintenance to adjust for changes and disparities. Such was the truth of Natsuko's yearly checkups. I'm not quite sure if this is really for Hikarin's sake, but to be honest, I'm glad I get to see him. Forgive me, Hikarin. Yuuri gently bowed her head and stepped up to Natsuhiko. How's your year? And thus Yuuri dove into Natsuko's memory, seeing all sorts of things. A year's worth of memories floated in Natsuhiko's mind. They were sights of an uneventful daily life. Natsuhiko, food's ready. Ah, sorry for always making you do this. Hey, it's fine. I'm doing this because I want to see your smiling face. It was a scene of a morning before school. Ah, it's Mashiro. Yuuri loved Mashiro too. Though it was only in the memory, Yuuri was honestly glad to see Mashiro again. There you go, joking again. It's not for me, but for Yuuri, right? Ah, saw through my ruse. Apparently, Mashiro began cooking meals at Natsuko's house this spring. So these newest memories included a lot of memories with Mashiro. Which is nice. Mashiro's great. I like her. Come on, Natsuko. We're gonna be late. Sorry, I ate too much during breakfast. Each individual memory was trivial by itself, but the combination is great. Natsuko, come shopping with me. There's just a few things I want to buy. What? More anime shop visits? Why not? Not like you're busy, right? Well, he isn't, no. But something bothered Yuuri about Mashiro's facial expressions in these memories. Jealousy. Natsuko, look at this. Cute, right? It most certainly is. So what you want to buy was clothes? Look, I don't really get girl clothes. I just want a boy's opinion. I want to get a less biased view, that's all. The way Mashiro looked at, spoke to, and behaved with Natsuhiko made it quite obvious that she was falling in love with him. In Natsuko's memory, Mashiro had talked to the Phantom. Hey Yuuri, what do you think about the food today? It's delicious, Mashiro. You sure are getting good at cooking. You're so cute and you're good at cooking. You're like an ideal wife. Now that's a precious thing to say. So how about Yuuri? Will you marry me? She was able to hold a conversation without any issue. It was as if Yuuri actually existed there. Yuuri was painfully aware of just how amazing a feat that was. Just being able to hold a conversation like that would have required Mashiro to train her ability to the point that she could use empathy like it was nothing. And there was only one reason she'd go through such lengths. Mashiro wants to be with Hikarin so much that she... Sure. And that's fine. As Yuuri returned to reality, she gazed at Natsuko's sleeping face and whispered, "That's right. I can't keep Hikarin to myself forever. It would be way too cruel to do that to Mashiro. Mashiro's a way better girl than I am, after all. Hikarin's better off with her." Stop thinking like that, goddammit. At any rate, well, I mean, we don't know they'd stop thinking like that, because it's silly. At any rate, Yuuri would never be able to properly see Natsuko in person for the rest of her life. It was already unnatural for her to be seeing him this way as it was. No shit. This is really messed up way to see somebody. In that case, both Natsuko and Mashiro would be better off if they forgot about Yuuri. That thought began to rapidly spread within Yuri's mind. She walked out of the laboratory with slumped shoulders to find the professor waiting in the hall. "Yuuri, how's your yearly date?" "Professor, do you think it would be better if I replaced all of Hikarin's memories of me with memories of Mashiro?" What makes you say that again? "It's just that if I don't, then Mashiro will never." "Are you worrying yourself over Mashiro?" Yuuri nodded weakly. "The three of us were always together, so I don't think he'd notice too much of a contradiction. And besides, I wanted those two to get along better than ever since we were kids. Hikarin and Mashiro always fought back then, but they don't do that anymore, so I think it's about time the two of them started getting along better." The professor fell silent, her face clearly showing she was at a loss for words. But eventually she sighed and spoke. "I understand how you feel, but it would probably be bad to do that too." "Why is that?" "I believe that manipulating Natsuko's memories about you would cause serious problems in his mind." "Oh no, but if I do it carefully then..." "No, your existence is too important to Natsuko to just erase it. And even if that weren't the case, Natsuko's mind is already affected by innumerable problems." Right. "So far, Natsuko has nearly noticed your absence several times, but he has yet to recognize it. That cognitive dissonance has resulted in bizarre behavior from him as well." "Bizarre behavior?" "For example, Natsuko has prepared hot milk for you in our living room before, correct?" "Right. But since you don't actually exist there, the milk in your cup never decreases in volume, see? But Natsuko never questioned that fact. He empties the completely full cup of cold milk in the sink without a word. If you try and tell him that the cup's full, he just says, 'Huh? What?' and makes a genuinely confused face." "Is that a thing?" "It is. It's called denial syndrome, incidentally. He's had several other instances of bizarre behavior. For example, every day before he leaves for school, he turns the living room lights on." "The lights? Why?" "Because if he didn't, there would be no lights on at home by the time he got back. It wouldn't make sense if there were no lights on in the house even though you were supposed to be there. So to avoid that inconsistency, Natsuko turns the lights on before he leaves the house. And he does it all unconsciously." Once she had heard all that, Yuuri murmured in a quivering voice, "Then, all because of me, Hikarin's gone fucking nuts. Basically, yes." "No, it's not your fault. I mean, yes and no. It's back to fucking Labo and their lack of ethics." Denial syndrome often occurs when the brain encounters any sort of functional abnormality. Such cases have been reported worldwide. All the bizarre behaviors Natsuko has demonstrated have been seen in other patients. So please, don't you ever say it's your fault again." That didn't stop the tears from flowing. The gravity of her actions 9 years ago threatened to crush Yuuri. "Professor, what do I do?" "Let's see. If Natsuko were to become strong enough to handle the truth one day, maybe it would be okay to tell it to him then. But how will we know when that time has come?" "We won't. So one day, I'll free you from Labo. I swear." Yuuri doubted her ears. She couldn't believe the leading researcher in the field of BC would say such a thing. "Labo will no longer have a reason to restrain you once we've solved all the mysteries surrounding BC. I intend to devote my life to make sure that happens. I doubt it will redeem me for my sin of destroying your life, though. Oh, that's not your only sin. Far from it." "But you didn't..." "Yes, you did. All sorts of things. And even if I can't fulfill that promise, I will gladly do whatever I can to get you all out of here, even if it costs me my life. Eh? Truth be told, I've been secretly advancing preparations for such a plan. It's not something I can do alone, so it'll be a difficult journey. But one day, for sure." The professor spoke remorsefully as she brought Yuuri into a gentle embrace. Yuuri understood. That was another wish that could not be granted. For the two of them had been together for 9 years, Yuuri could tell the professor felt hopeless, even without using BC. BC research is endless, and I'm sure there are other reasons why they keep me incarcerated. Not that I can imagine what those reasons are. But regardless, she questioned whether or not she had to stay there forever. She questioned how to free Natsuko and Mashura from the curse she cast over them. But without her finding a single answer to any of these questions, the days passed by. But soon those days will end. We'll go through these past memories once we're done with the present day, so that we unlock all of them. It was last night. Yuuri and Dr. Tenkawa were discussing the plans for the next day, that is, September 16th. Professor, about tomorrow's plans. What is it? It says 6:30 AM to 6:30 PM. Experiments in Ariane. What are we doing there? Well, properly speaking, there's been this experiment that I've always wanted to conduct. But it suddenly became necessary to run the experiment right away. So I want your help, Yuuri. Why now? The number of test subjects has decreased after Yui left Labo, correct? But we still have to prove to the higher-ups in Labo that we're conducting advanced experiments. I understand. Of course I'll help. But what sort of experiment is it? Let's see. In simple terms, it's an experiment to create a consciousness, perhaps. It's to create the player avatar, basically. The player entity. While Yuuri blinked in confusion, the professor continued with a straight face. Yuuri, did you know? The process through which a consciousness forms is still not well understood by modern science. It isn't? Logically, the consciousness seems to come forth from somewhere in the brain, correct? But no matter how thoroughly we'll analyze the brain, we still don't understand the mechanism through which a consciousness is born. How does a simple lump of protein produce a consciousness? Where exactly is the consciousness? So is this an experiment to try and find the answer? No, it's an experiment to verify the answer I found myself. The professor smiled boldly. Now then, Yuuri, before we search for the process of consciousness creation, there's something you need to know. But first of all, what exactly do you think a consciousness is? A consciousness? That's a hard question. A mind that thinks and feels. It's what we call a spirit, right? A spirit, huh? That's another answer. It's a philosophical problem with many answers, but at the very least, this is what I think. A consciousness is an accumulation of information and its transformed state, and it must be capable of making decisions regarding the process of its own transformation. Making decisions. That's the key, the dividing line between a simple collection of information and a complex consciousness. A simple accumulation of information won't cause a consciousness to be born. For example, a hard disk won't have a consciousness no matter how high its capacity. The information recorded on it won't transform on its own. So what if that information were to transform? It would still not suffice as a consciousness. If you rewrote a hard disk's contents 1,000 times, it would be your work, not the hard disk. That's not a consciousness at all. No, not even a computer program counts. Those merely follow predetermined processes. It's not as if they make their own decisions. But what if that information was able to decide the process of its own transformation? Then it's no longer a simple medium. It's the same as the process that occurs in the human brain. It would be no exaggeration to say that consciousness was born there. I see. I think so too, but when you say we're going to make a consciousness, what do you mean? When Yuuri asked that question, the professor pointed at her own head. The human brain is filled with high-energy BC particles. In other words, an accumulation of information energy that is constantly transforming due to the influence of the brain. And conversely, the BC particles affect the brain too, causing impressions and senses to transform. In other words, the brain and its surrounding BC particles constantly hold a mutual effect on each other. Doesn't that sound similar to what I just told you? Everything she said suddenly snapped together in Yuri's mind. A spirit. Indeed. My thinking was that if something like a spirit were to exist, then it could possibly be the BC particles that fill the brain. Humanity has searched for proof of the spirit's existence since time immemorial, and its true form was an accumulation of information energy transmitted by elementary particles. In other words, the spirit is not just a concept, it physically exists. I think there lies the answer to the age-old question, where is the consciousness? In other words, the consciousness isn't a product of the brain. The brain is merely a storage medium, a hardware processor. The consciousness truly comes from the spirit, that is, not the brain itself, but the accumulation of information energy that envelops it. The consciousness born from the spirit uses the brain to think and act. The answers and stimuli the brain obtains as a result are fed back into the consciousness, adding to the spirit's memories and experiences. If we can prove all of that scientifically, it could shock the entire world, couldn't it? The professor smiled faintly. It was not the motherly smile Yuuri was used to seeing from her, but rather the smile of a pure child. You mean, a consciousness can exist without a brain? If we made a lump of high-energy BC particles outside of brain, would that become a spirit? You're quite perceptive, Yuuri. That's what tomorrow's experiment is going to confirm. What we're doing tomorrow is this. Miyako began talking about the particulars of the experiment. First, we generate and maintain a XX particle field of over 500 MSV in area N. But we don't load any information into the XX particles whatsoever. If we do, then nothing more will happen in area N than a simple lump of energy. Then we get you to enter area N and continuously use BC. BC? On whom? Not on anybody. Just untargeted telepathy. The insulators will prevent the information energy you generate from leaving area N. But even so, you'll keep using telepathy, raising the information energy levels in area N. The intention is to get you to transmit all of the memories in your head as information energy. Why do that? Basically, what I want to check is this. If you transmit all of the information energy in your brain into area N as BC, would that create another copy of your spirit? Yuuri was speechless. The professor's words were logical and consistent, but the sheer scale of what they were doing came as a surprise. Though by all rights, I'm not entirely sure what will happen if we do that. Even after all that effort, we might produce nothing more than a simple lump of information energy. Or perhaps it will transform after interacting with the brains of other people that are like you or me. And if it becomes able to make decisions regarding its own transformation, it may even gain its own sense of self and personally intervene with the people there. And if that were to happen, it would be nothing short of the birth of a consciousness and the creation of a spirit. Another copy of my spirit. That's kinda scary. Don't worry. If we stop the particle amplifier and allow the energy levels to decay, then that spirit should disappear. But that might be a little sad. God damn it, Yuuri, always with that maximum empathy for others. Now you're a troublesome one, aren't you? Why not help me out? It's my dearest wish. Your dearest wish? The professor looked with distant eyes once Yuuri asked that. This hypothesis on the creation of a spirit was an extension of what I wrote 16 years ago. A paper detailing what would become the informational field theory. In this universe, in addition to the four fundamental forces of gravity, electromagnetism, weak and strong, there exists a fifth fundamental force, information. And human mental activity is just another form of information. In that case, it's believable that an accumulation of information energy could hold a consciousness, isn't it? In other words, could we generate an information energy field with a sense of self? A self-aware information field. That's what I had thought in my youth, but I couldn't verify it at the time. But after many long years, the capability of the DOX particle amplifier has improved. We are now able to maintain a low-risk energy level of around 500 MSV for extended periods of time. And we have you, Yuuri, an extraordinary communicator. With both you and the amplifier, we can finally conduct the experiment. So just this once, please. Not an experiment to research lifespan expansions or elucidate BC, but an experiment I want to do myself. We might come in contact with a universal truth for all we know. My spirit as a scientist compels me. The professor tapered her lips in a pout. Yuuri felt that the professor was acting different from usual. In several ways, she's acting like a young girl. She's super excited, just like a young researcher, like excited to finally prove a theory. Something personal, something they cared so deeply about. Excellent. Professor, did something happen? Natsuko shouted at me today. I cried a little. He said, how do you explain that you listen to everything you say when you're never around to say it? I'm always working hard for his sake, yet he doesn't know a thing about it because nobody tells him anything. It's been decided. That's so mean of him. It's not really. He's right to say that. Okay, I'll help out with any experiment or whatever you want. I'm always on your side, Professor. Thank you, Yuuri. Now that Yui's left the nest, you're my only ally. The professor hugged Yuuri tightly. Yuuri suddenly realized something as those arms remained wrapped around her. But Professor, I just realized something. What is it? For tomorrow's experiment, we'll be generating a 500 MSV WX particle field in Area N, right? Then won't there be an empty spirit in Area N until I use BC? Well, it's somewhat of a stretch, but perhaps. The problem is if an empty spirit can truly be called a spirit, though. In short, a lump of information energy without memory or consciousness would just drift through the air. So when I pour information energy into the empty spirit, it'll give birth to a consciousness. I feel like there's some sort of major secret hiding there somewhere. Oh my, have you got an interest in physics? Yes, I am your daughter after all, Professor. Now that's an awfully cute thing to say. It is. Yuuri chuckled as the professor playfully nudged her forehead. Well, maybe we'll find out during tomorrow's experiment. So let's prepare for tomorrow by sleeping early tonight. Okay. As Yuuri answered thusly, she completely forgot about that secret. It wasn't until long after that she had remembered. It was when she began walking around Labo after meeting Watasa and Kazami. The two of them were talking in front of the gate leading to Area N. Would it be possible to enter Area N and put out the fires? Are you out of your mind? That's way too dangerous. Even if you could put out the fires, you wouldn't be able to protect yourself from getting exposed to the lethal radiation levels in there. You're right. Damn it. And then Watasa brought his Prokian close to the gate. What? Only for the reading to start shooting up astronomically. 2406 MC. It almost up by 1,000 all at once. It's too dangerous. Fall back. Yeah. The group frantically ran away from the door. Just then, the Prokian's reading went back to normal. Even if we could get past the gate, we'd have to face all of that. If the gate's made of lead, then it should be able to completely block off radiation. So perhaps the inner walls and ceiling are damaged. When Yuuri heard that, she secretly thought to herself, the WX particles in the area are crossing through the BC insulators and are slowly leaking out. So does that mean that the empty spirit is leaking out of Area N and drifting about inside Labo? WX particles over 1000 were currently spreading throughout the facility. So perhaps they were all walking around inside of an empty spirit. And what happens if we do that? Will the spirit exert some sort of influence on us? Yes, it does, actually. Apparently. That's us, that's the play of this empty spirit. The observer. If Yuuri used BC, then it was natural to assume that the empty spirit would receive the information energy as well. In which case, a consciousness would be born. No, it wouldn't be that easy, would it? Kinda turns out it is. That experiment was supposed to have taken hours. And besides, it wasn't conceivable that consciousness born like that could help her in any way. After all, it would just be a copy of Yuri's spirit. Once Yuuri had thought about all of that, Kazami spoke up. Be that as it may, we've now concluded our search of the inner ring. Captain, let's assist with the search of the outer ring. That's right, I should be worrying about surviving rather than trivial things like that. With that thought in mind, Yuuri decided to stop thinking about the empty spirit. Right, interesting, a bit more context there. And then came the day of fate. September 16th, 2030. Early morning that day, Yuuri went with Dr. Tenkawa to a neuroscience laboratory. Sorry for starting your day so early, Yuuri. It's okay, we're doing a very important experiment today, aren't we? Indeed, it'll be a long stretch from around 9 to 12, so let's give it our best. Before the experiment, we need to examine your brain. Please, changing into the testing clothes. Miyoko handed Yuuri a change of clothes. In the surrounding area, the professor's colleagues were busy preparing for the examination. Scanning preparations complete. Send me the data from the previous 2 rounds. None of them showed any interest in seeing Yuri's naked body, but she still tried to find cover to change behind. But still, today's experiment is quite unusual, eh? The professor said it's to create a spirit. But is that even possible? The moment Yuuri pondered the possibility, the phone rang. What could that be? Puzzled, the professor picked up the phone. Yes, Tenkawa speaking. We're in the middle of experiment right now, so... Before she could finish, the professor's face froze over. Natsuko did what? Eh? Yuuri gasped too when she heard that name. As Yuuri strained her ears to listen, the professor continued the phone call. Yes. What did you say? Masha and Yui as well? Understood. I'll be heading over there right now. And with that, the professor hung up the phone. What happened with Hikarin? I'm not sure, but it looks like those 3 came to Labo. Eh? How? How indeed. And right as we're running an experiment. What in the world could he need at a time like... Right as the professor spoke, kaboom! Ukita's setting off the explosions. The sound of an explosion rang out in the distance. Yuuri was so taken by surprise that she dropped the testing clothes she was about to change into. What was that sound? As if to answer that question, more and more sounds echoed forth. Oh no, the automatic disaster prevention system broadcast an automated message, yada 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 yada, tremors, and the timer, security to evacuation, blah blah blah, get the fuck out of here. Yuuri didn't really understand what was going on, but she did know that something terrible was befalling the facility. Professor. Yuuri became frightened and walked up to her. The professor wrapped Yuuri in a protective embrace just as a clamorous broadcast echoed through the halls. This is an emergency broadcast. Explosions of unknown origin had just occurred within the facility. From our current understanding of the situation, explosions occurred simultaneously in 10 different locations inside the facility. Fires have broken out as a result. That broadcast sent all the researchers panicking. Explosions in 10 different locations. Unknown origin? What do you mean, unknown origin? The frightened Yuuri clung to the professor. The professor embraced her shoulders back and spoke. It's okay. This facility is equipped with layers upon layers of disaster prevention systems. No matter what happens, it shouldn't escalate to a large-scale disaster. Our safety is guaranteed, so there's no need to worry. She spoke in a voice calm to the core, as if she were trying to encourage Yuuri. But why did this happen? Why indeed? There's no reason for an explosion to have occurred in this facility. It couldn't be. Terrorism. Terrorism? An anti-BC extremist group has been conducting acts of destruction within the city recently. Yesterday, they blew up the PRC, and that was thought to have been the end of their string of crimes. But it could be that their actual target was here. How did they find out this place was a BC research facility? Was there any information leak somewhere? I don't know. The same goes for what their goal is. But it's too dangerous for us to stay here. That's for certain. Yuuri, let's evacuate to somewhere safe. Okay. The professor took Yuuri by the hand and left the laboratory. They ran up the emergency staircase and headed to B1 Area 5. Professor, where are we going? There's an emergency shelter here in Area 5. In truth, Area 0 is the safest place, but going there requires tedious formalities. The professor stopped and looked at the wall. There was a numeric keypad affixed to it. 107215. Okay, opened. The professor entered what appeared to be a password, and the wall slid open, revealing a narrow passageway. They rushed up to a steel door deep inside and opened it. Yuuri, I'm sorry, but hide yourself here. This place was designed to withstand minor explosions and fires. It's perfectly safe. Alright. I'll go investigate what's happening, and there's the issue with Natsuhiko too, so... Understand? Wait for me here, okay? Understood. Be careful. The professor nodded and left the shelter. Yuuri was left there alone. The sound of explosions kept going on and on. He couldn't see her. Why would he come now, of all times? Yuuri was worried about them, but she couldn't just leave the shelter. If I could at least confirm their safety. As Yuuri pondered about how to do that, it hit her. I know, I'll use BC. She could confirm Natsuko's current situation using sense of sympathy. Furthermore, since the facility was now in evacuation mode, BC insulated security gates were all wide open, meaning she would in theory be able to use BC on him even if he was in a faraway area. Yuuri focused her mind and tried using sense of sympathy on Natsuhiko. But the moment her senses sympathized with Natsuko's, an intense headache struck. The pain Natsuko felt propagated to Yuuri. The girls beside him looked at him in concern. Natsuko, do you have a headache again? Are you okay, Natsuko? Hang in there. This headache. Yuuri knew the truth behind that headache. It was the headache that Natsuko would always get when his mind was on the verge of collapse. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he heard another explosion from nearby. Natsuko promptly covered for Mashiro and Yuuri. 1 second later, a blazing wind shot by, and the kids were blown away. Are you two okay? They slowly got up after having fallen on top of each other. Yeah, I'm okay. The two groaned, but they appeared to be uninjured. Thank goodness. Yuuri felt relieved as the three kids ran around, searching for an exit. She didn't understand what their objective was, but Yuuri had a lone desire. I need to get those three out of here as soon as possible. Yuuri focused further and sent Natsuko telepathy. Intense telepathy that worked not only to cause an auditory hallucination, but a visual one as well. Huh? Yuuri? Natsuko stopped in his tracks, speechless. His eyes were no doubt seeing Yuuri. Hikarin, why did you come here? How about Yuuri? Why are you here? You left home? Yuuri was holding a conversation with him without issue. Though she was relieved, she had no other thoughts on her mind as well. First, I need to find the reason Hikarin came to Labo, and with that information, I need to think of a way to get him to leave. Yuuri immediately peered into Natsuhiko's memory. All the things, yada yada yadas. She looked through his memories of what he experienced the previous few days. How he came across a traffic accident, how he met Luis, how he heard about the terrorists from Mashiro, and how they came to Labo to stop them. But were one step behind and the terrorist attack proceeded. The watch that broke and stopped at that time left a severe impression. Once she had caught all of the details, Yuuri murmured in admiration and surprise. So that's what happened. Those words were heard by Natsuhiko as well via BC. What do I do? Now that she had understood the situation, Yuuri was at a loss for how to proceed. The first thing on that agenda would probably be to get them out safely. But there was something else that was equally important. Hikarin's trying to regain his memories. Natsuhiko had been tormented by his frequently chaotic memory for some reason. He still lacked any of the preparedness to know the truth that the professor had talked about. But if he were to fall victim to his panic disorder or stupefaction in this situation, it would mean certain death. After all, he'd nearly gotten caught in an explosive blast mere moments ago. If something were to happen to him, then even Mashiro and Yui could get caught up in it. And even if the three of them did escape, Natsuhiko would eventually regain his memory of 9 years ago regardless. And then his mind would collapse yet again. In light of the impending crisis, there was only one path for Yuuri to take. In that case, I'll start now, and manipulate Hikarin's memory to give him the strength he needs to handle the truth. She didn't know how much time was left, but it was something that needed to be done while she guided them down an escape route. It was the only way. Hikarin has so many people there to support him now. As long as Mashiro and Yui are there for him, I'm sure Hikarin can handle the truth. To get him to accept the truth and free him from her curse. I'll rewind time for Hikarin, as many times as it takes. Indeed. September 16th, 2030. When Yuuri learned that Natsuhiko had come to Labo, she quickly began manipulating his memories, so that he would be ready to accept the truth, and to guide him gradually towards complete mental preparation. There were countless things she needed to do. First, she had to make Natsuhiko aware of his own growth. Next, she had to strengthen how he felt about his bonds with other people around him. In Hikarin's mind, time stopped 9 years ago. I've got to get it moving again. Natsuhiko's memories seemed to be slightly warped by the actions of his own brain. Even Yuuri could clearly see that his impressions of Masha and Luis were far worse than what they actually should be, which was likely the result of how he had closed his heart to others for many years. But if he kept that up, he would have no chance of handling the impending truth. And to that end, Yuuri worked to mend Natsuhiko's impressions of the ones who supported him. Masha and Luis in particular, to more fitting, favorable impressions. Yuuri took extreme care to ensure that her modifications would seamlessly blend with the reality. Meanwhile, Yuuri also dropped some hints to the truth one by one. She hinted that soon enough his false peace would end and he would have to part with the Phantom. Natsuhiko was perplexed at first, but eventually he gained the strength to face the past. And as if he overcame several crises, he was able to keep moving forward, even in Labo. Because Masha and Luis were there for him. A K-sign has just been detected, bulkhead mode, blah blah blah, fuck all of you, go, standard thing that we've read like 50 times now. Even when he encountered the K-sign announcement in 85, he did not despair. As she saw the results in Natsuhiko's progression, Yuuri thought to herself, with this, Hikarin might be able to accept the truth. Natsuhiko's headache was gone as suddenly as it had come. His mental preparation was almost complete. All that's left is the finishing touch. The finishing touch. Make Natsuhiko realize the fact that Mashiro had been supporting him all these 9 years. If he only knew, he'd be thankful for Mashiro and would perhaps be able to cope with Yuri's death. The problem was how to open the gate after it had lockdown, but Yuuri happened to see that the professor's security card card had been dropped in the stairwell. Natsuko hadn't noticed it, so Yuuri tried to inform him of it, but immediately after she did, there was an unforeseen turn of events. Natsuko had gone to Dr. Mikako Tenkawa's office and found something. A file of newspaper articles covering the incident 9 years ago. Natsuko's body trembled. He looked towards Yuuri in a daze. Oh no, it's still a little too early. But now it's come to this, there's nothing I can do but gamble on Hikarin's mental strength. Yuuri prepared herself and sent telepathy to Natsuhiko. Now you understand why I said couldn't go with you, don't you? It was a conclusive statement heralding the end of a long dream. No. Natsuko's innermost thoughts propagated to Yuuri as well. His confusion, sorrow, agitation, fear, and despair. But even so, Yuuri continued. Hikarin, it's time to say goodbye. I'm sorry for deceiving you for so long. I wanted to support you, but I'm sure you'll be okay without me now. You've noticed it these past few days, haven't you? You're not alone, Hikarin. Yuuri spoke sincerely, to move Natsuhiko's heart. But her voice didn't get through to him. For when Yuuri ceased the telepathy transmission and erased the phantom, Natsuko groaned faintly and screamed madly. No way, that still wasn't enough. Yuuri fell into despair once more. She had no idea that the curse of hers that bound him was that strong. It's been on there for 9 years, of course it's strong. And then the door opened and Mashiro rushed in. Natsuko! Natsuko, I heard a scream. What happened? Yuuri. She disappeared. Natsuko flared up at Mashiro, as if to spew out the sorrow of losing Yuuri and the bitterness of having been lied to for 9 whole years. Yuuri's gone, isn't she? She's been gone for 9 goddamn years. And you just played along with my madness, didn't you? Is this your idea of a joke? No way. Both Natsuko and Mashiro's eyes welled up with tears. And as she observed the situation through Natsuko's eyes, Yuuri too was saddened. No, Hikarin, you mustn't hold it against Mashiro. She's been there supporting you all this time. Yuuri was rife with regret. What should I have done? What should I do for Hikarin? But before Yuuri could think any further, the unexpected happened. Suddenly, Natsuko's vision was engulfed in darkness. His consciousness was abruptly thrown into that endless darkness. What is this? Natsuko was astonished, but Yuuri understood what was happening. No way. He couldn't sympathize with Mashiro's mind? The third ability, senses sympathy, had awoken within Natsuhiko. Though he had shown signs of it the previous night, it was still an unexpected but welcome surprise. That's it. Now Hikarin should be able to understand Mashiro's feelings. Natsuko peered into Mashiro's memories, bewildered at what was going on. And thus, Natsuko learned the truth that Mashiro had been caring for him all those 9 years. Ah, when he returned to reality, Natsuko tearfully apologized to Mashiro and gave her a nice hug. Hugs are nice. Mashiro, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Huh? You've always been there to support me, haven't you? You've always been there for me, right by my side. As she listened in on the conversation, Yuuri thought to herself, thank goodness. Now Hikarin and Mashiro are both truly free from my curse. And now her role was complete. With that feeling of closure, Yuuri calmly disconnected from Natsuhiko's mind. Her own senses returned to her as soon as she did. What spread out before her eyes was an empty room. But the sight of the lonely room began to blur. Why am I? Yuuri realized that she was crying. Natsuko was free from Yuri's curse, free to be with Mashiro. She thought that was what she had always wished for, and yet, Yuuri felt as if her heart had been torn in two. No, this is for the best. With that belief, Yuuri wiped her tears. Just then, she heard a knock on the shelter door. Ah, Professor? Yuuri was taken aback and rushed over to the door. If the professor had returned, then Yuuri wanted her shoulder to cry on. She was the only one who understood Yuuri, the only one who shared her sadness, someone she could truly call Mom. But when she opened the door, she found not the professor, but an unfamiliar man standing there. Finally found you. You're a person of interest to this lab, alright? Who are you? I'm a rescue worker. I'm here to save you guys. His voice sounded familiar. It sent shivers of anxiety down her spine. Where have I heard that voice? She soon remembered. She'd heard that voice in Natsuhiko's memory. He was one of the terrorists. You're with Q. the man unintentionally gasped. For a moment, his face froze over. But that face soon warped into a wicked expression. Hey, did you cheat and use BC to read my mind? Well, whatever. You're coming with me. And with that, the man grabbed Yuuri by the arm. No, stop it. Please don't struggle. I won't have to get violent as long as you behave. It was very hard to take the man's words at face value. Then on just two races, Yuuri plotted to destroy the man's memory and run. But before she could, a pain ran through her neck. Ow. Though she didn't understand what had just happened, Yuuri tried to use BC. But nothing happened. She couldn't destroy the man's memory. She couldn't even use sense of sympathy itself at all. Why? I injected you with a BC inhibitor. Your abilities won't work on me now. No way. Without BC, Yuuri was nothing but an ordinary, powerless girl. As Yuuri despaired, the man wrapped his arm around her neck. He applied pressure to her carotid artery. Yuuri tried to shake him off, but the man was too strong for her to even budge an inch. Suddenly, her sight blacked out. As Yuri's consciousness faded away, she prayed that the others would safely escape from here without encountering this man. Nope. They could not avoid encountering him. After Yuuri had come across Watasa and he knocked her out, Yuuri was awoken up by a strange sound and an extreme heat. Hey, Karin. For a moment, she remembered the time she was locked away in labo with Natsuko, so she unthinkingly called out his name. But she was mistaken. It was currently September 16th, 2030, 9 years after that memory. Yuuri looked around. She didn't see the man, but... Uh-oh. The hallway was engulfed in flames. The fires had probably spread while she was unconscious. I can't get away. Yuuri stood up in confusion and ran away from the flames. As she ran, Yuuri thought to herself, how long have I been unconscious? Where did that man go? The man had disappeared after knocking Yuuri out. From that observation, she couldn't understand what his goal was at all. No, there's no time to think about all that. First, I need to find a way to survive. Yuuri shook off her doubts and ran through the hallway. On the way, she stopped by a room and obtained a level 6 security card that had been left behind. She tried going to Dr. Miyako Tenkawa's office, but saw no sign of Natsuko and the others. They probably escaped by their own means. Thank goodness. Right when Yuuri sighed in relief, the flames assailed her. Uh-oh. Yuuri kept running as the fire and smoke chased her. She went through the blazing factory, and then into Area 1. But there were no escape routes to be found. Uh-oh. There was no longer any way out. Every path she took was blocked by fire. That room. Yuuri plunged into a nearby room, every fiber of her being focused only on escaping from the flames. She lowered her body and crawled under a desk so as to not breathe in the smoke. But she could tell it was only a matter of time before that room burned up too. Am I going to die here? No. You won't. She thought that might not be such a bad thing. Don't think that way. Never think that way. Even if she were to survive, she probably would still never make it out of Labo. As long as Natsuko and the others managed to escape in the end, that was probably good enough for her. That's right. The lie we kept telling is now coming true. That's all. And with this, Yuuri would disappear in both name and in substance. The curse that haunted Natsuko and Mashiro would slip out of existence. This is for the best. It wouldn't even have been strange if I actually had died long ago, anyway. Because if Hikari didn't use telepathy back then, I would have died. So these 9 extra years were more like a bonus, if anything. Bullshit. Never think that way. That's bullshit. Come on now. That's just wrong. I'm glad I was able to stay with him for a little longer, even if it was just as a phantom. She kept telling herself that, and when she finally readied herself, she heard an explosion from outside the room. Yuuri couldn't help but scream. The door to the room was crushed and flames rushed in. And then the force of the flames fiercely intensified. Perhaps something explosive had caught on fire. The heat was so intense that it was difficult to breathe. A heat haze rose from the entire floor, warping the sight of Yuri's surroundings. As she watched the haze, all the preparation Yuuri had made to accept her death turned into fear. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Nobody wants to die, really. She kept screaming in solitude, especially young people. They shouldn't ever want to die. That's just... The fear of actual impending death blew away what little resolve to die Yuuri thought she had. A heat wave blew through like a windstorm. Smoke filled the room. Yuuri coughed violently, her eyes watered. But then, she heard voices from somewhere in the distance. Hole's ready, Roger. They were female voices. Oh, out of the way, Captain. Commence water release. Roger, here comes. Judging by the conversation, they seemed to be firefighters or something. When Yuuri lifted her head, she heard the sound of water coming from the other side of the crushed door. They were extinguishing the fires outside. The violent heat wave rapidly died down. There's no doubt about it. They're firefighters. Someone, help me. She heard a voice in the response. Someone's in that room? Yuuri called out once more to whomever it was that was rushing over to her. Someone, help me. And finally, the owner of the footsteps came running into the room. Are you okay? Yuuri desperately reached out her hand. But as soon as she made eye contact with the owner of the voice, Yuuri gasped in shock. Standing there was the man who had just attacked her earlier. Why did he come to save me? She was thoroughly confused and understood nothing of the situation. The man's face stiffened too for some reason, and he froze in place. Meanwhile, the fires drew closer to Yuuri. Eventually, the man shot off like a bullet, straight into the room to save Yuuri. Yuuri went back through her memories countless times, and in the process, she reaffirmed her feelings in detail. Her feelings for Natsuko and the others, and her feelings for her. The girl who was truly isolated, unable to interact with anybody. As Yuuri thinks about that girl's existence, a new memory rises up from the innermost depths of her mind. Who is she referring to? In that. Alright. First, back in the past, the children. It was the first summer after Yuuri moved into Rokume City. There was something Yuuri had been looking forward to now that she was a second grader in elementary school, and that was summer break. Yuuri had been looking forward to playing with Natsuko, Mashiro, and the other kids a whole lot, and the day had finally come. The first day of summer break, Yuuri headed to the park. I wonder if Natsuko and Mashiro are there. What if they aren't? Should I read a book? Those were the anxieties she felt as she walked. But lo and behold, Natsuko and Mashiro were there, playing in the park. Hello Natsuko, Mashiro. Ah, it's Yuuri. Huh? Don't you have to go to elementary school? Nope, it's already summer break, so let's all play together every day. I see. Okay then, let's set up summer break plan. If we don't make a plan, then summer will be over before you know it. Ah, that sounds good. You have any good ideas, Natsuko? Let's see. Natsuko folded his arms and soon enough his eyes widened. I know, let's have a contest to see who's the best at tops in the Rokume City. At tops? You mean spinning tops? What? You know about the Mashiro? Of course, I mean, they're just spinning tops. So Natsuko, how's the contest going to work? We gather all the best top spinners in town and hold a huge event. How's that? Cool, huh? Yeah, that's so cool, Natsuko. Yuuri clapped, but Mashiro just sneered. Natsuko's idea is kind of let down. Cheeky little... What was that? Fine, let's hear your big idea then. Alrighty, listen and be amazed. We'll hold a contest who's the best at pogs in Rokume City. It's literally the same. You just ripped off my idea. But that sounds nice and cute too. Mashiro, you really are a girl, eh? That's not cool at all. My idea's cooler. What? Mine's cooler. Mine is. Mine is. That's adorable. The two of them glared at each other threateningly, an everyday occurrence. Stop fighting, you two. Geez, just as I was thinking you two were getting along, but they are. Mashiro started it. No, Natsuhiko started it. Neither Natsuko nor Mashiro would yield. Yuuri's shoulders slumped. There was something of a rivalry between the two of them. At this rate, my summer break might go to waste. What do we do? Oh, I know. How about you two call each other by nicknames? Maybe that will shorten the distance between you two. Nicknames? Like what? Like... Yuuri fell silent for a while. She wanted to give them nicknames, but she couldn't think of any. After she thought for a while, a flash of inspiration struck Yuuri's mind. I know. How about Hikorin and Mashiron? Hikorin? What? You don't like it, Natsuhiko? No, it's not that I don't like it, but... Hikorin and Mashiron, huh? Yuuri gave you that nickname, so no complaining. It's cute, right, Natsuhiko? If it's so cute, then why don't you call me Hikorin just now? Ah. And with that, Natsuhiko and Mashiron fell silent. Yuuri chuckled as she watched them acting like that. Yep, they're not fighting anymore, so it's better this way. She had a feeling a few things didn't go quite right, but she decided it was good enough. She really did want Mashiron and Natsuhiko to call each other by nicknames. And Yuuri did like the nicknames Hikorin and Mashiron. But she figured that beggars couldn't be choosers. They'll come around someday. I'm sure they will. That wish alone was enough for Yuuri. Ever since then, Yuuri used every opportunity she had to call them Mashiron and Hikorin, because she thought that they would all get along better if she did. But no matter how much time passed, Natsuhiko and Mashiron's rivalry never changed. Hey Hikorin, why don't you call Mashiron Mashiron? Well, it's kind of embarrassing, is it? Just an additional N at the end for a normal name. Huh? What about you, Mashiron? No comment. But you two don't mind when I call you those names. That's because you're you, Yuuri. You're like an older sister to us. Yeah, what Natsuhiko said. Why do you only agree with each other at times like these? Jeez. Yuuri smiled wryly, but she didn't feel bad about it because it's nice and cute. After all, she got the feeling that Natsuhiko and Mashiron were starting to get along just a little bit better. And she also felt the three of them getting closer. I wish the three of us could always stay together, even after we've all grown up. Would it be weird to keep calling them by their nicknames even after we've grown up? Nah, it's fine. As she pondered that question, Yuuri patted Natsuhiko and Mashiron on the head. Growing up isn't really a thing that's just a threshold you cross, it's just... you gradually realize that, I guess I'm not a kid anymore. You still hold on to some things that are nice, like why get rid of things that you like doing just because you've grown up? Air quotes around that. Doesn't make any sense, fuck that. As she pondered that question, Yuuri patted Natsuhiko and Mashiron on the head. Yuuri thought they looked so cute when they were embarrassed like that. Yeah, it is cute. In the end, only Yuuri ever used those nicknames. But Yuuri felt like that was the time that Mashiron started to be a nickname wizard. Mashiron would give nicknames to those she wanted to be friends with. But Yuuri was the only exception. Mashiron only called her by her name since they were already friends. She was both happy and proud with that policy of hers. That's nice. And as for Yuuri herself, even 10 years later to this day, she still calls them by their nicknames, as she prays for the two of them to become even closer. Well, that's nice. And now, the final memory of Yuuri. July 7th, a year before this incident, the anniversary of Yuri's death. It was decided that Yuuri had died on that day in 2021. And every year, when July 7th rolled in, there was a girl who was born, a girl who disappeared. That girl being the other Yuuri, the phantom that Natsuhiko perceived ever since that day. She was born out of sight and vanished out of sight in the same way. July 7 had become both her birthday and the anniversary of her death. That day came along again this year. Dr. Tenkawa led Yuuri to the neuroscience laboratory. It's time for your yearly date, eh, Yuuri? Date? Professor, you call that every year, but all I'm doing is updating Hikorin's memories, aren't I? I'm just joking. Okay, I'll step out for a little bit. Call me if anything happens. Yes, thank you. The professor nodded and left the room. Yuuri then looked at Natsuhiko. It's been a whole year, hasn't it, Hikorin? There was Natsuhiko, put to sleep by drugs. Once each year, Yuuri would meet him again like this. But he wasn't the only one she'd meet. She would see that Mashiron in his memories, as well as her own other self. How was your year? Yuuri muttered that and dove into his mind. Memory is not seen before. The first thing to float up was the uneventful memory of a normal day. That night, Natsuhiko had his usual book chat with the Phantom over a cup of milk. What kind of book did you read today? Today I read a mysterious novel. It was the story of someone who made their own world in their mind, and someone who dived into their mind and invaded that world. Dive? You mean like reading a mind with empathy? Perhaps something like that. The terminology used was different since it was written before the Grand Discovery, but it's really interesting. It's kind of a warm story. The Phantom turned to Natsuko and said that. Yuuri thought to herself as she watched. You were there for Hikarin again this year, eh? Thank you. Good work. Yuuri thanked her other self from the bottom of her heart. But not even Yuuri was exactly sure what her phantom was. According to the professor, the phantom was a hallucination caused by mental dysfunction. Yuuri recalled the explanation she had once he heard. Natsuko is the one who controlling that hallucination himself. He's constantly forming a believable phantom based off of the information he has on you in his memory. He's making judgment calls like, this is what Yuuri would say, or this is how Yuuri would act. The professor was right. There was not much difference between the real Yuuri and the phantom, which might have been a result of these regular checkups. During each of these regular checkups, Yuuri would fill in Natsuko's memories with the knowledge she had gained that year, including her impressions on books she had read. That way her knowledge would affect the phantom, so she could express her impression of newly read books to Natsuhiko. She's no longer just a hallucination, eh? This girl is my clone. And for 365 days a year, she would stay beside Natsuko in the real Yuuri's stead. The phantom was probably the more real Yuuri in Natsuko's eyes. With that thought in mind, Yuuri watched the year's worth of memories. And at the end, she renewed the information relating to herself. The process itself, uninterrupted this time around. Thus, Natsuko would live with a new Yuuri clone for another year. But Yuuri thought to herself, when I renew Hikarin's memories, the clone that worked so hard is reborn as a new clone. So is what I'm doing, erasing an old me and replacing her with a new one. Perhaps that was the case, perhaps not. At the end of the day, not even Yuuri understood what was going on inside Natsuhiko's brain. But in any case, she had already erased and rebirthed that phantom several times. And when she thought about it like that, it was somehow heart-rending. If Hikarin one day realizes that the phantom is just a phantom, she might disappear for real. That just seems kind of sad. She wanted to at least leave proof that the phantom had existed, but that would probably be difficult. For that girl had not a single effect on the world outside of Natsuhiko's mind. I wonder if I could come up with a way. Like, what if I had the other me create something physical? And then I created the same thing here in Labo. And then I'd have the professor deliver it. That could perhaps somewhat count as a reminder that the phantom had existed. Yeah, that could be a good idea. Then what should we make? Yuuri thought for a while, but she couldn't come up with an answer on the spot. She decided to make it her homework for the next yearly checkup. Alright. And with that, we have concluded Yuuri's memories. Next time, it will be Natsuhiko, whose memories we shall dive into. And that will unlock this mystery person. It has to be Miyoko, right? It has to be. There's no other way. Right? Right. But that is for next time. For now, I'll leave you be with another selection of music. Let's see, this time we have Neil Young, Hey Hey Mama, Into the Black. That's a fantastic fucking song, go listen to that. Then we have Led Zeppelin, Houses of the Holy. Then we have Hayato Asano, Our Reel from Blue Reflection Tai. God, the soundtrack to that game is just fucking wild, I love it. It's kind of all over the place, but it's fascinating. Go listen to that one as well. Anyway, then we have Def Leppard, Cry, and The Who, Sell the World. It's a Mongolian band discovered because of the Star Wars game, what was it called? Jedi Last Order, that had the only actually interesting song, Sugan Esena, in it, which I also have on the list. It'll eventually appear here. The rest of the music in that game is just generically fine Star Wars music, I guess it's fine, but it's just generic Star Wars music, I don't care about it. We've heard it all, we all know how it sounds. But anyway, The Who. Interesting band, I like it. But anyway, with that, I'll leave you be for now, and we'll return next time for Natsuhiko's memories. Ta-ta for now. Alright, now, there's really nothing else to say other than continue where we left off. Yes, this part is a bit different. It will, yes, we're just diving in. Screw all the other things, I want to continue directly. So we are going forwards with the second to last character, the one that will unlock the mystery character, Natsuhiko Tenkawa, the enthusiast. Interesting. Is the oh, that's a lot shorter. That's okay. Let me switch into the thing. Where are you? Game. Oh, why'd you reset? Because I did a different thing. Right. There's only 5 memories here. Interesting. I mean, I guess that's fair enough because we spent pretty much the entire game with him already. So that's reasonable. We might just do. All right. Okay. Unexpected. I guess we'll just do him and the final character in one session. Cool. Excellent. Perfect. Alright. Memories. It was a memory of a distant day. The first summer break since Natsuko had met Yuuri. He and the others had run around town each day trying to solve the mysteries of Rokume City's 7 wonders. Nice, the 7 wonders. All of which turned out to be grounded in the reality. That day, Natsuko and Yuuri headed to the secret base on the outskirts of the city to hammer out their 7 Wonders solution mission. Now then, boys and girls, everyone here? Then, let's work hard on our solving those mysteries. Natsuko raised his voice as he and Yuuri entered the secret base. But nobody answered. Not a single one of their friends who gathered here was present. Wait, what? That's odd. How come nobody's here? Yeah, everyone was here yesterday. Mashiro, Richio, Sugizo, Mariuchi. Mechi, Ipon, Renren. Lenlen, Renren, right. The R's and the L's are not common sounds in Japanese, apparently. Right, that's the thing. Right. They tried calling out their friends' nicknames, but there was still no answer. And then Yuuri suddenly spoke up as if she had remembered something. Oh, that's right. Today's Obon. Some kind of festival. Obon? Apparently, it's the day you go out to the country to visit your grandparents and stuff. Ah, that's right, Mashiro mentioned that too. She said she was going to her grandpa's house in Hokkaido today. Well, that's an awkward thing to forget. Oh well, I guess it's just the 2 of you today. Natsuko didn't have any grandparents he had to visit, so he wasn't that interested in Obon. Now that I think about it, Himechi and the others said they were going to the country for summer break. So that must have started today. Guess it's the same with Richie and the other guys. Ah, how rude. They care more about some dumb old countryside than our solution mission. Natsuko puffed his cheeks in frustration. Yuuri spoke up, a little bothered. Then I guess it's just us to do today. What do we do, Hikorin? Should we leave the solution mission for when everyone gets back? I mean, you can do preliminary missions, scope out the areas and stuff like that. Nah, let's just do it by ourselves. Even without Mashiro and the others around, the 2 of us alone are more than enough. Really? Probably not, but, you know, sure. Well, Yuuri, you're like an older sister to us, and you read a lot of books, so you must be smart. Logic. Sure, that's how logic works. With your brains and my muscle, I'm sure we can do anything. It's not wrong. That's the first time anyone's ever told me that. Ah. Okay, I'm pumped up now. Let's work hard on that solution mission, Hikarin. Yeah, I like when kids are happy and excited. It's fun. They're full of energy. It's pure innocent fun energy. It's great. It's fantastic. The 2 of them raised their fists into the air as they shouted. They quickly left the secret base and spoke as they walked. Now then, Yuuri, I think we'll go investigate the 5th wonder today. That's the one that goes, a communicator who uses BC without knowing it the proper way will become a mind-broken monster, right? It is correct. They even say those monsters are captured by security department forces. Correct. But if that's the case, then some of those monsters gotta be around somewhere before the security department catches them. Also correct, yes. Natsuko said that as he took a map out of his pocket. The 2 children huddled together to look at it. If you were a monster, where do you think you'd be in the city, Yuuri? Let's see, if I were a monster, I'd be somewhere dark and scary, maybe? Maybe like that ruined hospital that you, me, and Mashiro went to the other day. I guess that's gotta be the place then, huh? Even Mashiro got scared there. Okay, let's try going there. Ah. Guess Ghost of Wataru, huh? We did have a random, like, telepathy message thing left from Wataru in the main story somewhere, bit, right? That happened? Or am I imagining that? No, that did happen. Sort of, right? Oh, fuck me. And with that, they headed for the ruined hospital. It was a spooky place, no matter how many times they went there. Natsuko and Yuuri walked in. Do you think there are monsters here too, and not just ghosts? It'd be too spooky if there were. But it's okay. If a monster comes out, then I knock him out cold with my finishing punch. Finishing punch? How about the starting punch? Yeah. Natsuko came close to the frightened Yuuri as if to protect her. And suddenly, Yuuri gasped. Hikarin, somebody's there. What? Natsuko readied himself, thinking that a monster had appeared. But instead he saw a girl who seemed just a little bit older than him. Hello, Jun. Don't start me like that. Hello. Who are you guys? Wait, yeah, I guess, yeah. Guess right, she's like 11 now? Yeah, alright, that's correct. Jun is young still. Who are you? What are you doing here? Who am I? Man, you're one cheeky kid. Says you're a cheeky brat as well. I came to scope this place out for an upcoming neighborhood association test of courage. I'm not suspicious or anything. Oh, is that all? I'm sorry for suspecting you, miss. Whoa, I thought you were cheeky, but you're actually kinda well-mannered for a kid, huh? I can appreciate that. By the way, what is it you kids are doing here? You kids are on test of courage too? No, not that. We're searching for the monsters. Have you seen any monsters here, miss? Monsters? You mean like the ones from the Rokume City Seven Wonders, eh? Yeah, those. Nah, haven't seen any. I made them once around of this place, but haven't seen anything like monsters. I see. Don't know if I'm disappointed or relieved. I guess we missed the mark, huh? The girl smiled wryly when Natsuko's shoulders drooped. No need to feel so down. But why were you looking for monsters anyway? We're trying to solve the Seven Wonders. We're on a mission to solve them with our friends. That sounds kind of fun, eh? It is fun. Want to join? I kinda do, but Daddy said to be back by 3, so I gotta go back soon. That sucks. Aw, too bad. It is. That's a pity. I thought we made a new friend. And don't worry, wait 9 years and she'll be your friend too. Well, just ask next time we meet. Bye! Bye-bye. And with that, the girl left the ruined hospital. Natsuko and Yuuri spoke with each other. Looks like there aren't any monsters here, eh? Let's get out of here too. It's scary in here. The music agrees it is scary. I'm not scared, but yeah, let's leave. And with that, they left the ruined hospital. Okay, where else would a monster be? If we had some sort of hint. The two of them walked aimlessly around town. Eventually, they found themselves in front of a fire station. From the grounds, they heard a voice. Seriously? You're really a monster, aren't you? Oh, they're talking about Fatas, okay. Okay, this is where the true nature of the Xtend episode comes into play. The little interactions they had in the past with each other, unbeknownst to one another in the present story. Like little innocent, minor encounters that you would easily forget. That's totally reasonable. That's normal. That was what the voice said. Natsuko and Yuuri quickly hid themselves out of surprise. And they heard more voices coming from the grounds. Right, so Natsuko is like 7 and she's like 9 years old. See, they're looking. You broke 7 out of the 9 records during the rescue exam, right? And if that weren't enough of a surprise, you broke even more now? That's why he's no longer human. He's a monster. A monster, I tell ya. Look, guys, don't treat someone like a monster just because of something as trivial as that. Trivial. Besides, Dojim, you beat me in push-ups and him. You came out on top in one-legged bounce, right? So it's nothing really out of the norm. The hell it isn't. You trying to make us feel better is only pissing me off. Just admit how you're not human already. What planet did you come from? Oh, come on. Guys being silly. That's nice. That was the conversation they heard. Natsuko and Yuuri looked at each other in astonishment. A monster? There's a monster in the fire station? I mean, I guess. But not really, come on now. There ain't no monsters. In a place like that. As they spoke, they heard a voice again. Anyway, let's just drop the stupid chit-chat. The commander's gonna yell at us. The man came at the children's way after saying that. He was a young man with scary looking eyes. Really? Not that scary. Is it him? Yes, it will be. Let's go find out, Hikaru. They approached the man after saying that. I love the bravery and like simplest directness of children like that. Like, is he the monster they're talking about? Let's go ask him. Excuse me, sir. What's up, kids? Need me for anything? Mister, are you a monster? What? The man widened his eyes and raised his voice hysterically. Wait a second, what makes you say that? Well, those other guys said so earlier. They said so you were a monster, or that you came from another planet. Damn Dodgeman him. Listen, kids, I'm not a monster or an alien or anything like that. I'm just an average rescue worker. But your eyes look scary. Lay off. I was born this way. Heck, what do my eyes even have to do with anything? Anyway, there's no such thing as monsters. You shouldn't really call people that either, you hear? Correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The man shook his head in frustration and headed for the grounds. Natsuko and Yuuri took a deep breath. He says there's no such thing as monsters. He doesn't know about Rock'em City's 7 wonders, does he? Guess not. Should we have told him? Genuine concern. Aw, that's adorable. Nah, he's kind of scary anyway. Anyway, where else do you think a monster could be? Well, the monsters we're looking for used to be communicators, so maybe somewhere relating to BC? Somewhere relating to BC, huh? Natsuko took out his map again. Yuuri then pointed somewhere out on the map and spoke up. Here, the PRC. Ah, that BC Research Center, eh? That place is suspicious. Oh yeah, it is. Let's go there, Hikaru. Yee. Adventure. The kids left the fire station together. This is adorable. I love this. This is adorable. But the PRC was closed. We can't get in, huh? Should we try another day? I guess. We know this place is suspicious now, so I guess that's enough for today. Let's bring Masha and the others here another day, I guess. Yee. And with that, Natsuko and Yuuri walked off. And then they heard a voice. Excuse me. Hello, Anna. Oh no, it's Kazami. They turned around to see an unfamiliar young lady. Can we help you, miss? Have you seen a small girl around here? She's my assistant. Ah, right. Okay. She's in this mood currently. Fuck. That's depressing. We were together just a while ago, but we got separated. She's this cute girl around your age with long hair. A girl? Maybe the girl we saw at the hospital? But that girl was quite older than us, wasn't she? Then I don't know. All the girls I know are off in the countryside. I see. Then please tell me if you do see her. The young lady staggered away on unsteady feet that made the two children worry. Correct. I'm kinda worried. You should be. She's not in a good state right now. It's... Hikaru, why don't we help look for that girl too? She's not there. You're right. The solution mission's important, but so is helping others. And with that, the two of them set off. They ran recklessly without a clue as to where they would find her. The only hint they had was that she was a long-haired girl around their age. They tried going to the school where Natsuko and Mashra were set to enroll in next year, but they didn't see any girl like that there either. Eventually, the sun started to set, but Natsuko and Yuuri didn't give up their search. And in the end, when they visited the park, they finally found a girl who matched the description. Oh, never mind. This is before that. Okay, shocked. I'm shocked that this is before that. I guess I should check the date of the thing, of the memory, and I would know. But that goes to show you how much I pay attention. I'm smart. No, I'm not. Fuck. Of course I'm not. Sis, where are you? It's getting dark. I'm scared. How did you get separated? You're like bound to the hip or something almost, ain't you? Ah, Hikaru. Isn't that the girl? Yeah, that's gotta be her. But how do we tell her sister? With BC? Huh? But I can't use telepathy yet, remember? Me neither. What do we do? As they spoke, they saw a familiar person by the park entrance. Ah, it's that young lady. Perfect, let's go, Hikaru. The two of them nodded and ran after her. Miss... Oh, you kids. We found the girl you're looking for. Look, she's over there. Nagisa. The young lady said that name and immediately ran over to that girl. The girl noticed her older sister and spoke up too. Ah, sis. Nagisa, I was so worried. Where did you go? I'm sorry, I saw a helicopter flying, so I went chasing after it and got lost. Aww. Aww. That's so sweet. Jeez, don't go off without telling me again, okay? Okay. Aww. The sisters hugged each other after that. Hugs are nice. Aww. Natsuko and Yuuri smiled as they watched. Good. Case closed. Yeah, I'm so glad. Me too. Now then, it's getting dark, so how about we head home too? Huh? But shouldn't we say something to them? After you do a good deed, you leave without saying anything. It's cooler that way. Okay, really? Then let's go with that. Sure. That's his idea of being cool, then sure, let's not dissuade him from that. And with that, Natsuko and Yuuri left the park. It was completely dark by the time they got back. How am I misreading things? I'm very bad at reading. They walked hand in hand under the starlight. Yuuri, today was a good day, wasn't it? We advanced our mission and helped the people too. You're right. Our solution mission was pretty good, even with just the two of us, eh? Let's work hard on our solution mission again tomorrow. Yee. Yuuri said that with a smile. Seeing her pure, bright smile made Natsuko kind of happy too, so he smiled back. Ah, summer break wasn't over yet. Their adventure would continue tomorrow, and the next day too. Each of those precious memories would be etched into Natsuko's mind, along with Yuri's smile. Aww. Well, that's nice. It was an event that happened long before Natsuko's and Miyoko's relationship became strained. A certain day, exactly a year after Natsuko's father had passed away. After the anniversary of his father's death, Natsuko and his mother headed home. Once they had finished visiting his father's grave, Natsuko walked through the park with his mother hand in hand. His mother whispered to him in a gentle voice. Natsuko, you were such a good boy today. You didn't even cry once. I made up my mind not to cry. You were good too, Mom. You didn't cry either. Not sure that's right. Like if you got emotions well, I've said this before, if you have emotions welling up, you should let them out. Cry if you feel like it. It's good for your health. Like physical and mental. Healthy body, healthy mind. Well, healthy mind, healthy body as well. Well, okay, not necessarily, but still, it's positive attitude. Let's have that. I made up my mind not to cry either. I did cry in front of you a year ago, though. That's fine. That's normal. That had been the only time Natsuko had seen his mother cry in his life at that point. He wanted to become stronger so he could stop those tears, in place of his strong and gentle father. But still, Dad was always smiling. That's what I loved the most about him. Even when he got sick and thin, he never stopped smiling. You're right, he never lost his cheerfulness. He was like the sun. She looked to the sky as she said that, and she smiled nostalgically. Did you know, Natsuko, that smiles saved your mother time and time again, even back when your father and I first met. When you first met, now that he thought about it, he had yet to hear his mother talk about how she'd met his father. Ever since he was born, his parents had always been mom and dad to him, so he never even imagined they had a past he didn't know. He became a little curious and decided to ask her about it. Mom, when did you and Dad first meet? It's already been about 8 years now, hasn't it? It was back when I was still at home. At home? At the home I was born and raised in. You haven't met them, but I have parents too. I was still living with them. I see. So they're grandma and grandpa? Yes, but I had a sort of problem with that family. They were big on formalities, but familial bonds and love were a little lost on that household. History repeats itself a bit there. So I was forced to live a horribly uncomfortable lifestyle. The only memories I have from childhood are about studying. They didn't acknowledge the free will of children. It was like a prison. Is that so? His mother's words were difficult to understand, but he somehow understood that she once had it rough. You must have had it tough, Mom. I loved academics, so I'm grateful to some extent for them sending me to get special education for gifted children, but still. Oh, your father saved me from that household. Dad did? I had already published several papers at that point, and he came to meet me after taking interest in them. When we first met, well, to be honest, he was a little creepy. Huh? Really? Well, it kind of felt like he was trying to flirt with me. He acted overly familiar, and he'd always joke around. Plus, he'd shower me with absurd amounts of praise over how I was such a beauty of a genius physicist. Instant love on his part. At first I thought, what is he trying to do? Didn't he come here out of interest for my papers? But I guess that's just like that, eh? Indeed. Begrudgingly enough, that's just how he was. She chuckled as she said that. Anyway, that's why I didn't like him at first. But as we talked, I understood how he seriously was interested in my theses. Because he was a level 4 communicator, which was a rarity at the time, you see. He wanted to solve the mysteries of the ability he was born with somehow or another, including from a physics standpoint. I was interested in his ability as well, so we decided to work for a solution together. So you mean you wanted to solve the mystery of Dad's BC? Yes, because of a very interesting research topic. And as we advanced our research together, we came to talk about various things. I still hadn't completely relaxed my guard around him at that time, but I did gradually begin to talk about my family situation. So what do you think he did? He suddenly cried. Aww. Huh? Dad cried? He was somehow empathetic. He had no relatives, so my story actually really left an impression on him, apparently. But there I was, just talking indifferently, and he suddenly started crying. That's just confusing, isn't it? I guess, but it's also adorable. My confusion continued for a little while after that. For him to cry at a story like mine was a little... well... what? It's nothing. In any case, our relationship slightly changed after that. Enough for me to let him read my mind with empathy. And once he learned my innermost thoughts that I hadn't told anybody else, he smiled at me and said, "Don't worry, I'll do something about it." Aww. That was Dad's favorite phrase, wasn't it? It was, because he was basically a reckless man. But when I saw that smile of his, I oddly felt like I could leave it up all to him. Yeah, I can understand. So, skipping all of that confusion, in the end, he took me away from that household by force and made me his bride. I was only 18 when we were married. I was young, in a lot of ways. I see. That was kinda cool, wasn't he? He really was. Looking back, I feel like the day I met your father was the day my life truly began. Miyako looked at Natsuko as she said that. You know, Natsuko, you're the gift that Shun gave me, my most precious treasure. I'm not good with words, so I don't know if I can convey this well, but I love you as much as I loved Shun, but in a different way. That wasn't hard to understand at all. I love you too, Mom, just like I love Dad. You're right. I love both of you too. Aww, well, that's just nice. Natsuko's mother embraced him gently. Then she grasped his hand and spoke. Now, how about we head back home? Our home. Yee. Natsuko answered cheerfully and walked with his mother. Well, that's just a nice memory. That's nice. Positive memories. It was when Natsuko had first advanced into Rokumi Academy's high school division. Alright, meeting Mashiro. Yeah, now. Excellent. The Tenkawa's housekeeper resigned, and since Natsuhiko was having trouble preparing daily meals, Mashiro started to come by. Oh wait, no, that's this now. But they've been friends since fucking childhood. What the fuck am I talking about? What the fuck am I talking about when they first met? What the hell, me? God damn it. My brain is... okay, yeah. My brain is just... literally okay, never mind. Anyway. It was a memory of when they were doing it time. One day after school, once they had got... no, wait. Correct line. It was a memory of just a minor commotion that happened during that time. One day after school, once they had gotten used to their news class, Mashiro called out to Natsuhiko. Hey, class is over. Let's go, Natsuka. Huh? Go where? What are you talking about? I promised to cook for you starting today, didn't I? We need to do groceries, and it might take some time to prepare. So let's hurry up and go. Mashiro hurried Natsuko and started walking. Right as Mashiro left the classroom, the classmates around them started to make a commotion. Eh? Hold on just a second, Tenko. What was that? She promised to cook for you starting today? Wait, Tenko, are you going after Miss Toba? No, it's nothing like that. My mom's just really busy. We had a housekeeper up until last year, but she resigned, so Mashiro's going to cook meals at our place instead. That's all. What? What do you mean, that's all? You get to eat Toba's home cooking, don't you? Be a little grateful, you lucky bastard. What makes you a lucky bastard? Don't you know? Miss Toba has a lot of fans. Of course she does. And she's always playing hard to get. Last year she turned down Benizaki from Class B, as well as the second year Kamiya, and also Tanaka from baseball club too. Well, I knew about that, but really it's not like that. We're just childhood friends. And my mom's paying Mashiro, so it's more like a simple part-time job for her. A girl who was listening closely nearby cuts in. Is it now? Normally I don't think a girl would go to a guy's house to cook food for him just for work. Even if they were childhood friends, you know? Really? Ah yes, Natsuko being a dense bastard. Really? When a girl cooks for a guy, it's something special, you know? Girls get all worried if the guy is all like, this is disgusting. See? It takes a lot of guts just to do it once. But Mashiro's gonna do this every day, right? And you two are gonna be alone too, Tenkawa. So I'm thinking, maybe that means she's really got a thing for you then, eh, Tenkawa? Correct. Natsuko fell silent at those words. They wouldn't be alone, but correcting her would complicate things even further, so he swallowed his words. And right around then, Mashiro came back to the classroom and spoke up. Hey, Natsuko, what are you doing? I said let's go. You see, she's really into it. Hurry up and go. Right. Flustered, Natsuko stood up and left the classroom with Mashiro. Still jealous. Natsuko left with those resentful words at his back. Afterwards, the two of them first went to the city to buy groceries, and then they went home together. Once they were in the house, Mashiro rolled up her sleeves. Alrighty, then today, Miss Mashiro here's gonna put her cooking skills to the test. To celebrate this momentous first occasion, I'm going to make your favorite cream stew and salad. Alright, her first meeting with Phantom Yuuri, right. And while we're at it, I'll make Yuri's favorite juicy omelets too. Oh, no, right, she was informed. Oh, fuck, what? God damn, what the fuck is my brain? I know this, I know that. I know that Miyoko explained the situation to her before this. Like, goddamn, why am I surprised? Why the fuck am I acting like this is... I don't know. Look, I'm easily distracted and I want, like... Look, this is my leisure time where I'm not putting in a lot of brain power. So I don't think in advance, I just say things. And then my brain works. And then I realize things. That's how this works, okay? I speak. Then my brain thinks. And then I'm an idiot. Simple, right? Okay, good. And while we're at it, I'll make Yuri's favorite juicy omelets too. Oh, that's great. But can you really start off doing with these 3 dishes at once? Oh, don't underestimate her. Do not underestimate her, Natsuko. No worries. I've liked cooking since long ago, and I've always helped my mom. I'm used to it. Alrighty. First, I'll cut the ingredients and light the stove. As Mashiro talked, she looked around the kitchen and stopped in horror when she saw the stove. That burner's different from the kind of now. It's not a gas burner, is it? No, it's some sort of cutting-edge electromagnetic cooker, apparently. Mom and I don't cook at all, so we don't really know about it. Is it bad? It's all good. No problemo. Same principle, right? Not like it's gonna change how to make something as simple as stew. It shouldn't, really shouldn't. Should I help? You literally just said you know nothing about how this works, so no, you'll be a hindrance. I appreciate the feeling, but just sit back and watch, Natsuhiko. A challenge. And with that, Mashiro slowly prepared to cook with a look of anxiety on her face. Well, yeah, new tools are always can be potentially troublesome. But when she actually began to cook, she ran into various troubles. Okay, that pot's warmed up. Now I just need to oil it and... Wait, where's the oil? Where is it? I always left the kitchen to the housekeepers, so... Is it here? No, here. Mashiro fumbled through the kitchen cabinets all while leaving the pot on the heater. But then the pot began to smoke. Mashiro, the pot's smoking! Oh god, lower the heat. Wait, what? How do you lower the heat on this thing? I don't know. Isn't there a button somewhere? Roger, keep it simple. Uh-oh. Oh, the smoke's only getting thicker. Alright, this is fun. Maybe that button increased the heat? Try the other button. The commotion continued just like that. Phew. Looks like I'm somehow managed to make the stew. Just need to let it simmer for a bit now. I was worried there for a moment, but it smells delicious. I know, right? Now then, next up is the salad. You can't fuck up a salad. Simple enough, right? There's no way to fail here. Yeah, just chop the things up and put them in a bowl. And that's it. That's literally, you can't fuck up a salad. If you fuck up a salad, then I want to know how. I would really love to know how. Because that should be impossible. Mashiro quickly cut the vegetables. She always helped her mother out, so she was certainly skilled with the knife. In just a few minutes, she had plated 3 vivid servings of salad. Alrighty, everything's a-okay, Natsuko. Yuuri, how's this? Oh, excellent. Right, Yuuri? You flatter me, Yuuri. Now then, all that's left is to add the dressing. What kind of dressing do you have? Mashiro opened the refrigerator, and her face froze. None? Does this household not use dressing? No, we're just out. Sorry, I didn't notice. Dude, I didn't prepare for this kind of trouble. Calm down, Masha, you're panicking way too much. I'll just go buy some at the convenience store, so wait here. Please do. Natsuko dashed to the convenience store. He bought dressing and went straight back home. Mashra, I bought the dressing. How are things on your end? I'm making the omelets. I've already gotten 2 of them done. As Mashra answered, Natsuko saw 2 plates stuffed with beautiful spindle-shaped omelets. Ah, that's amazing. These are excellent too. Omelets are my specialty. I can make them with my eyes closed. I'm about to finish the 3rd one, so just wait. Mashra winked with the frying pan in hand. She quickly started wiping her wrist, gathering the egg onto one side of the frying pan. Now for the highlight of omelette cooking, the frying pan flip. You mean that thing where you flip eggs in the air? You can do that, Mashiro. It's not that hard once you get used to it. Well, just watch. And different pan, sticky or non-sticky, something like that. Mashiro grasped the frying pan tightly as she said that. Then she flung the egg into the air. Sneezing, okay, different. But she sneezed intensely mid-flip. That tired old gag. Well, no, some of the smoke just got in my nose. Wait, The 3rd omelette flew out of the frying pan and onto the electromagnetic cooking surface. Its beautiful, painstakingly formed shape was now completely ruined. It's still edible. It's still perfectly edible. Like, shape doesn't fucking matter, it's food. You eat it. Mashiro, were there any eggs left? The food's not ruined. Just scoop it off the surface. No, that's the last of them. I see. Mashiro's shoulders drooped in disappointment. When Natsuko saw her like that, he was reminded of what that girl told him in class earlier. Natsuko walked up to Mashiro and gently tapped her on those drooped shoulders of hers. Mashiro, don't look so down. I don't care if they're mashed up. Yeah, but it's dirty now it's fallen onto this cooking surface, you know? Really? Really? It shouldn't be, it's just the cooking surface, it should be clean. You should clean your cooking surface before cooking so that, you know, it doesn't burn things onto it and then becomes impossible to clean off, basically. It should be fine. Come on now. You worry too much. You worry too much. You need to strengthen your fucking immunity and gut. Eat a little bit of dirt every now and then, it's not that bad. It's not that bad, it happens, fuck it. Your stomach can handle it. Like there's acids inside your stomach that can literally dissolve like metals and shit. So dirt. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. Eat the dirt. Eat the dirt. Okay, I mean, don't eat it if you can help it. Don't. But like if it's a little bit, like you just wipe it off, clean off, and like it's fine. Literally, you'll be fine. It's always been cleaned up, so it's fine. Also that, yeah, there we go. Besides, it's the first meal you've ever cooked for us. I don't want any of it to go to waste. I'm glad to hear that, but serving mashed up food to other people is just a little, you know... is that it? Yeah, that's it. So let's just throw it. It's perfectly edible food. What the fuck kind of attitude is that? No, no, do not have this kind of mentality. If it's edible, do not fucking throw away food, you fuck. Eat it. Like, how do you develop that kind of mentality even, to just throw away perfectly edible food just because it looks wrong or something? That's stupid and unacceptable. That's absolutely fucking unacceptable. It's unacceptable. It's fucking unacceptable. Ever. Don't you fucking dare throw away edible food. Just because it's fucking like, it looks a bit weird or, fuck that. Wasting resources. But still, thanks Natsuko. Don't waste resources like that. Fucking hell. Mashiro cleaned up the mashed omelette. Afterwards, they redivided the two-plated omelets into 3 servings. Then, after they brought the stew and the salad to the table, they each took a seat. Okay, we had some minor issues along the way, but it's finally complete. Yeah, looks delicious. Okay everyone, put your hands together. Itadakimasu, thanks for the food. Natsuko got to work on eating the meal. First he got a mouthful of stew. The taste was somewhat different from what the housekeeper had always made, but it was still delicious in its own right. But Mashiro's face suddenly soured when she took her first bite. Huh? It tastes kinda burnt. Kinda burnt. I've eaten basically stuff that's been turned to charcoal, it's fine. I mean, I guess that's my stubbornness upon making my own food. If I make it, then I'm gonna eat it unless it's absolutely inedible, like literally inedible. If it's edible, even if it's burnt, like literally black, burnt, you can scrape it off and it brings that. I've eaten that, it's fine. Sometimes you need a little bit of charcoal in your stomach anyway, it helps with digestion or something, whatever. A little bit. Anyway, a little burnt, who cares? It's edible. Huh? Really? Did I burn it with too much heat? Then the omelets. Mashiro quickly tried the omelets. Natsuko followed suit. Her face darkened even more. It's a little hard on the inside. It's not fluffy and juicy at all. Gas burners and electromagnetic surface heat things differently. It's a learning experience. Man. Mashiro seemed to be on the verge of tears. But it's good, you're learning things, Mashiro. It's good. Natsuko gently spoke to her. Don't worry, Mashiro. It's all delicious. Really? Really. I think it's better than the housekeeper's cooking. Really? That's good then. Thanks, Mashiro. It's a good dinner. I can't wait to eat food like this every day. You're right. I can't wait either. I'll work hard starting tomorrow. Yeah, I've got high hopes for you. The two of them smiled at each other. Their calm, friendly time passed by slowly. Aw, well that's neat. Well, that was cute. This was neat. Alright. And now this. September 13th, 2030. Now it's within the story that we know. An additional scene. Before Natsuko had known about the terrorists targeting a labo. Even when he heard about it from Mashiro, he still didn't believe because it's ridiculous, obviously, but still. Mashiro got mad at Natsuko and... I can't count on you for anything anymore, Natsuko. Goodbye. She left the house after shouting that. Hey, wait a second, Mashiro. Afterwards, Louise said this to Natsuko. You told me I shouldn't pry into other people's fights, so I won't say anything more than this. But you guys are friends who have matching names. Matching names? I think it's best you get along. Matching names? What? Did they talk about... guys, I mean, there's been discussion about people's names all throughout the thing. It was recent, relatively. What was it? I don't remember. I forgot. Mashiro was something about light or something. About the sun or whatever. And Natsuko was... I don't remember. Names having meanings is... like... I get it. There is precedent to that in my culture as well, but it's really not that important. My name means nothing. Like, both my real name means nothing. I mean, my last name is just a bird. Like, it's just the name of a bird. And my made-up name here is also just completely made up. It literally means nothing anywhere, in any language. So, like, it's just not a thing that I care about. And even the Phantom Yuuri spoke to him. Maybe Mashiro wants you to return to being the Hikarin you were in the past. I think she's sad because she realizes just how much you've changed from the righteous Hikarin who stood up for justice in the past. Both of them admonished him. Natsuko's memory of that day cut away a little while after that. At that point, the Phantom Yuuri suddenly changed and returned to Natsuko's consciousness to reality. But that wasn't the truth. That was a memory created by the real Yuuri through sense of sympathy. But the truth was that his day went on a little longer after that. Right, she manipulated him, right. Fuck me, right, she faked the memories to make him more amicable towards his friends. Right, the reality, the actual things that happened. This is perfect, I love this. In other words, the following is the true, unaltered memory. Oh shit, yeah, I love this. an absurdly pleasant memory that Natsuko had pushed far away from his conscious mind. After Natsuko finished talking with Yuuri, he returned to the living room. He thought he'd drink some hot milk to help himself calm down a little. Good grief, I can't stand it unless I drink some milk. He grumbled about Mashiro's unintelligible outrage as he took the milk carton out of the refrigerator. Just then, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Ah, Natsuko. Oh, Louise, done with your training? Worked up a sweat. Louise's skin did appear to be slightly sweaty. Good work. You want to drink some hot milk too? No, I'll have it cold. Louise then took the milk carton away from Natsuko. After she glugged it down, she slowly spoke to Natsuko. Delicious. Now, get out of the house, Natsuko. Okay, what? For a second, he had no idea what she just said. Flustered, Natsuko asked for clarification. Hold on just a second. Why do I have to leave all of a sudden? I mean, this is my house, you know? I said I worked up a sweat. I want to use the bath. Your presence is a hindrance to my bathing. Okay, fair enough. What? How so? You can close the door. Dr. Tenkawa said, you must absolutely never let Natsuko see your naked body. Okay, fair enough. So I can't let my guard down while you're in the house. Can't rule out the possibility you'll peek. Great, sure. I won't peek. Do you really think that's the kind of guy I am? I can't trust you, because I'm not good at imagining other people's emotions. It's not that sort of problem, is it? Anyway, just get out quietly. Hey, hold on, Luis. Luis grabbed Natsuko by the arm and started dragging him. Punt. She then pushed him out of the front door. You can come back in after about an hour. Bye. Very straightforward and direct and blunt. I like that. That's fun. Luis then shut the front door. Natsuko just stared at the shut door in blank amazement. No. I'm not having any of that, Luis. You don't have a choice. You can't do anything against that. I can't say I don't understand how you feel, but there's no way I can keep putting up with going outside every time you take a bath. That's just unreasonable. I'll give her a piece of my mind. With an indignant heart, Natsuhiko opened the door. Upon which... he saw Luis. See? Told you so. Can't trust you after all. Why are you in the entranceway? Weren't you taking a bath? I was on guard because I thought you'd come back. I was right. In any case, it looks like you really do want to see me bathing. That really bothers me. I'm the one that's bothered here. You've got it all wrong, I'm telling you. No excuses. Dr. Tenkawa also said this. Natsuko's in the middle of puberty right now, so you can never be too sure. If you feel the body is in danger, then feel free to suppress him with a brute force. Sure. I will execute that command in order to acquire peaceful bath time. Wait. By suppress me with brute force, you mean chokehold and bye-bye consciousness. Luis quickly wrapped around behind Natsuko before he could finish. And the very next moment, faceplant. He felt an impact on the back of his head, and his consciousness faded into the distance. Alright. His consciousness was in endless darkness. Where am I? He had no idea. His mind was a void. Why did this happen? He desperately tried to find the reason, and eventually he heard a voice echoing in his mind, though he couldn't tell whose it was. I overdid it a little. Natsuko, are you okay? Natsuko snapped up to his feet. His senses and memory mostly returned, but he seemed to be missing just the memory of a few minutes ago. If I remember correctly, I opened the refrigerator to get some milk and... As Natsuko murmured, Luis looked worryingly at him. I'm sorry. I hit you on the back of the head and you passed out. I didn't want you to peek on me bathing. You knocked me out? You're joking. With that slender arm? Besides, Natsuko had no intention of peeking on Luis bathing anyway, which meant there was no reason for Luis to knock him out either. Perhaps he just dozed off on the sofa? With that thought in mind, Natsuko asked Luis a question. Alright, you said something about the bath. Have you already bathed, Luis? Not yet, for various reasons. Could have been that you couldn't take a bath because I was in the living room. Yes, it's very difficult. What should I do? I see, I'm sorry. I'll go stay in my room, so tell me when you're done. You wouldn't peek? No, I won't. If you're that worried, then just bar my door with something. For some reason, he had the feeling he should just say that and get it over with. Luis sighed in relief at those words. Thank you, Natsuko. I feel ashamed. What's this all of a sudden? I learned something. It's important not to judge other people with unreasonable suspicion. Otherwise, you can't live with them. That's a little exaggerated, but, well, if you ever need me for anything, don't be afraid to ask. Somehow or another, we've ended up living under the same roof, so I want us to have as good a relationship as possible. Luis nodded quietly. And then Natsuko went to his room, and Luis went to the bathroom. And a little less than an hour later, as Natsuko thought about Mashiro in his own room, he heard a voice from the other side of the door. Natsuko, I'm done bathing. Okay. I guess I'll take a bath too. Natsuko then left his room with a change of clothes. When he went to the living room, Luis was already gone. It seemed she had already returned to her room. She's kinda keeping her guard up, eh? But I already said I wouldn't peek. As Natsuko muttered that, he caught a gentle aroma drifting through the air. He saw a cup of hot milk placed on the living room table. Beside it was a handwritten note, apparently from Luis. There was only one word written on it. Sorry. Wait, sorry for what? He wasn't quite sure, but now that he thought about it, he did miss out on drinking the hot milk he intended to drink. Luis most likely prepared that cup for him. Natsuko took that cup and gently brought it to his lips. Oh, it's too hot, Luis. Natsuko smiled wryly as he looked at the cup. But contrary to his words, the warmth of the milk gently spread through his heart. Oh, okay. Well, that's neat. I guess that's a little silly, but sure. As I go back through his memories, a certain lump of information energy rises up from some corner of Natsuko's brain. That energy then takes form, and manifests as information in Natsuko's unconscious mind. Oh? No. No date, no time. Ah. Okay, so I guess the final character is going to be Nagisa. Fair enough. Makes sense. Oh. You've gotten this far in, eh? She's speaking directly to us, the viewer. The audience. She looks this way after saying that. Looks like you really wanted to know a lot about us, eh? That's embarrassing as hell, but thanks. Well, since you've come all the way here, how about we talk a little? Yes, please. Hey, what's with that clueless look on your face? Maybe you've been thinking, what's she doing in Natsuko's room? This memory can't possibly exist. Well, you're right. This is no ordinary memory. So what do you think it could be then? Traces of subject N's BC energy? Lingering malice in Natsuko's mind? An imaginary memory that Natsuko made up himself? Sorry, but none of those are correct. Obviously, Natsuko isn't infected with malice, and it's nothing as complicated as you'd think. That said, it looks a little hard for me to explain too. Well, the point is, I'm similar to this girl over here. As soon as she says that, another person suddenly appears beside her. Hello, Phantom Yuuri. Ah, it's been a while, hasn't it? I thought I'd never get to see you again. Interesting. This girl's Yuuri Kotono, but not the real Yuuri herself. She was born from Yuri's BC and lived within Natsuko's mind. She's that phantom that supported Natsuko those 9 years. My role's now complete, you see. So I disappeared from Hikarin's sight. Everything will be okay now, since the other me is there for him. And so are Mashiro, Luis, the professor, and everyone else too. Allow me to thank you one more time on behalf of Natsuko. Thank you for all the things you've done these 9 years. No, it was my pleasure. Please take care of Hikarin and the others for me, okay? The phantom leaves the room after saying that, leaving me alone with her. She's gone again, eh? But it's not like she's vanished forever. Even if he can't see her anymore, she'll keep living here in the depths of Natsuko's mind. Just like me, see? Just to set things straight, it's not like this occurrence is unique to us communicators. Far from it. It's a very normal occurrence that can happen when people simply come in contact with each other. Everyone has their own world inside their head. If there are 8 billion people in the world, then there are 8 billion worlds. And living in the world, inside your head, are all the people you've ever come in contact with, in the form of memories, see? All bodies of energy mix upon contact. The same goes for human thoughts and emotions. The people you've met, the people you know, all of them live within you. Even if those people die, even if you never see them again, those people certainly remain within you. Take Mashiro for example. You've touched her emotions through sense of sympathy, haven't you? And while it may not be the same extent, she had to have left something in your mind too. In the same way that Mashiro is in Natsuhiko's mind, Mashiro is in your mind as well. The same goes for Luis and Professor Tsubakiyama too. Those two are inside of you too, albeit in a different form than before now that you have a deeper understanding of them. That is correct, I don't think I'll ever actually forget these characters. At least not for many, many years. I mean, I've spent the past 5 months with this story and these characters. So yes, it's quite ingrained in my memory. What about Miss Tachibana and Jun? Both are lovable and frightening sides are stored together within your mind, aren't they? Oh fuck yeah. I even took I even made one of those images of Jun with the engine cutter as a wallpaper. One of the desktop wallpapers, so it's gonna be there. Like occasionally reminding me of her existence. Same with Mom and Mr. Rukita. Your impression of them must have changed the more we talked with Mom and the more we learned of Mr. Rukita's mind. Well, to be honest, Rukita's kind of the more boring one. But Miyako, bloody hell. The linchpin of this entire story. Like, the catalyst for most of the things happening here, honestly. Same with Matase, and by extension, Wataru, since she was in Matase's mind. Oh, absolutely. I bet your impression of Watase kept changing. Though I can't even begin to imagine what sort of impression you have of him now. I mean, he's just the best. Simple as that. He's just the best. That's it. He's great. He's fantastic. Best character. And she's great too. Wataru's cool. Wataru's nice. I mean, she's just Mashiro again, but still. It's good. I like Mashiro. And then there's Natsuhiko, as well as Nagisa, and me. Natsuhiko has all of these people inside his mind. The more he came in contact with them, the more he took in their ideas and emotions. And along your journey diving through these 9 people's memories, you too have taken in those ideas and emotions as well. Thus, everyone's ideas and emotions propagate into your mind and live inside of it. That's correct, that's how stories go. And personally, even I'm happy about that. But, unfortunately, it's almost time to say goodbye. All information energy has to dissipate sometime. You probably don't have much time left to be in everyone's memories. In just a trifling amount of time, you touched everyone's minds and established a faint connection with them. It was a pretty weak signal to begin with. Trifling amount of time. Fucking 5 months. Even then, even if you are someone who is very focused on going through the story efficiently and quickly, but like while reading it, it still would take like 70 hours. 60 hours, even if you're a speed reader. Like, minimum 50 hours. That's gonna... Like, how many books, like full-on books, take 50 hours to read? And they'll stay with you for a while if they're good books. So, this is gonna stay with me for a very long time. Hell, even the other stories that I've read, like Juniper's Note, that's gonna stay with me for a while. Or like, always, the same Blue Sky was not that interesting, but fine. It's fine. And even others, like the Fate Stay Night and Whole Lot Extra, I still remember them mostly, even though it's been over 10 years since I last even touched anything relating to them. Like, they're exact stories at the very least. Haven't seen anime, I haven't seen any of the other things, I've just seen like stuff from Grando and then like some other junk. But anyway, that's not relevant here. Come on, no need to be so sad. I'm not sad, I'm happy this happened. That doesn't mean this is our final farewell, you know. Yeah, there's another section, character. As long as you remember us, we'll live inside your memories. Come on, don't you remember what Nagisa said? Just remember, and you can see me again anytime, right? That's correct. Bye-bye, subject N. And well, okay. I guess that's the actual cutoff point for this. I remember the days of long ago. I meditate on all your works, and consider what your hands have done. The Old Testament, Psalms 143:5. It's been a while since we had that Bible quote. It was a fateful day for those 9. September 16th, 2030. That absurdly long day came to an end, and night finally arrived. After all 9 of them had boarded the helicopter. Every last one of them was exhausted. They sank down into their seats in the helicopter. Each of their faces expressed both the relief of having survived and the joy that the others survived as well. Natsuhiko, Yuuri, thank goodness the 2 of you got out safely. Yeah, getting out there alive really was a bit of a gamble, wasn't it? In any case, thanks, Masha. Good job catching my telepathy and coming out to pick us up. Well, of course I caught it. I waited for like forever for it to come. But Louise is the real MVP here, you know? She instructed the pilot to keep the chopper on the standby in the air so that we wouldn't leave your telepathy range. I was anxious because I was unsure of that range, but I'm glad it reached. When we saw you guys from above, I cried a little. Louise, you've sure become a bit of a crybaby, haven't you? Shut up, Natsuko. Louise reached out her hand and softly slapped Natsuko on the cheeks. Yuuri and Masha smiled quietly as they watched. As that was going on, the adults talked amongst themselves as well. Are you sure you're okay, Kazami? Yes. Kazami was sitting near Nagisa's body when she answered. This girl told me that as long as I remember her, she'd always be with me. That I can always see her again, as long as I remember. So I should be able to bear this sadness. Now that I've been able to see her again one last time, I think that's my one solace. Kazami said no more. Jun softly grasped her hand beside her. Sis, let's hold a proper service for Nagisa together. Yes, we should. It's important to have closure like that, yes. Kazami responded as she wiped the tears away from the corners of her eyes. Watashi quietly wrapped his arm around her shoulders. And that's when Inna finally broke her silence with an anxious tone in her voice. So, Captain Kasagi, Mr. Ukita, what are you two going to do now? Turn ourselves in, obviously. Indeed. We should let our crimes be judged by the public. So once we get to the SP Bureau, arrest the old man and me. I see. Understood. We at the SP Bureau have the right to arrest, so I'll deliver you to the court personally. Yeah, that's fine. Watashi then looked to the kids. He spoke in a low voice to Natsuko, who was leaning against the helicopter seat. Hey, Natsuko. I plan to spend all my days after this atoning for my crimes. Me too. We went down the wrong route, and we need to admit that, or else nothing will change. Even if my sentence ends before my days are up, I'll keep atoning after I'm released, or our crimes will never fade. But regardless, the reason I chose to atone is all thanks to you. Thanks, Natsuko. You don't have to thank me for that. I was just thinking that you of all people would want to make amends. So Natsuko cut off there. His sudden silence prompted Yuuri to peer into his face. Hikarin? Did he fall asleep? Guess he must be worn out. It's only natural, isn't it? That boy wore down his own mind fighting to save us. That's right. You did good, Natsuko. When I first met him, I thought he was kind of a wimp. But he really is a sturdy boy, eh? As a fellow man, I salute you. I can no longer treat you like a child. But still, he looks so calm and cute when he's asleep. I wonder what kind of dreams he's having. I don't know, but we should let him sleep in peace. Natsuko didn't just wear down his mind. His body's all worn out too. Yeah, he's gonna need to spend time in the hospital. Most of you are gonna need to spend some time in the hospital, like recovering from all this nonsense. That's true. Rest well, Hikarin. And with those words, silence filled the helicopter. Soon enough, sleeping breaths could be heard here and there throughout the cabin. The 9 survivors finally fell into peaceful sleep. I probably don't have much time left to be with them. My information energy is gradually dissipating. I can still observe, but intervention is becoming impossible. This will most likely be my last opportunity to come in contact with their feelings and desires. Which is why now is the time to go through their memories once more. Doing so probably won't change anything, but it should help me gain a better understanding of them. We already did this one. As soon as I think that, my BC particles affect their brains, and the fragments of the 9 survivors' memories quietly float before me. We just did that. We just did all of that, so... Oh, that's it? Oh. Oh, it's just replaying the final scene of the... Oh. Well, that's a little disappointing. But, well, okay. I guess that's everything. I mean, not everything, because obviously there's like a bunch of bad endings that I didn't get to around because I used the guide, and I'm not gonna go around that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna bother with the fake, incorrect, not canonical endings, so that's all good. Yeah, I'm missing a couple here. Alternative paths and endings and whatnot. That's fine. That's fine. I don't really need those. Do I? No, I don't. No, I do not. Yeah. all the bad endings from that path that we didn't take. Some concept art and some silly things here and there, and all the videos and stuff like that. You know what? Is this it? Is the credits? Yes, it is. Let's watch the credits properly. Wait, yes, let's do that. Proper conclusion. Let's watch the... Wait, no, this is the... Yes, this is the... Indeed. Let us watch the credits once more. Properly. Tenkawa Natsuhiko, Kazami Watase, Kotono Yuuri, Toba Mashiro, Luis. Sannomiya Luis Yuuri, Tachibana Kazami, Moribe Jun, Tsubakiyama Ena, Ukita Kichi. I have no idea what the actual, people are. Tenkawa Miyoko, Tachibana Nagisa, Kasagi Wataru, Dojima Seiichi, Hiyama Kazuki, Kuroda Tetsuyoshi, Higaryo, Eriguchi Suya, Kashiwagi Ryoken, Murakami Hyogo, Sonezaki Juron, and others who are not translated. And I guess this is just other voice actors. Voiced all the other random NPCs and stuff like that. I mean, they're not really NPCs, nobody's a playable character. This is a visual novel. Play within the play. Yeah, this doesn't really help. If you can read Japanese, great. This is proper credits, but I can't, so, staff, base, I cannot scream, okay. It's not very helpful, but still. This is the conclusion, this is the ending, so we shall, at the very least, let the credits play one last time. Indeed. And enjoy the music, I suppose. It's fine. It's fine. And, those are slightly different CGs there. Different art from earlier concept art. Before then. Before the final versions, indeed. Indeed. Anyway, this was a wonderful, wonderful story, I'll be honest. It got me hooked very thoroughly. I mean, enough to spend 5 months on this, a bit on and off here and there. There was like a total of 4 or 5 weeks where I didn't do any of this here, but still. Still. It's fantastic. The mystery, the drama, the action. A little bit of romance here and there. A little bit of comedy. But primarily, these kind of this is the kind of story that I most want to keep doing here. On here. Ones that are filled with a bit of action, maybe a little sci-fi, doesn't really matter, the sci-fi elements. What matters the most to me are the characters, their interactions with each other. That's the meat and potatoes of any story, really. The setting doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. All the scientific mumbo jumbo, I mean, we noticed that, I noticed that I was just kind of glossing over some of it and speeding through the exposition a little bit here and there, whenever it did crop up with the sci-fi elements that, sure, they matter to the story, but not really to me. So it's sure. But the characters, ones I cared about, because, Ukita, I like Ukita, I guess, he's fine. I'm neutral towards him. I'm neutral. I like them all, though, more or less. I really like Masha and Watu. They're basically the same character, literally. They presented it that way as well. Natsuko's fine, he's a protagonist. Wata's is fucking great. Obviously, I've said that multiple times. Kazami's a good person. She's nice. She's good people. So is Jun. She's fun. She's silly. Yuri's nice. She was an innocent, pure little bunny grandma. It's adorable. And Luis is an odd one. I like her, I guess. Sure, she's fine. Then Ena is... She's fine. Yeah, she's a fine character. All in all. Nagisa, poor Nagisa. All that shit didn't need to happen to her. That's just bullshit. Then the other characters, Miyoko. That's also a little fascinating. And yes, all of this here. And with that, we conclude. Oh, no. The back is okay. That's fine. We can... Alright, we're gonna head out over here as that... Oi. What is that? Oi, show up. You should be showing... Ah, right, it doesn't... Ah, right, because it's a video. Right. Fair enough. We'll keep this up there. Then... continuing with the credits, completing it. Letting it all go by properly. Letting it be. Let it be. Let it go. Oh, yes. So the whole story. All these going back to memories. It really did fuck with me a lot, didn't it? It did, man. And yeah, going through the alphabetical order, you know, after days, before crime, then current, then obviously double, there's no choice there, but to go in correct order. Like, that is the correct way. First, amnesiac, you don't know anything. Then you're slowly introduced to these, you know, the current situation of stuck in lab, or there's like explosions, confusion, who knows what's happening. Then slowly introduced to these paranormal elements, a little bit here and there, but like we still don't know what's happening properly. And then suddenly thrust out there. It's like, wait, it's not a nuclear power reactor, what the fuck's happening? And then we switch over to Natsuhiko's point of view and go through very granular detail about all of the psychic powers and everything else and whatnot, and discovering more the things, how they got there and everything else. But then obviously double path is the one that revealed all the secrets, all the events, all the reality of everything. Yes, it was just like, again, terrible recap from me. What a fucking surprise. But still, irrelevant. What matters is that this was fascinating. I really, really enjoyed it. I know I'm repeating myself, but the credits are quite lengthy. But still, what's it doing? I guess it's doing some weird artifacting here, because this is supposed to be like, I think 720p resolution, or maybe even lower. It's doing weird things. It's doing weird things. I'm not sure if it comes across on the video. I think it does. It seems to be. Anyway, not important there. But still, I hope you enjoyed the story as well. I mean, if you're still here, if you've watched, listened to, or God forbid watched all the previous 90 hours, then well, thank you all for making this release a reality. We hope you enjoyed what came before, and hope you enjoy what comes after. Indeed, I did enjoy this very, very thoroughly. Indeed. Absolutely. Magnificent. Alright, now we're done. Now we are done. Properly. And completely. With Root Double. Huh. It's kind of an odd feeling. I mean, yes, sure, fine, there's like still little bits that I could technically delve into if I wanted more, but it's all alternative paths that aren't canonical. We've seen the full story, the correct story, the canonical story. And so, that's it, I'm done with this. Now, apparently. And that does leave a little bit of a... I mean, no, it doesn't really leave a pit in my stomach right now, like when finishing other stories, because there was just so much. I've gotten to know these characters very closely and intimately, like from basically their entire lives. And that's... You don't get that with every story. You don't get that with most stories, even where they delve into granular detail on everything. On pretty much everything. Even like the tiny little interactions, like leaving almost no stone unturned. Every irrelevant stone was turned over and showcased and highlighted and framed in a picture. And even small ones, no, they weren't forgotten, even ones buried beneath that you would forget about. Man, it's been... What a journey. What a journey. I don't think I will find another one like this to go on a fascinating and lengthy journey again anytime soon. I hope I do. I really hope I find another gem like this. But until then, I'll leave you with your own thoughts as well. And I guess that's it. I don't really know how to conclude something as grand and epic as this. It was technically not really that grand or epic. It's a personal story. It's a relatively small scale within one city, within one facility. Only 9 people, well 10 people involved, 11, fine. Still, under 20 people were involved in the main story, total. a story that spanned. I mean, sure, fine, there were some victims as well, but like, they're not characters that involve, they're just circumstances, civilians, casualties, collateral. We shouldn't call them that. They're people still, even if they are fictional people, they're still people. We shouldn't forget that. We shouldn't forget that's what stories are for, to empathize even with fake people. That's the point. That's the point. Alright, I should stop rambling, and I should stop this entirely, properly, and I should finally, properly conclude this for once, shouldn't I? Yes, I absolutely should. It's been a very, very long time, but we have to move on. We have to conclude, finally, this insanely long part. So, now I enter the void, as always. It's been a while since we've been in the void, but it is finally, once again, time for the Reign of Dio, Act 1, A Rainbow, Volume 3, Long Live Rock and Roll, Chapter 16, Long Live Rock and Roll. The time of before is over. No more is the world lacking true essence. The future is sealed. Rhythm and soul have emerged and cannot be silenced. Deep within all hearts, what was once dormant is now dominant. Drums like thunder and screeching guitar. That is what drives life forward now and forevermore. The air they came, high up on the pillars we placed them upon, to deliver what we crave for. Louder, we shout, louder. Drown out the evil with music and song. Soothe the pain, raise the spirits, indulge in pleasure. We were promised that much, at least. We were told, long live rock and roll. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.